Hello everyone, hope all of you are doing great. Today we are here to discuss about rapid revision for strategic management. In this, we are going to have some series of lectures where we will be quickly revising our entire subject. So as we all are aware that strategic management consists of 8 chapters. So in these 8 chapters, we will try to understand them in a systematic way so that will help you to revise in a quicker manner. So to quickly begin with the first chapter and effectively understand all these chapters, it's very important to understand the learning objective of each and every chapter. And in fact, in our journey, when I'm talking about all these RRBs for these 8 chapters, for every chapter, first I will define you the learning objective of the chapter, and we will try to divide this chapter into different parts so that you can easily understand what are the contents that we are going to understand with respect to that particular chapter, and we will try to understand each and every concept elaborately. So whatever the inputs that you are going to follow and the inputs that I am going to give you now throughout our lectures will definitely help you a lot to quickly revise the content of the entire strategic management. So when you are going through these lectures, I request all of you to have a notes with you along with that material and to have a highlighter so that I'll be highlighting certain key terms in most of the concepts. I request all of you to do the same, and any of the frameworks that I draw on the board, I request all of you to make a note of those frameworks also. That will really help you a lot when you go for the revision of the entire subject. So with that, we'll try to start with our content. So first let's understand what is the first chapter that we have and what is the content that we are going to understand in that particular chapter. So the first chapter that we have is Introduction to Strategic Management. Introduction to Strategic Management. So this is the first chapter that we have. So let's see what are all the content that is there in this chapter to understand. So as I have said, for every chapter we will divide that into different learning objectives and we will try to deal with each and every concept. Introduction to SM. First let me take you through what are all the concepts that we have. So the first concept that we are going to understand is with respect to business policy. This is the first concept. Then we'll understand about meaning of strategy. Meaning of strategy is the concept that we have to understand. So I'll be taking to the major concepts here. When we get with the content, I will be dealing up with the sub concepts also. In fact, when we discuss about meaning of strategy, we'll understand about a statement also, whether strategy should be partly proactive and partly reactive. That I am not mentioning here, that as a sub concept we'll understand. After this, we need to check with strategic levels. Strategic levels, like how many strategic levels will be there in the organization, and then we'll understand about meaning of strategic management. In other words, we'll understand about definition of strategic management, even that also the concept that we'll be studying about. And then advantages and disadvantages of SM. These two things we'll understand, advantages and disadvantages of SM. After that, the last concept would be application of SM. Application of SM. So these are the things that we are going to understand in this particular chapter. This is the learning objective of this chapter, in short, to be referred as. So we are going to start with each and every concept and we'll try to understand what those concepts are trying to convey. Let's begin with the first one. The first one that we have is to know about business policy. So many students will get it out why business policy is the first concept to discuss in strategic management. Yes, there is a purpose for that. Before the strategic management has been evolved, the previous name of strategic management is usually called as business policy. About business policy, three things you have to know. First, the evolution of this term, and the meaning of this term, and the importance of this term. To begin with, evolution. From where this concept has evolved. Actually, the concept of business policy has been evolved in 1911 in Harvard Business School. In 1911 in Harvard Business School, this has been introduced as an interactive course for the management students to increase the managerial capabilities among the students. And later on, many of the B schools have adopted the same, and it has become the curriculum for most of the B schools. So that's about the history of business policy. Let me take you through the material to understand about this particular term, business policy. So hope all of you, when you're going through these sessions, I request all of you to be ready with the material also, as I have said, along with an highlighter, so that whatever the key terms that I am highlighting, I want all of you to do the same. So as you can see here, evolution of business policy, Harvard Business School in 1911, this concept has been introduced as an interactive course for the management students to increase the managerial capabilities among the management students. And this concept has been introduced in the curriculum of other business schools much later on. So this is what the evolution of this particular term, business policy. And let's understand, I have said three things we are going to understand in this concept. First is evolution, then definition, meaning of the term business policy. According to Christensen, about business policy, he stated about three things. First one, he says business policy is all about functions and responsibilities of senior management. In the organization, whoever senior management is there, business policy talks about their functions and responsibilities. And then business policy deals with crucial problems that affects the success of a company. If any crucial problems exist in the organization, business policy will clearly talk about how to deal with those crucial problems also. And moreover, business policy deals with general managerial responsibilities, the day-to-day general managerial responsibilities of the organization. So as you can see here, the same definition as per Christensen, it talks about functions and responsibilities of senior management. Business policy deals with crucial problems, and moreover, it provides the direction to the organization that will help to shape the future. So evolution is over, from where the term business policy has come from, and then definition of business policy is also completed. And when it comes to importance of business policy, obviously business policy deals with some rational and analytical aspects of SM. Just before I have said that, even before the strategic management has been evolved, it was called as business policy. So that's why we can say that it deals with some rational and analytical aspects of strategic management. And moreover, business policy will provide a framework for decision making. Whatever the major decisions that have to be taken in the organization, business policy will provide a framework to take those major strategic decisions also. And finally, it deals with some general management responsibilities. Business policy deals with general management responsibilities. So this is about the meaning and the concept of business policy. Let me quickly sum up once. About business policy, first we are talking about evolution. So in which year it has came into the picture? 1911. Where it has been introduced? In Harvard Business School. Why it has been introduced? To increase the managerial capabilities among the students. And later on, it has been introduced into plenty other business schools. And then when it comes to definition, as per Christensen, the definition of business policy says that it deals with functions and responsibilities of the senior management. Then it deals with crucial problems that affects the success of a company. And then it provides direction to the firm. And whereas importance we have discussed, analytical aspects of SM, helps for decision making, deals with general management capabilities. So with that, in the learning objective of this chapter, we have dealt with the first learning objective, which is of business policy. So let's move to the next one. The next objective is to understand about meaning of the term strategy. So let's understand what is this particular term is all about. So for this concept also, we can understand this in a systematic way. Generally, the term strategy is not originated for business. Actually, the origin of this term is something related to warfield. this particular term has been used by the army in the war field. So why they have used the term, this particular term? For them, this term is all about ways to win over the enemy. The techniques adopted by the army so that they can win over the enemy. The content will be considered as same for the businesses also, because even a business also wants to defeat their enemy. Now, who is the enemy for the business? Obviously, competitors. So, any kind of techniques adopted by the companies in order to defeat their enemies is referred to as the term strategy. If a company have to survive in the long run, if a company have to grow, then definitely they have to create some strategies to defeat their competitors. About the term strategy also, we need to understand some series of elements. First, where this concept has been evolved from. As just now I have said, this is something related to war field, which deals with ways to win over the enemies. Now it has been applicable as same even for the organizations also. Organizations also have to work effectively to defeat their competitors. Let's have a look at the key terms with respect to the meaning of the term strategy. As I have said, it has been come from the war field. It says this is something that is related to war and ways to win over enemy. Strategy is all about related to war and different ways that have been adopted to win over the enemy. In the context of business also, this particular term is no much different. Even for business also, it is more or less the same, because a business needs to respond to different kinds of dynamic and external forces with the pursuit of mission and objectives. Because if a company have to achieve their goals, if a company have to pursue their mission and objectives, then they need to deal with some hostile and dynamic external forces. That's why we are connecting the same concept even for businesses also. There are few more things to understand about this particular term strategy. So what is strategy is all about? We can see here, it's a long range blueprint, because strategies are prepared for long range, and strategy talks about what the company wants to do, where the company wants to be, and what the company wants to do. As you can see here, what it wants to do and what it wants to, where it wants to go. So all these things will be referred to the term strategy. So that's what long range blueprint. So this long range blueprint is obviously talking about three things: what it wants to be, what it wants to do, and where it wants to go. That's why we call strategy as a long range blueprint. And after that, there are some definitions for this term strategy. Igor H. Ansef and William F. Gluck have provided certain definitions. Like, I'll try to give you one definition which stated by William F. Gluck. What William F. Gluck is trying to say about this particular term strategy. He says strategy is a unified, comprehensive, integrated plan designed to assure that the basic objectives of the enterprise are achieved. Which means even William F. Gluck is also trying to say strategy is a plan. And he is comparing this term plan with three different things: unified, comprehensive, and integrated. Unified, a common plan. Like comprehensive and integrated it should be. Why this plan? Designed to assure that the objectives of the enterprise are achieved. In order to achieve the objectives of a business, a kind of unified, comprehensive, and integrated plan designed by the company is referred to as the strategy, as stated by William F. Gluck. As you can see here, the strategy definition stated by William F. Gluck. What it says: strategy is a unified, comprehensive, and integrated plan designed to assure that the basic objectives of the enterprise are achieved. That's about the meaning of the term strategy stated by William F. Gluck. Then we can call strategy as a game plan also. Yes, definitely. Who will use this game plan? This game plan has been used by the management. Why the management using this game plan? So that they can achieve a desired market position, and they can conduct their operations, and they can attract and satisfy the customers, and they want to compete successfully, and they want to achieve organization's objectives. And to achieve all these things, it's very important to have this game plan. So that's what it says. Strategy is a game plan used by management so that they can achieve desired market position. Let's say any company wants to be number one in the market, then they should have this game plan. Any company which want to conduct their operations effectively, they need to have a game plan. Company that wants to attract the customers, even to attract the customers, you need a strategy. And if you have to compete successfully so that you can achieve your objectives, even for that also, you need to have strategy. That's why strategy is considered as a game plan. So whatever the key terms that we have covered so far, let's have a look. So far I said we have discussed about the evolution of the term strategy, which is nothing but related to warfield, which deals with ways to win over the enemy. We have called strategy as a long range blueprint. One definition stated by William F. Gluck we have understood, and we have called strategy as a game plan also to achieve certain things with respect to the organization. Even that also we have discussed. Now a question will rise before we conclude with the meaning of the term strategy. There is a question that have to be raised. How the organization's strategy should be, whether it should be flexible or it should be rigid. So the obvious answer that we come up with is that strategies should always be flexible. Strategy should never be prepared in a rigid way. Why strategies have to be flexible? Because strategies depends on environmental factors, and environmental factors are not stagnant. They'll be keep on changing. So whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, business have to change their strategies. Now, and we also know that what happens when a business does not change as per the environmental changes, business cannot survive. So if a business has to survive in the long run, there is no other option for the company that it has to respond to the dynamic changes in the environment. If you prepare the strategy in a rigid way, how come you can dynamically change as per the environmental changes? Not possible. That's why an organization strategy have to be flexible every time. That's what you have to keep in your mind. Why the strategy have to be flexible every time? In order to achieve the goals of. So that's why an organization strategy should never be rigid. It should always be flexible. And that's what the point says here. You can understand. Strategy is consciously considered and flexibly designed scheme of corporate intent. Whose intent? Top level management's intent it is talking about. It has to be designed cautiously and it has to be planned carefully. So strategy is cautiously designed and flexibly changed. The conclusion is the strategy has to be flexible, but it cannot be rigid. And why it has to be flexible? Some points I've given here. To mobilize the resources, to direct our human behavior, to deal with the problems, to utilize the opportunities, to face the challenges. Now understand this. From where a business get opportunities and challenges? From the environmental factors. So whenever an opportunity is derived from the environmental factors, the business should be in a state to immediately grab that opportunity. What happens if a business does not grab the opportunity? It can't survive. So if it has to survive, immediately it has to grab the opportunity. And moreover, environmental factors not only provide opportunity, environmental factors will provide even with the challenges and threats also. Even to face with the challenges and threats effectively, organization need to have strong strategy. So you have to write all these terms if you have to define about the term strategy. So once again, if is there any point come in the exam where you have to write about strategy, first you will write about the origin of this term, from where it has come from. The origin of this term is something related to warfield, ways to win over the enemy. The same context we are applying even for the business also. Even the businesses also need to respond to the dynamic environmental factors. And whenever there is a rapid change in the environmental factors, business has to change, or else they cannot survive. Even for that purpose also, you need to have strategy. And then we have understood strategy as a long range blueprint, what it wants to be, what it wants to do, where it wants to go. Then Igor H. Ansof's definition we have discussed. Strategy have to be unified, comprehensive, integrated plan. designed to assure the objectives of the enterprise are achieved. Then we have discussed strategy is a game plan we have understood with respect to any kind of market position the company wants to achieve with respect to satisfying the customers. Then one statement we have discussed, strategy should always be flexible, cautiously chosen and flexibly designed scheme of corporate intent. Why? To use the opportunities and to face with the challenges and threats. So this is how we can understand about meaning of the term strategy. After that, I have said the second objective is over for this chapter. Like we have completed what is business policy, then we have understood meaning of the term strategy. And when I was explaining you this, I have said in meaning of the strategy, we are going to discuss two sub things. There is a sub concept in that. What is that? How an organization's strategy should be. It's a question, right? How the organization strategy should be. Two options here. An organization strategy, either it can be like proactive or it can be reactive. So an organization strategy, it can be proactive or reactive. Now the question is how it should be. Either it should be every time proactive or it should be every time reactive. Let's understand this. So first of all, when proactive measures are needed, when reactive measures are needed, let me explain you about this. So carefully understand this. It's a very small concept, but an interesting concept to know about strategic management. The strategy either have to be proactive or reactive. So when we can say our strategy is proactive, let's say if any strategy, if any organization is in a state to understand the future changes well before and plan accordingly to face the future changes, then we can say strategy is proactive. A proactive strategy is always considered as a planned strategy, which means you know what is going to happen in the future and you are trying to prepare your strategies to face the challenges of the future. And how it is possible to plan everything in a proactive way? How an organization can come to know what kind of things that they have to do in the future? That can be by means of environmental scanning. Environmental scanning. So in proactive strategy, these two things have to be understood. It's a planned strategy where you could able to identify the changes in the future well before and you are trying to plan accordingly. So how is it possible that any organization will be in a state to understand about the future changes well before? By means of studying the environmental factors. Now what environmental factors can be considered? Internal factors and external factors that we are aware of. When it comes to external factors, business needs to understand about micro and macro components. When a business studies about the environmental factors, they could able to analyze future changes and accordingly they can prepare their present strategies. That is where we call strategy is being proactive. So that's what one option. Either strategy can be proactive. Proactive is a planned strategy where an organization is preparing to face the future changes. Now how an organization can know about the future changes? By means of scanning the environmental factors, they could able to know what kind of changes may happen in future. That's one side. The second one that I have said, strategy can be reactive in nature. What is the meaning of this? When we can say our strategies are reactive, let's say all of a sudden a change has happened in the environmental factors that is not expected. All of a sudden a change has happened. Let's say any kind of unexpected events do takes place in the business. Sudden changes in the government may happen. Competitors may merge. Legislative changes do takes place. Customer taste and preferences may change. Competitor might have launched a new product which is out and out a surprise thing for the market. So which means that sudden unanticipated developments have happened. When all of a sudden any unanticipated developments do takes place in the environmental factors, then organization has no other option than to immediately respond to the changes. That strategy is referred to as a reactive strategy. So when a reactive strategy is needed, when any kind of unexpected changes in the environment, happens, sudden changes have happened. On that case, if a business does not change immediately, they can't survive. Let's say one classic example, Indian telecommunication. In Indian telecommunication, no one have thought that, I'm talking about this example long back, let's say 2017, 2016, at that time. In Indian telecommunication, no one have thought that Reliance Jio would create such kind of momentum. All of a sudden, they have come into the market and their plans were so low that every Indian could afford. So for other telecom companies, it's a big challenge now. So what other telecom companies immediately did? They have adopted the plans which has been followed by the Jio, and they have slashed down their prices also. Now what strategy is this? Reactive strategy. Unexpected change have happened in the environment that you haven't expected. Then your organization should be ready to face that. For that reason, your strategy should be reactive. So we have understood what is proactive strategy and what is reactive strategy. Proactive strategy means where the organization is planning everything well before. Reactive strategy, when sudden changes happens, the organization is trying to show a reaction or a reactive plan to that. That's about reactive and proactive. Now a question will rise. How an organization strategy should be? Proactive or reactive? Is it possible every time to be proactive? Is it possible every time to be reactive? Then the answer is no. An organization can never every time be proactive and every time be reactive. So you may raise it out. Why can't an organization can always be proactive? Because it's a planned strategy. You are preparing everything for future. You know the future threats also. By that you can convert those threats into opportunities. So it's a good thing to do. So let's say an organization strategy should always be proactive. But here we can't justify the statements. The problem is an organization strategy can never always be proactive in nature, because no organization can anticipate the future changes exactly. So let's say you might have thought something will happen, but in the future something different have happened. You can't predict the future exactly. And there is no guarantee that whatever you have visualized, it is going to happen in the same way. There will be a significant deviation between what you visualize and what actually happens. On that case, your proactive strategy will not work, because you have thought in one way, but the actual outcome is something different. Then what you should do? Reactive. All of a sudden changes have happened. You never thought that that kind of outcome will come for your business. Then immediately you should come up with a reactive measures. So that's why every time it is not possible for the business to be proactive in nature. Then how the strategy should be? The strategy have to be partly proactive and partly reactive in nature. So you might have understood about the statement how the strategy should be partly proactive and partly reactive. Why it is every time not possible to be proactive. So if this particular statement comes, an organization's strategy is an effective combination of proactive and reactive measures. Yes, the statement is true. Then you have to explain what is being proactive. Then you have to explain what is being reactive. And then you have to give a conclusion. You can't every time be proactive or reactive in nature. Effective combination is must for the success of a company. That's about the concept. So let's have a look. This is a statement, partly proactive and partly reactive. Explain. Then you have to say yes, strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. What is a proactive strategy? It's a planned strategy. What is a reactive strategy? Adaptive reactions to changing circumstances. You might have understood what I was trying to explain. Proactive is a planned strategy where everything has been planned in advance. Reactive strategy is where you are adapting to changing conditions in the environment. Then how an organization can be proactive? It says, analyze all possible environmental developments and strategies, then go for proper planning, and then you have to implement all these strategies in which way? In a predetermined manner. Predetermined manner, everything has been planned well before. So that is a way by which you could able to achieve your goals. But the problem is, no company cannot exactly predict the internal environmental changes, and you can see here, everything cannot be planned in advance. You can't plan everything in advance. And moreover, not possible to anticipate the moves of rival firms, consumer behavior, technologies. You can't anticipate everything well in advance. Next to impossible. Moreover, in such kind of dynamic environmental factors now that prevails, it is next to impossible to assess everything in future, that too exactly. That is what the point that I was saying. Significant deviation between what visualize and what actually happens. Definitely there will be deviation between what you actually think and what actually happens. Then when there is a significant deviation, what you have to do? Immediately strategies need to be modified in the light of changing environmental conditions. So whenever an environmental condition changes, then strategies need to be modified. So strategies need to be modified in the light of environmental changes. That is where reactive strategy is triggered as per the changes in environments. That's why a perfect strategy is the one which is stitching together of proactive measures and reactive measures. That is what this particular statement talks about. So far technically we have covered three concepts in this chapter, where the first concept talks about the meaning of business policy. Then we have understood meaning of strategy. In that we have dealt a sub concept as a statement. Strategy should be partly proactive and partly reactive in nature. So these are the concepts that we have to understand. These are the first two learning objectives that we can understand. After this we have a concept called levels of strategy. So let's understand what is this levels of strategy is all about. Again, it is also a simple but an effective concept to understand. The concept is strategic levels in the organization. Strategic levels. So two objectives are over. Now I am moving to the third objective. Let's understand this. There are three strategic levels in an organization. Whatever the framework kind of thing that I am trying to draw, it's better you can draw the same kind of frameworks that will help you to immediately grasp the content when you are going for quick revision. There are three strategic levels in the organization. They are, first one we have corporate level, then we have business level, and then functional level. So these are the three strategic levels that we have. Let me simplify this concept. About these three strategic levels, only three things you have to know. Understand this very carefully. About these three strategic levels, only three things you have to know. First, who will come at that level? Second, what are the roles and responsibilities? Third, what is the scope of operations? When you can learn these three things about these three levels, the concept is over. So once again, what you have to learn about these three levels? First, who will come at that level? Second, what are their roles and responsibilities? Third, their scope of operations. So let's understand. First, who will come? You all are aware, in the corporate level, who will come? All the top management people. In fact, we can write all the designations that I'm not writing here because you are aware of that. At a corporate level, we have all the top management people, CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors, chairman. They are called as senior executives or top management. So at the corporate level, we have top management. The first question is answered, who will come? All the top executives, CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors. Then second thing that we have to know is their roles and responsibilities. Yet I am not writing here, let me dictate. What are the roles and responsibilities of corporate level? So creation of goals, goal setting, let's say vision, mission they will create, policies they will prepare for the organization, procurement of resources, allocation of resources, deciding what are the different types of businesses that the company do. All the major decisions with respect to the business will be dealt by corporate level. Policy creation, goal setting, procurement of resources, allocation of resources, taking major decisions, what businesses company should be into, all these are roles and responsibilities of corporate level. And then what is the scope of operations? Which means whatever corporate level do, what is their scope? Whatever the corporate level do, the scope is whatever the corporate level do, that will be applicable for the whole organization. Whole organization. Which means whatever corporate level do, the applicability will be for the entire organization. That's about corporate level. Business level. Here also three things. First, who will come? At business level, we are going to have general managers. We call them as business level general managers. Before we understand about what are their roles and responsibilities, let's understand their scope of operations. Whatever that has been done at a business level general managers, that is applicable for a particular business unit. So here it is not for the entire organization. This is only applicable for a particular business unit. Let's say if any business deals with multiple units, they will have general managers for each and every unit, and general managers will take care of the roles and responsibilities of that particular unit. Whereas corporate level, whatever he do will be applicable for the entire organization. CEO, CFO, board of directors, managing directors, whoever stays at the corporate level, whatever they do, their applicability will be for the entire organization. Whereas for business level, we have general managers, whatever they do, it's only applicable for a particular business unit. First, the third one is functional level. Now, who will come at the functional level? At a functional level, we will have functional managers. Functional managers. So, what is this functional managers? Every organization have different kinds of functional areas. Let's say marketing, finance, production, R&D, logistics, SCM. All these are functional areas. Each and every area will have a manager. We call them as functional managers or functional heads or departmental heads. They will come at functional level. Now, what is the scope of operations? They are not going to do something for the entire organization. Neither they will do anything for the unit. Rather, whatever they do, it's applicable for the particular department only. So, whatever they do, it will be applicable only for that particular department, not for the entire organization. So, these are the three strategic levels that we have. Let's see the three strategic levels, as we can say. Corporate level, the first point talks about who will come, all the positions that I have said, and moreover their role, whatever they do will be applicable for the whole organization. The responsibilities has been given here, determining what business company should be in, allocating resources, all these designations have been given here. Then if you see business level general managers, so general managers will come at a business level, and whatever they do, it will be applicable only for that particular business, not for the entire organization. Functional level, these people are responsible for the specific business functions to that particular department only. So with that, we are done with the third objective also. So we are done with business policy, meaning of strategy. Strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive, strategic levels. We are done with the half of the concept of the first chapter. Rest we have to know about the definition of SM, advantages, disadvantages, and application of SM, that we have to understand now. So the next concept that we are going to understand in the first chapter, introduction to SM, is to understand meaning of strategic management. Rather, we can consider this as definition of strategic management. So far in this chapter, we have covered with respect to business policy, meaning of the term strategy, and we have understood as a sub-concept whether strategy is partly proactive or partly reactive, how the strategy should be, and we have understood different strategic levels. Now, we are going to discuss about meaning of the term strategic management. So in other words, let me say definition of the term strategic management we are going to understand. So in order to understand the meaning of this term strategic management, we can simplify this definition so that very effectively you can remember this for a longer period of time. So I am going to provide you a kind of a systematic way to understand this definition so that it will become very easy for you to understand this definition effectively, which means you don't need to repeat it number of times so that you can remember the definition. Rather, you can understand this in a very simple way. So let me provide you the inputs first, how to understand this. So the concept is to know the meaning of the term strategic management. So this is the meaning of the term that we have to understand. Whenever, let's say you have to provide the meaning of the term strategic management, remember one term, that is nothing but strategic management is nothing but a process. So remember this first. Strategic management is a process. Usually, whenever we call something as a process, what does it consist of? Process consists of some sequential arrangement of activities. That's what we have discussed even in your ES, BPA, even in BPR, business process reengineering. Even there also we have come across with this term process. So what is process stands for? Sequential arrangement of activities to get a desired outcome. So there are some steps. When we arrange the steps in a systematic way so that we can achieve a desired outcome, that is referred to as a process. So here I am saying strategic management is also a process, which means even the meaning of strategic management or else the process of strategic management consists of some steps. When we understand those steps, we are done with the concept. There are 5 steps in the SM process. So when you understand these steps in a systematic way, it becomes very simple and easy for you to get along with the meaning of this term strategic management. So let's start. The first step in the meaning of strategic management is to develop vision and mission. This is the first step, to develop vision and mission. So we know about what is vision. Obviously in the SM process we discuss elaborately about vision and mission. Just to know the meaning here, vision deals with goals and mission talks about existence and purpose, right? So vision talks about goals, mission talks about existence and purpose. This is the first step in the SM process that has to happen, to develop vision and mission. After developing vision and mission, the second step that has to happen in SM process is setting objectives. Setting objectives. Some objectives have to be set after developing vision and mission. What are objectives are called as? Objectives are nothing but targets. Targets. Why these targets? So that you can reach your goal. In the first step you are setting the goal. In order to reach that goal, you need to set some targets. So that's about step 2, setting objectives. Once the objectives have been set, step 3 is going to be crafting a strategy. Crafting a strategy. A strategy need to be crafted. You have to prepare a strategy, which is nothing but like this strategy will help you to reach your goal. Understand, all these are steps. When we call steps, one is connected to other, one is dependent on other. By fulfilling one, we could able to achieve the other. So crafting a strategy. After crafting a strategy, the fourth step is going to be evaluating and implementing the strategy. Evaluating and implementing the strategy. What is this evaluating and implementing? You have crafted a strategy. In order to reach the goals, companies will never prepare only single strategy. So they will prepare alternative set of strategies. If one strategy couldn't give the success, they will choose another strategy. That's why preparing a strategy, from them one strategy is evaluated. Whatever the strategy evaluated, it is going to be implemented. So goal setting, objective setting, strategy preparation, strategy implementation. Look how simple to understand the definition. If you can keep this systematic flow, then the meaning is over. Implementation is not going to be the last step in the process of SM. What is the last step? The last step says taking corrective adjustments. Taking corrective adjustments. So these are the 5 steps in the process of strategic management. Look how simple to understand the definition. You don't need to put a lot of efforts reading it a number of times to understand the definition. You have to keep one thing in your mind. Strategic management is a process. When we are calling SM as a process, it consists of certain steps, 5 steps. When we are done with these 5 steps, we are clear with the definition. Step 1, developing vision and mission. Step 2, objectives. Step 3, crafting the strategy. Step 4, implementing the strategy. And the last step is going to be taking corrective adjustments. Nothing but control. Last step is control. Where the controls have to be assigned? In all the steps, wherever deemed appropriate. Wherever needed, their corrective adjustments have to be taken. This is what definition of strategic management. Let's say if the same thing have to be converted into a paragraph, how it is going to be? Strategic management is a managerial process of developing vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and executing the strategy, and then over a period of time taking corrective adjustments in vision and mission, strategy, objectives, wherever deemed appropriate. So wherever needed, in those places, over a period of time, corrective adjustments have to be taken. Because implementation is not the last step in the process of SM. Taking corrective adjustment needs to be considered as last step in the process of SM. So we are done with the definition of strategic management. After this, immediately let me explain one more concept, then we will check with the material to understand the key terms. Objectives of SM. Objectives of strategic management. So there are 2 major objectives of SM. I'll define you only the key terms here, then I will in the material reading will understand. There are 2 objectives of strategic management. First one, strategic management will help the company to create a competitive advantage. So strategic management helps the company to create competitive advantage over the competitors. Obviously, competitive advantage gain over the competitors so that the company can dominate the market. Second one, it guides the company. It guides the company through all changes in the environment. Do environmental factors changes? Yes. Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, does the company needs to change? Yes. What happens if a company does not change according to the environmental changes? Company cannot survive. Now, who is protecting the company against all these changes? Effective strategic management will protect the company against all these changes. These are the 2 major objectives of SM. It will help to create competitive advantage. It is guiding the company against all changes in the environment. So definition and objectives of SM we have completed. So if we check quickly the key terms here, as you can see, the meaning of strategic management, as I have said, some steps consist: forming vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and evaluating the strategy. These are the steps that I have said. And initiating necessary corrective adjustments where deemed appropriate, wherever needed, corrective adjustments have to be taken over a period of time. So that is about the definition. 5 steps keep in your mind. The definition is over. After that, objectives. There are two major objectives of SM. One, it will help to create competitive advantage. Usually competitive advantage is gained over whom? It is gained over the competitors. When you gain competitive advantage, what is the benefit that you're going to have? You can dominate the market because you are providing something different to your customers. Thereby, you can gain this advantage over the competitors. And the second point I have said, guide the company successfully. Against what? Against all the changes in the environment. So strategic management is helping the organization to guide against all the changes in the environment. So definition and objectives are over. Let's have a look at the learning objective once. In this, we are done with the meaning of strategic management. Along with the meaning as a sub-concept, we have discussed about objectives also. Objectives of strategic management. Even this is also we have completed. And now we have advantages and disadvantages of SM. So this is going to be our next objective. So if you can keep this flow in your mind, the subject becomes easy for you. Whatever you discuss, when you divide them into small parts, it will definitely help you a lot to revise it quickly and the things will remain in your mind. Let's have a look at the advantages of strategic management. Here also, it's very important for you to understand some key terms when it comes to the advantages. Let's have a look at the advantages. First one, I will try to highlight the key terms of these advantages. At least if you can remember those key terms, it will be very effective for you to represent the same in the examination. The first one, strategic management gives directions to the company to move ahead, provides directions to the company. Because strategies are prepared at the top level, when these strategies are prepared at the top level, the entire organization need to implement these strategies. There we can say strategies are providing directions to the company to move ahead in the pursuit of goals and objectives. The first advantage, it will help the organizations to move ahead. Second one, it will help the organizations to be proactive instead of reactive in shaping the future. If you remember, previously we have discussed strategy have to be partly proactive and partly reactive, which means strategic management is helping the company to be more proactive rather than being reactive. You know about proactive and reactive. If you plan well before, it is called proactive. If all of sudden changes takes place, immediately you are responding, it's called as reactive. Which one is good? To be proactive. Is it possible every time to be proactive? No. That's why sometimes we have to be reactive. But strategic management will help the organizations to be more proactive in nature. Next, it provides framework for decision making. Certainly, all the strategies that you prepare will provide you a framework so that effective decisions can be taken. So strategic management will provide a framework for decision making. And it will act as a pathfinder to the business. Strategies always thinks about future, how to be in the future, how to face the uncertainties of the future, how effectively prepare the company to deal with the uncertainties of the future. On that case, we can say strategic management is acting as a pathfinder to the business so that it can grab the opportunities. Next, it will act as a corporate defensive mechanism. Strategic management will act as a corporate defensive mechanism. You know about defending and offending. Defending means protecting. Strategic management is acting as a defensive mechanism where company is trying to protect itself. Against what? The company needs to protect itself against mistakes and pitfalls. When we do business, most of the cases we do commit mistakes. When we do business, in most of the cases some ups and downs we witness. So strategic management will help the company or protect the company against mistakes and pitfalls. You see here, it serves as a corporate defensive mechanism against mistakes and pitfalls. Strong SM will help the company to avoid costly mistakes. Next, it will help for the longevity of the business. Simple logic. the effective the strategies, the longer the business will survive in the market. No business will survive on luck. Businesses purely survives when their strategies are strong. So strong strategic management is helping the organization so that they can survive for the long run. So it will help for the longevity of the business. The last thing says it will help to develop core competencies and competitive advantages. So we know about core competencies, unique strengths that cannot be shared by others. Competitive advantage is nothing but gaining advantage over the competitor. These two advantages can be gained when the organization have strong strategies. So have you got all the key terms? This is about the advantages. Let me quickly take you through once the advantages. Gives the direction, helps to be more proactive, helps in decision making, act as a pathfinder, acting as a defensive mechanism, helps in longevity, helps to develop core competencies and competitive advantages. So these are the advantages of strategic management. Not only advantages, strategic management will not always provide you with some advantages. Sometimes even it comes with some limitations. There are some hindrances for strategic management. So let's understand what are those hindrances are all about, which is nothing but limitations. Not many, there are 4 simple limitations have been discussed for strategic management. First one, it says environment is highly complex and turbulent. You may be thinking we are talking about disadvantage of SM, but we are talking about here the point mentioned about environment. They say environment is complex and turbulent. Yes, environmental factors are complex. Environmental factors are turbulent. They are not going to be stable. Then how come it is a disadvantage for SM? Because strategies purely depends upon environmental factors. Having an estimation about how the future will shape and how the changes in the future do takes place. Accordingly, strategies need to be prepared. Due to the complexity and turbulences that were there in the environmental factors, we consider it as one of the disadvantage of strategic management. So environment is highly complex and turbulent. Next 2 points at a stretch we can discuss. SM is a time consuming process and costly process. Look, in order to prepare strong strategies, companies have to spend a lot of time, and communicating the strategy throughout the organization will take time. When the company is spending more time on one particular strategy, it may disturb their regular operations. That's why it is treated as disadvantage. The company is spending more time to prepare one strategy and communicating to the entire organization. This creates major disadvantage. Not only time consuming, costly process. Strategic planners need to be engaged. Resources need to be spent. You have to put efforts to monitor the internal and external environmental factors. So all these things takes a lot of time, and all these things involve a lot of money also. Now big companies can do that, but small companies which lacks the resources, they can't do it. That's why these two are referred to as disadvantages: time consuming and costly process. The final disadvantage that we have is uncertainty. Environmental factors are purely uncertain. We can never say which kind of change happens at what time with respect to the environmental factors. That's why uncertainty is also considered as one of the limitations for SM. 4 simple points: environment is complex and turbulent, costly process, time consuming, and uncertainty. These are the 4 disadvantages of SM. Let's go back to the learning objective. So we are done with even advantages and disadvantages also. The last one that we have is application of SM. What is this concept is all about? Application of SM. This concept describes about to which areas we can apply strategic management. So just now we have said that if an organization have to survive in the long run, they need to have strategic management. Is it only for the organizations that the strategic management is needed? Strategic management can be applied in different areas. Here the concept is described as application of SM for not-for-profit organizations, application of SM for education institutions, application of SM for medical and government organizations. Like these 4 areas are there. In this majorly you need to focus on application of SM for not-for-profit organizations and education institutions. First, let me explain you application of SM for not-for-profit organizations, which means, let's say if this question has been asked, there is an organization which is working for a not-for-profit motive, even they, is it needed for them to implement strategic management? Then the answer is yes. How you are going to design this answer? If this question comes as a practical question or a case study, first you have to write about what is a not-for-profit organization, then you have to write what is the applicability of not-for-profit organization strategic management. How strategic management can be applied for not-for-profit organizations. So you all aware which type of organizations do generally considered as not-for-profit organizations. Businesses can be understood in two ways, commercial and non-commercial. Commercial businesses are for the purpose of making profits. Non-commercial businesses, they will not have any commercial angle towards it. They will be for social, charitable purposes and educational purposes. They are called as not-for-profit organizations, which means their intention is not to make any money. They want to provide services to the public at large. Then why do they need strategies? It's a question. For that, you have to provide the explanation by saying that whatever the not-for-profit organizations do, it does not have any productivity. They will not have any internal sources of funds. Purely they have to depend upon external sources. That's where strategic management will act as an excellent platform for such companies to generate the needed funds. So that's why we can say strategic management can be applied by not-for-profit organizations to generate the needed funds. That's where we can say applicability of strategic management for not-for-profit organizations. That's how we have to write the answer. This is how first not-for-profit organization is explained here. Commercial and non-commercial, without commercial objective of making profits, is a not-for-profit organization. There here say they purely depends upon outside financing. Thus they face challenge to get the right amount of funds so that the business keep functioning. Then strategic management will act as an excellent vehicle for such companies. So they can take the help of strategic management, and strategic management will act as an excellent vehicle. As you can see here, strategic management provides as an excellent vehicle for not-for-profit organizations so that they can get their needed funds. That's how. Next, education institutions also need strategic management. Some strategies have been given here. Usually education will act as a not-for-profit in the organization. So what are the strategies that they can follow? The strategies by saying that the strategies are needed to attract the best students. For that they will join hands with industries and companies to provide employment, and they will try to introduce modernized teaching methods, and even they provide online courses or degrees. These are some of the strategies that are adopted by the education institutions so that they can survive in the long run in the changing environment. That's about applicability of SM. So finally, we are done with the revision of the first chapter. So quickly, if I have to take you through what are all the concepts that we have discussed in the first chapter, business policy we have discussed, meaning of strategy we have understood. There itself, we have discussed the statement, strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. And then strategic levels we have discussed, corporate level, business level and functional level. Then definition of strategic management, objectives of strategic management, advantages and disadvantages of strategic management, and then application of SM. If you keep these segments in your mind, it becomes very simple for you to go towards everything with respect to this particular chapter. So this is about the quick revision of the entire first chapter. So now we are going to start with our second chapter of strategic management, and we will go for the quick revision of the entire second chapter. As we have discussed what will be the key terms for the first chapter, if you can remember in the previous sessions, like we have divided the chapter into different parts and we have studied about it. So we are going to do the same for the second chapter also. First, let us understand what is the learning objective of the first chapter. sorry, second chapter. The first chapter is completed. We should understand what is the learning objective of the second chapter, what elements we are going to understand in this chapter. So to begin with, let me provide you the title of the chapters first. The second chapter is Dynamics of Competitive Strategy. So this is the chapter, Dynamics of Competitive Strategy. Before we understand what we are going to discuss in this particular chapter, here I have to tell you, this entire chapter deals with a concept called analysis. In this entire chapter, we are going to understand about analysis. There are different things that are analyzed by the company. What is analysis is all about? An in-depth study or an in-detailed investigation of a particular thing is called as analysis. If we study anything which is in a detailed manner, we call it as analysis. Before the organizations prepare the strategies, before they set goals, before they prepare for the plans, it's very important for them to analyze the things. So for that reason, in this chapter, we have to understand what are all the different things that are analyzed by the companies. So first, there are three things that are analyzed in this chapter. There are three things that are analyzed in this chapter. First one, competitive analysis, which means company needs to analyze the competitors first. You think, is it really needed that the company need to analyze the competitors? The company need to go for in detail study of the competitors? Then the answer is certainly yes. Because when the company studies about the competitors, then only they could plan better. Next, industry analysis. Industry analysis. Every company operates in certain industry, so it is needed for the company to analyze the complete industry also, because to understand how the trends are that are happening in the industry, what kind of changes that are happening in the industry, that will help the companies to analyze the industry and prepare the plans effectively. That's about industry analysis. Then the third one is self-analysis. Self-analysis. Here, the organization studies about self. You know what? The major part of this organization deals with self-analysis. From the concept of portfolio analysis, whatever the things that we are going to understand will come into self-analysis. Like BCG, ADL, different methods we'll discuss for analysis. So that's about the learning objective of this particular chapter. Three things have to be analyzed: analyzing the competitors, analyzing the industry, and analyzing the self. And whatever the concepts that we discuss will be categorized under these three heads. First thing, let's understand how the company is going to analyze competitors. For that, the very first concept that we are going to discuss will come into the analysis of competitors. The concept is nothing but competitive landscape. Competitive landscape. So this is going to be the concept. And what is this concept is all about? What are the things that are analyzed here? As we have said, this particular concept deals with analyzing the competitors. Why a business need to analyze the competitors? Because when the business analyzes the competitors, they will understand about who are the competitors, their products, what they are good at, what they are not good at, what they are planning next. Everything can be studied. So when a business do analysis of the competitors, that will help the business to plan better than the competitors. That's why in competitive landscape we'll analyze about the competitors. So first thing to understand, what is competitive landscape is all about. It's a kind of business analysis to study competitors. Okay, so it's a business analysis where the business is studying about the competitors. Now, when the business studies about the competitors, they need to understand there are two types of competitors. One is direct competitors and indirect competitors. Then this is the meaning of competitive landscape. It's a business analysis where the business is studying about the competitors. When the business studies about the competitors, it needs to study direct and indirect competitors. We know about these two elements, direct competitors who are in the same line of businesses. Indirect competitors, most of the cases, whichever the companies manufacture the substitutes, they will come into indirect competitors. And when the company do business analysis, when they study about direct and indirect competitors, they have to know everything about the competitors, their vision, their policies, strategies, what they do next. So every dimension of the competitor need to be understood. Then only company can plan better than the competitors. That is where we call it as competitive landscape. And to run this competitive landscape effectively, which means if a company or a business need to effectively understand about the competitors, then they need to have an application called to successfully run the competitive landscape. Business needs an application. Business needs an application called competitive intelligence. Competitive intelligence. To run competitive landscape successfully, business needs an application called competitive intelligence. This is what meaning of competitive landscape. Remember two things. It's a business analysis to study direct and indirect competitors. Effectively to analyze the competitors, business needs an application called competitive intelligence. Now what is competitive intelligence? Probably a mechanism that is developed by the organization to study all the competitors is called as competitive intelligence. This is what meaning of the term competitive landscape. Is it possible that a business can study about all the competitors overnight? Then the answer is no. No business can study the competitors in overnight. They have to follow some steps. Steps have to be followed. So let's have a look. The meaning, and straight away we'll understand the steps from the material. As I have said, it's a business analysis where business studies about direct and indirect competitors. Everything about the competitor business need to understand. What are that? Vision, mission, core values, niche markets, strengths, weaknesses. All these elements about the competitor need to be studied. And effective competitive landscape requires an application called competitive intelligence. Competitive intelligence is nothing but where the business is trying to analyze about the competitors. And further, there are some steps that have to be followed so that competitive landscape can be run effectively. First one, identify the competitors. In order to know about your competitor, in order to study about your competitor, first you should know who is your competitor. That is nothing but you have to find an answer for the question, who are the competitors and how big they are. First know your competitor. After identifying the competitor, then understand the competitors. In understanding the competitors, what are all the things that you have to know? What are their products and services? Know the products and services of your competitors. First you have identified who is a competitor, then you are trying to know products and services of your competitor. After that, you need to understand strengths of the competitor. Look, all these steps are connected to one another. First you are knowing who are your competitor, identifying. Once you identify your competitor, the next thing that you are doing is understanding about the competitor. While you are understanding about your competitor, you are trying to know about the products and services. You can know the products and services by going through some market reports, internet, newspapers, media, industry reports. These are the sources by which you can know about the products and services of your competitor and you can plan better than your competitor. Once you know the products and services, know the strengths. In strengths, what are all the elements that you have to know? The financial position of your competitor, what gives them cost and price advantage, what they are going to do next, how strong is their distribution network, how strong is their HR. Let's say in all these areas, if your competitor is good, then obviously all these things refer to as strengths to your competitors. Financial position, cost and price advantage, what they do next, their distribution efficiency, and human resource strengths. That's about strength of the competitor. Not only strengths, along with that you need to determine the weaknesses also. It is not enough to know what your competitor is good at. It's very important for you to know what your competitor is not good at. So here you have to understand where are they lacking, what they are not good at. So once, look all the steps now, one after the other you are doing. First you have identified, then you have understood, then you have determined the strengths. After that you have to know the weaknesses. 4 things you have got. Now the last thing says, put all the information together. Whatever the information that you have gained with the previous steps, try to put all the information together. Knowing the competitor, understanding them, strengths and weaknesses, all this is nothing but you have gathered a lot of information about your competitor. Now how you put all this information together, the point says, what business will do with the information, whatever the information that you have got, what you are going to do with that, and what kind of improvements you would like to make, and finally how you will exploit the weaknesses of the competitors. Look, when you know your competitor is having certain weaknesses, what you should do, you put your efforts to exploit the weaknesses of the competitor. Use the weaknesses of your competitor to convert as your strengths. That's what we call it as exploiting the weaknesses of the competitors. This is about the steps involved in competitive landscape. So we are done with the first objective of this chapter, to study about the competitors. If I have to sum up this concept, what is competitive landscape is all about? It's an business analysis to study direct and indirect competitors, where you will study different aspects about your competitor. To run this competitive landscape successfully, you need to have an application called competitive intelligence. And there are some steps that can be followed to run this competitive landscape effectively. 1, you should identify the competitors, nothing but know who are they. Step 2, understanding the competitors, know about the products and services of your competitors. Step 3, determine their strengths. Step 4, determine their weaknesses. In weaknesses you are going to know what they are lagging at. And final step, put all information together, where you will know what you are going to do with the information, how you are going to plan in the future, and how you are going to exploit the weaknesses of the competitors. This is about the first concept that we have, which means we have completed with respect to the first objective or first type of analysis, which talks about competitive analysis. The second learning objective of the second chapter, just before we have completed the first learning objective, competitive analysis, where we have studied how the competitors can be analyzed. So the second objective is to understand about industry analysis. So we know what is industry stands for. Group of similar firms is called as industry. Let's say any company which operates in a particular industry, it's very important for that company to analyze the complete industry also. So in that context, we will try to understand how industry and competitive analysis can be done. There are some factors that have to be kept in mind in order to do effective industry and competitive analysis. So our concept is going to be industry and competitive analysis. Industry and competitive analysis. So in this, again, we are going to do analysis of 2 things. On one hand, we will do analysis of the industry. On the other hand, we are going to do analysis of the competitors also. For that, there are some factors that have to be kept in mind in order to do industry and competitive analysis. There are 7 factors put together will help the organizations to do industry and competitive analysis. Let's understand what are those 7 factors are all first. Then we can quickly go through each and every factor to understand what it is all about. So the factors goes like this. First, we need to study industry traits. Industry traits. The second one, nature and strength of competitors. Third one, triggers of change. Fourth one, identify strongest and weakest competitors. Next, fifth factor, moves of rivals. Sixth factor, KSFs, stands for key success factors. Seventh one, financial attractiveness of industry. Financial attractiveness of the industry. As you can see, here we have 7 factors. Why these 7 factors are? These 7 factors will help the company to do either industry or competitive analysis. In this, we can clearly understand some factors are talking about analyzing the industry and some factors are talking about analyzing the competitors. Now, the target that we have is to study about each and every factor. In fact, they say that industry and competitive analysis by start knowing the traits, and after analyzing the 6 factors, the company should give a conclusion whether industry is financially attractive or not. So once again, industry and competitive analysis starts by knowing the traits, ends by deciding whether industry is financially attractive or not. Now, the objective that we have in front of us to discuss about all these factors. Let's start with the first one, key industry traits. As we can see here, these are all the factors that just now I have said. In order to do industry and competitive analysis, these are the factors. In that, the first factor that we are going to understand is analyzing key industry traits. We know what is industry stands for, group of similar firms. Any company which operates in a particular industry, they need to understand about different traits of that particular industry. In fact, it is not needed to understand about all the traits. Just to revise you quickly, I will take you through some of the traits. The first one, size and nature of market as a business you should know, and then scope of competitive rivalry you should know, which means among all the competitors that you have, how many competitors are local, how many are regional, how many are international or global. You should check about your competitive rivalry, how many are local, national and global. Next, the next factor, rivals, number of rivals, how many competitors are there and what is their market share. Then you should check how many buyers are there, and then you should understand the distribution channel, because in the industry, if any company has to get success, it purely depends upon the nature of distribution channel that exists in that industry. The more the availability of distribution channel, the greater the product will reach to the customers. For that reason, it needs to be checked, the distribution channel. Next one, pace of technological change, how quickly technology is changing in a particular industry. Moreover, there are some industries for which the technology will change very rapidly. It could be treated as a kind of a risky factor for the businesses. So at what pace the distribution or the availability of distribution channel and to what extent technology is changing is also the trait that have to be considered. And the eighth one, whether when you compare your products with the competitors' products, are they highly differentiated, weakly differentiated or essentially identical, that have to be checked. Which means you are comparing your product with the competitor's product. Then is it highly differentiated, weakly differentiated or they are same, that have to be checked. And the next, you have to understand about the capital requirement, ease of entry and exit, how much capital is needed in order to enter into that industry. So ease of entering into the industry and ease of exiting from that particular industry. And finally, you need to check whether industry profitability is above the par or below the par. Every industry will have a set of standard. There are some industries whose profitability will always be above the par, and there are some industries whose profitability will always below the par. Like in India, domestic airlines profitability will always be below the par. When you're operating in the industry, you have to know. So this is the thing, when we do industry and competitive analysis, the first thing that we have to know is industry traits. And these are all the points which are trying to educate us about what are the industry traits are. So we are done with industry traits. Nature and strength of competition we have already covered in the competitive landscape concept. So let's understand triggers of change. So what is this particular factor is all about? So the concept is to understand about triggers of change. They can be called as driving forces or triggers of change. What is this concept is all about? Triggers of change. Whenever a change takes place in the industry, there are some factors because of which that particular change takes place. Those factors are generally called as triggers. Whenever change happens in the industry, there will be some reasons. Might be technological change, might be changes in customer tastes and preferences, some legislations may change, any of the reason due to which change takes place in the industry. So as a company, you need to understand what are those driving forces that are because of which change takes place in the industry. They are called as driving forces. Have a look at the key term. What is driving forces stands for? These are the forces, they are the dominant forces that have biggest influence on the changes takes place in the industry. Whenever any change takes place in the industry, these are the forces that will have biggest influence on the changes that takes place in the industry. Those things are called as driving forces of an industry, or drivers or triggers we can call it as. Now we can't say all the industries will have same kind of driving forces. There are some driving forces which will be commonly applicable for all the industries. There are some driving forces which will change from industry to industry. So we can't say all the industries will have same kind of driving forces. And two things the company have to do. First, identify the driving forces due to which changes are taking place in the industry, and then you need to understand the impact of those driving forces on the industry. These two things that has to be done. So first you need to understand what is driving forces, then you have to understand how these driving forces will have impact on the changes that takes place in the industry. So this is the second factor. So first factor, industry traits, we have completed. So the second factor is driving forces, we have completed. Once again, what are driving forces are all about? These are the factors which will have biggest influence over the changes that takes place in the industry. There are so many factors which are considered as driving forces. Some of the factors will be commonly applicable for all the industries, and there are some factors which will differ from industry to industry. A company need to understand, identify the driving forces, and the second thing, they should understand the impact of these driving forces on the industry. That's about the point. So now we are done with industry traits, we have completed. Triggers of change we have completed. Next we should to know, identify strongest and weakest competitors. So let me take you through one of the concept for this driving force. What is the factor actually? The factor is identifying the strongest and weakest competitors. When a company operates in a particular market or industry, there will be plenty competitors will be there. Now, it is important for the business to understand who is strongest and who is weakest. Then how it can be identified? It's a question. For that, a company needs to study all the competitors technically, but to study all the competitors is something next to impossible. So a business cannot study about all the competitors. Then what they have to do? For that purpose, companies can take the help of a tool. It's called as strategic group mapping. Strategic group mapping. This is the tool. Like if someone asks why strategic group mapping tool, Strategic group mapping is for the purpose of identifying strongest and weakest competitors. When the business wants to identify the strongest and weakest competitors, they can take the help of a technique called strategic group mapping. In this, before we know how the strategic group mapping can be done, first one should know what is a strategic group. First we should know the meaning of the term strategic group. Strategic group can be simply studied as group of firms which follow identical strategies and have similar market positions. This is what strategic group. Group of firms which are following same strategies, at the same time their market positions are same. Such thing is called as strategic group. Let's say you are operating in an industry where you have so many competitors and you want to know who is strongest and weakest competitor. For that, you are taking the help of strategic group mapping technique. In this, first you will divide all your competitors as different strategic groups. Now, what is a strategic group? A group of firms who are following same strategies. Let's say you might be having 100 competitors in the industry. 20 competitors are following same strategies. You divide all these 20 competitors as a group. Another 20 competitors might be having same market share. You divide them as a group. Another 20 competitors whose distribution channel might be same. You divide them as a group. Like this, you have divided 5 groups. This is how strategic group is all about. These 5 groups, either they might be following same strategies, the companies which comes under the group might be following same strategies, or their market positions might be same. By considering this, if you divide all the companies into groups, we call it as strategic group. In strategic group mapping, first we have to divide strategic groups. And moreover, let's say under what condition we can say industry will have only one strategic group when all the companies follow similar strategies, isn't it? We are saying that if the company follow different strategy, we will have different strategy groups. On the same context, if we say when all the firms follow similar strategy, then what will happen? There will be only one strategic group. And if all the companies follow different strategies, then we'll have more strategic groups. That's what the point says. Strategic group consists of those rival firms which will be having similar competitive approaches and same market positions. Industry will have only one strategic group when all the firms follow identical strategies. On the other hand, if more of the competitors will follow different strategies, then we'll have plenty of strategic groups. Now, we have understood what is a strategic group is all about. Now, what are the steps that are involved in strategic group mapping? It's a point. In order to do strategic group mapping, what kind of steps that can be followed? For strategic group mapping, we have 4 simple steps that can be adopted. So why are we doing strategic group mapping? Here we have to understand so that a company can identify the strongest and weakest competitors. This strategic group mapping technique can be used. So there are four steps that can be followed for strategic group mapping. The 4 steps are: first, identify the competitive characteristics depending upon which you want to create strategic groups. Like, would you like to take sales, or are you taking distribution channel, are you taking profits? Any of the characteristics you can take. First, divide all the competitors by choosing any competitive characteristics. Then plot them on a 2-variable map, because when you are doing this strategic group mapping, probably you will do that in a 2-variable map. So whatever the characteristics that you have chosen, plot them on a 2-variable map by using any of the characteristic. And then you are going to divide all the companies into one strategic group. Like, first you have chosen the characteristics, then you have plot the characteristics on the map, then you are dividing them as groups. Once you divide the groups, finally you will draw circles for each and every group. Now the size of the circle purely depends upon proportionate of the sales. The greater the sales that circle is having, the bigger the circle you have to draw. 4 simple steps to do strategic group mapping. Step 1, competitive characteristics needs to be identified. Step 2, plot them on a 2 variable map. Excuse me. Step 3, you are going to divide them as strategic groups, and finally you will draw circles for each and every group. So that's how strategic group mapping can be done, so that we can identify strongest and weakest competitors. So let's see how many factors we have cleared so far for industry and competitive analysis. Traits are over, nature and strength of competition is over, triggers of change is over, identified strongest and weakest competitors. Then moves of rivals, we have already studied this in competitive landscape. Let's understand about KSFs, key success factors. What is this concept of key success factors is all about? Let's say if any company operates in multiple industries, in order to get the success, all the industries may not have same kind of elements which give success. So different industries may have different elements to get success. Those elements are called as key success factors. In an industry, anything that enables the company to get the success is called as key success factors. It will change from industry to industry. Let's say if you are having a restaurant, to get success in restaurant business, you need key success factors such as good ambience, taste provided by good service. That's a key success factor. Let's say if you are operating as an apparel business, garments and apparel, then good color combinations, good designs will help you to get success. Like this, key success factors will differ from industry to industry. All the industries will not have same key success factors. Now, if you have to get success in the industry, what you have to do? Adopt those key success factors. That's about key success factor stands for. These are the things that will affect the most industry members' ability to prosper. And moreover, let's say if you have to get success in any industry, first you equip these key success factors well before. So develop these key success factors, then enter into the industry. That's why we call them as prerequisites for industry success. If any company have to get success in that particular industry, these key success factors need to have well before. That's why we are calling them as prerequisites. And moreover, if any company develops these key success factors, then they will gain competitive advantage, because in same restaurants I have said, for a restaurant they have created an ambience which is completely different from the other restaurants. Then they gain competitive advantage because they are offering something different from the others. Look at the point what it says. 4th point. A company which can understand key success factors can gain competitive advantage. If any company perfectly adopts these key success factors, then definitely they can gain competitive advantage. Only when you offer this key success factor different from others. Look at the point. Dedicating energies to become distinctively better than rival firms. One more question we have to raise here. Will all the industries will have same key success factors? No. Key success factors will differ from industry to industry, and even key success factors will change from time to time also. Because when environmental factor changes, when taste and preferences, like a few years back, the apparel that people used to wear is different, and now the kind of apparel that the people are wearing is different, which means then those factors are key success factors. Now whatever the trends that are followed is a key success factor. So key success factors will change from time to time, and they will differ from industry to industry also. Then how a company can identify the key success factors? It's a point. We are saying they are prerequisites, and we are saying it will help to gain competitive advantage, and we said if a company have to get success in the industry, they should know the key success factors. But here the point is how a company can identify what are the key success factors for that respected business. For that, first they need to study about customers. The point says, on what basis customer choose between brands? So whatever the basis that customer have considered to choose between the brands is key success factors for them. For one restaurant's customer say, I like the ambience there. Then for restaurants, ambience is the key success factor. For apparel, one customer says, I like the color combinations and designs. Then we have to understand design and color combination will act as a key success factor in that particular business. Next, whatever gives competitive capabilities. Whatever the competitive capabilities that a company needs to adopt is key success factor for that particular business. And whatever helps to gain competitive advantage. Anything that is helping the business to gain competitive advantage will act as a key success factor. That's how these are the 3 steps that can be followed in the process of identifying key success factors. So we are done with one more element, KSFs. Understand here, they can be called as key success factors or they can be called as key factors for competitive success. In both the cases we can understand. Finally, the financial attractiveness of industry. After carefully analyzing the 6 factors, the company will make a final conclusion whether industry is financially attractive or not. That's what financial attractiveness of industry. Look at that, the point that I have said. After careful analysis, as you can see here, the final step of industry and competitive analysis is use the results of analysis of previous 6 issues and draw the conclusion. Once the previous 6 issues have been analyzed and got the results, then the conclusions have been made. What conclusion have been made? Whether industry is financially attractive or not. For that, there are some elements could contribute for that. What is the growth in the industry? What is the competition? Is it allowing to go for high profitability or not? Whether the industry conditions are favorable or unfavorable? Whether competition is growing stronger or weaker. Let's say if the competition grows in a stronger way, profitability will come down. Or the companies are in a state to capitalize the vulnerabilities of the rivals. If any company capitalize the vulnerabilities of the rivals, their profits will increase. And whether a company is defending or counteracting the factors. What is the risk that exists in the industry? How many problems are there in the industry? All these are the factors that will define the financial attractiveness of the industry. So we are done with industry and competitive analysis. So here competitive analysis is over. Industry and competitive analysis is also completed. The third objective is to go for self-analysis, which means where business is going to make self-study. Before we move to self-analysis, there are 2 concepts to understand which we already know. That stands for core competencies and competitive advantage. In that, first we'll understand competitive advantage. Let me simplify this concept. What is competitive advantage stands for? In a very simple way, competitive advantage means gaining an advantage over the competitors. Very simple concept. If any company is trying to gain an advantage over the competitor, we call it as competitive advantage. A company can gain competitive advantage in 2 ways. One, either you have to be a low cost producer in the industry or you have to be unique in the industry. Let's say if you're offering something unique to your competitors, then you will gain competitive advantage. Or if you are trying to develop the product at a low cost, then also you will gain competitive advantage. Look, it is called as a favorable market position when compared to the competitors. When you can gain competitive advantage? When you have a successful strategy. Competitive advantage is a result of successful strategy. When the strategies have been successfully implemented, that will help the organization to gain competitive advantage. Competitive advantage will help to increase the higher market share. Hence, you can enjoy higher profits when compared with the competitors. There are 2 certain ways of gaining competitive advantage. One, either to be a low cost relationship in the industry or you are trying to be unique in the industry. These are the 2 certain ways by which companies gain competitive advantage. So we are done with competitive advantage. and a favorable position that a company is trying to achieve over the competitors. Now, if this favorable condition have to be achieved, then company needs to develop core competencies. Let's understand what are these core competencies are. C.K. Prahlad and Gary Hamel are the two people who contributed a lot for these core competencies. What is the meaning of core competency? Simple terms. A uniqueness developed by the company which cannot be shared by others is called as core competency. A unique factor adopted by the company which cannot be shared by others is called as core competency. So look at the point what it says here. A unique strength of an organization which may not be shared by others. In your product, you are trying to add a unique element. That unique element is not available with the others. That unique element for you is core competency. When you have that unique element, can you gain advantage over the competitors? Yes. Which means core competency is even helping to gain competitive advantage also. Now, these core competencies need not to be every time only in a tangible way. Sometimes core competency can be in intangible also. Like the goodwill that company enjoys, market reputation, like satisfied customers, loyal customers, all these things will also act as a core competency for the company. That's what it says. This can be an intangible, invisible and intellectual assets will also be considered as a core competency for the company. That's about core competencies and competitive advantages. The next concept, before we move to the self-analysis, we have to understand there is another concept called VCA, stands for Value Chain Analysis. This concept is stated by Michael Porter. In a short term, we can call it as VCA. The reason why Michael Porter have created this concept is to prove one point. Organizations are much more than random collection of resources. There is no use of these resources if they cannot produce the desired product. For that, all the resources have to be arranged in a systematic way. In order to do business, it is not enough to have resources, men, machine, material, money, methods. If you cannot arrange these resources, you can't create value for your product. In value chain analysis, Michael Porter very clearly explains how the resources can be organized in a systematic way. And moreover, in this concept, Michael Porter also explains some of the activities that happens in and around of an organization. So which means he divided all the activities into two categories. Some are called as primary activities and others are called as support activities. So if we can understand what are these primary and support activities, we are done with the concept. Once again, Michael Porter have created this value chain analysis just to say resources, if they are not arranged in a systematic way, company cannot deliver the needed output. And moreover, it talks about the activities that happens in and around of an organization. Let's understand how the activities are. First, primary activities, inbound, logistics. Second one, operations. It will be good for you if you can take these frameworks for easy conceptual learning. Next, outbound logistics. Fourth one, marketing and sales. Last one, services. These are primary activities. Let me quickly take you through the key terms. Inbound logistics, collecting, storing and distributing the inputs. If you have to develop a product, what first you have to do? You have to get all the inputs. Inbound logistics stands for collecting, storing and distributing all the inputs. Operations stands for conversion of inputs into outputs. Output is ready. Outbound logistics, collecting, storing, distributing the output. Look, one after other these activities. First get the inputs, convert these inputs into outputs, then distribute these outputs into the market, distribution of product. That's what outbound logistics. Once you distribute the product into the market, customer should know the product got distributed. For that you should do marketing. Marketing stands for creating awareness about your product. Then the sale will happen. After the sales happen, you should provide post-sales services also. Repairs, installations, guarantee, warranty, that services. Look how simply we can understand these steps. Once again, what is inbound logistics stands for? Collecting, storing, distributing the inputs. Operations means conversion of inputs into outputs. Outbound logistics means collecting, storing and distributing the outputs. Marketing means creating awareness, services, post-sales services. If all these primary activities have to be done successfully, they need to be backed up with certain support activities. Now the support activities are procurement. Next, technological development. Technological development. Third one, HRM, human resource management. Last one, firm infrastructure. Firm infrastructure. If all these primary activities have to happen successfully, they need to be backed up with some support activities. Procurement stands for getting all the resources for inputs. Go and procure the inputs from the market. And if all these primary activities have to be done successfully, look at the second support activity, technological development. Technological know-how is important for different areas. For production, you can use technology. For procurement, you can use technology. For providing services, you can use technology. Same as with the third support activities also, human resource management. Without having manpower, you can't do all these primary activities. So HRM is one such kind of support activity which is needed for all primary activities. Recruiting the skilled manpower, compensating them with good compensation. Then infrastructure, from infrastructure, planning, control, information. Without having these three, you can't do primary activities. Proper planning should be there. Proper controls have to be assigned. Good amount of information should be available. All these are support activities which will be helping all these primary activities. Every activity has its own importance. Michael Porter have created all these activities in a way, if you miss any of the activity, it will not help you to deliver the content. Look at the key terms. Meaning organizations are much more than random collection of resources. It will, if they are not arranged in a proper way, no value will be created. Look at the primary activity, inbound logistics, receiving, storing, distributing the inputs. Highlight the key terms, will be helpful for you in the revision. Operations, converting the inputs into final products. Distributing, collect, store and distribute the product to whom? To the customer. What you do in marketing, consumer awareness will be created. Services includes post-sales services such as installation, repair, training and space. If all these primary activities have to be conducted successfully, they need to be backed up with certain support activities. Those support activities are procurement, acquiring the various resources for inputs, procure all the resources for inputs, and all primary activities need technology know-how. For product development, for process, resource acquisition, in all these areas you can use technology. Human resource, what you have to do? You have to recruit, manage, train, develop, reward the competent people in the organization. When you do all these things, you can run the business successfully. Infrastructure consists of planning, finance, quality control, information management. Without these four, you can't do all the primary activities effectively. That's about the concept of value chain analysis. So before we move to the last learning objective of this self-analysis, we have discussed three concepts. What is that? Core competencies, competitive advantage and value chain analysis. Our next concept is to discuss about self-analysis, where we'll come to know portfolio analysis. All the concepts that we discuss will come into this portfolio analysis. With respect to the second chapter, In a previous session, we have discussed until industry and portfolio analysis. Sorry, industry and competitive analysis we have discussed. Along with that, we have discussed competitive advantages, core competencies, and value chain analysis. These three things we have discussed. So let's check with the learning objective of this chapter. So which means we are done with the competitive analysis is over, and then industry analysis over, and in self analysis, before we move to the self analysis, we have covered the concepts such as core competencies, competitive advantages, and value chain analysis. So these are the things that we have completed. Now the next concept, actually the next learning objective is with respect to portfolio analysis. So let's understand what is this portfolio analysis is all about. The concept is portfolio analysis. So in order to understand this portfolio analysis, first we should know what is portfolio is all about. In a simple way, let's understand, for a business, portfolio stands for, let's say if any company is into diversified industries, each and every diversified unit of a company is called as portfolio. Like that, let's take companies like Tata and Reliance. These companies are operating in multiple industries. If any company operates in diversified industries, each and every diversified unit of that particular company is referred to as portfolio. So in self analysis, let's say if a company which is into multiple portfolios, then they have to study about all those portfolios. That is referred to as portfolio analysis. There are three prominent methods that we can understand in portfolio analysis, that is BCG, we have GE and ADL, Boston Consulting Group, General Electric, and Arthur D. Little. These three are called as portfolio analysis methods. So before we move to the portfolio analysis methods, we have three concepts to discuss: strategic business unit, experience curve, and PLC. So once we understand about these three concepts, then we can move to the portfolio analysis methods. What is an SBU is all about? Just now I have said, when a company is into diversified industries, each and every diversified unit of a company is called as strategic business unit. So SBU is a unit of a company which have to be planned separately, which needs to have separate objectives. For Tata group of companies, when they are into diversified industries, like they are into IT, they are into telecommunication, like they are into automobile, like this, plenty of industries the Tatas are into. Now each and every diversified unit, every industry, if they treat it as a diversified unit, each and every diversified unit of a company is referred to as a portfolio. That could be technically called as strategic business unit. So let's have a look. What is strategic business unit is all about? As you can see here, SBU is a unit of a company that should have a separate vision and objective. Obviously, Tatas and Reliance and Adanis, when they are into diversified industries, they cannot have same goal for all the industries. They will have separate vision. They will have separate objectives. That's how we can say SBU is a unit of a company that should have a separate vision and objectives. And moreover, every SBU need to be planned independently from other businesses of a company. All the SBUs cannot have same kind of plan. When Tata's planning for automobile, their planning is different. When they are planning for IT, it is different. When they are planning for FMCG, plan might be different. That's how. SBU is a unit of a company that should have a separate vision and objectives, and which has to be planned separately. Now it's not that every company is into diversified industries. When I have quoted the examples of Reliance and Tata's, they are into multiple industries. Now it's not that every company is into multiple industries. Then what has to be done? It's a question. Then which things can be referred to as portfolios? As you can see here, SBU can be a company division or a product line within a division, or even a single product or brand. All these things can be referred to as a strategic business unit. It can be a division of a company or a product line within a division. Let's say if any company is not into multiple industries, they may have a product line. So product line in a division can also be referred to as an SBU, or even a single product. Let's say for any company, if they don't have multiple industries, they don't even have a product line also, then for such kind of companies, even a single product can also be referred to as an SBU. So we are done with the concept of meaning of SBU. So when the company is into multiple industries, each and every diversified unit of a company is referred to as a strategic business unit, which needs to have a separate vision and objectives, which has to be planned separately. Now, which things can be referred to as an SBU? It can be a division or a product line in a division or even a single product. And to call it as an SBU, a strategic business unit must have three characteristics. Like generally we can call it as portfolio, but in a technical terms we call it as a strategic business unit. So SBU should have three characteristics. Let's understand. First one, it can be a single business or collection of related businesses, but which has to be planned separately. Strategic business unit, either it can be a single business or it can be collection of related businesses, but the condition is it has to be planned separately. That is how we can understand about concept of strategic business, characteristics of strategic business unit. And next one, every SBU will have their own set of competitors. Yes, certainly. Every SBU will have their own set of competitors. Let's take Tata. In IT, they have their own competitors. In automobile, they have their own competitors. FMCG, yes. So when you talk about an SBU, every SBU will have its own competitors. Then only we call it as a separate unit when they deal with different competitors, and moreover, they operate in different industry also. And every SBU will have a manager. Every strategic business unit will be having a manager. He will be responsible for planning and profit. These companies, whichever operates in multiple SBUs, each and every SBU they will assign a manager, and that manager will be responsible for profit and planning of the entire business. That's about in portfolio analysis. First thing that we have covered is strategic business unit, meaning of SBU and characteristics of SBU. And then we have another concept called experience curve. Experience curve. It's a very simple concept to understand. So here actually this particular diagram is not with respect to experience curve. Kindly understand this. This diagram is with respect to PLC, product life cycle. That is the next concept that we are going to understand. But here somehow it has come. It is not related to experience curve. This diagram is related to PLC. Okay, let's understand what is experience curve stands for. We can call this as learning curve. Why we are calling this as a learning curve? This particular concept says that experience gained by the employees through repetitive productive work. If we make the employees to do repetitive productive work, that will help them to gain expertise in the work. And moreover, one of the common phenomenon of this experience curve is which you have learned as economies of scale. So what happens in economies of scale? When we increase the volume of production, automatically per unit cost will come down. That is also referred to as experience curve. So two things that have to be kept in mind for experience curve is it's called as a learning curve, where expertise can be gained through repetitive productive work, or when the company wants to reduce per unit cost, they have to increase the volume of production. Even that is also referred to as experience curve. You can see the key terms here. The concept is similar to learning curve, which talks about efficiency gained by workers through repetitive productive work. If you make the employees to do repetitive productive work, that will help to increase the efficiency among the employees. And next says that it's based on average cost per unit declines as the firm accumulates experience in terms of volume of production. When volume of production increases, automatically per unit cost will come down. It's a common phenomenon that you study in your economics also. That's what experience curve says. Two things you have to keep in your mind with respect to experience curve. Making the employees to do repetitive productive work, their efficiency will increase. And the next one is, if you have to reduce per unit cost, you have to increase your volume of production. So like strategic business unit we have completed, and experience curve we have completed. Before we move to the portfolio analysis methods, there is one more concept to understand, which we call it as PLC. As you can see here, actually this is with respect to experience curve. We have cost per unit on one axis, production unit on the other axis. It depends. If you increase the units, automatically per unit cost will fall down. That's how we can understand about this. And moreover, if any company which tries to adopt this experience curve, they can create a entry barrier for new firms. Relevance. Experience curve will help the companies to create entry barriers. How entry barriers can be created with this? When you reduce your cost, it becomes difficult for the new company to enter into the market. So which means that you are trying to reduce your cost. And moreover, if you do so, then in the other words, you are trying to discourage your competition also. So experience curve is helping to create entry barrier. At the same time, experience curve is helping you to discourage the competition also. This is about experience curve and strategic business unit. The next concept we are going to understand is PLC, product life cycle. Let's understand this in an effective way. The concept is PLC, stands for product life cycle, where we are going to discuss about different phases that a product passes through in its lifespan. Because like how a human passes through different phases in his lifespan, in the same way a product also passes through different phases. So to understand what are the phases that a product passes through is going to be the concept of PLC. And to understand the different phases that a product passes through, it can be discussed on a two variable map. On one axis, company will take time, on the other axis, sales. On time being, depending upon the sales, a product will passes through 4 stages in its entire lifespan. The stages goes like this. On time being, depending upon the sales, a product will passes through 4 stages. One is introduction. Next one is growth. Then maturity, decline. So these are the 4 stages that a product passes through in its lifespan. Now on one axis, on time being, we have understood the stages, and the next one is we need to know the sales. So usually this is how the sales curve can be represented. This is how PLC looks like. Now our objective is to discuss about each and every stage and to know what kind of conditions do applicable for the product in each and every stage. Let's take the introduction stage and let me tell you what happens for the product if it is in introduction stage. No need to worry about this. When the product is in the introduction stage, which means the product has just now launched. And about the products, it's enough to know the 4 things. I'm simplifying the concept. If you know the 4 things, we are done with introduction stage. The first thing, let's understand about sales. You look at the diagram, as a sales curve we have drawn, when compared with the other stages, how the sales in the introduction stage, sales are low. Why the product sales are at a lower end at the introduction stage? The reason is lack of consumer awareness, because just now the product might have been launched. When people doesn't have awareness about the product, so that is the reason why the sales will be at a lower end when the product is in introduction stage. Next, let's talk about price. Sales is low, the prices will be high. Just now the product is launched, might be a new technology that haven't been introduced by anyone else. So certainly the prices will be high. Obviously on time being, when the product goes to the other stages, the price will come down. So but initially when the product is in introduction stage, the prices will be high. Third one, let's talk about competition. Competition is almost negligible. Competition is almost negligible. Why are we saying competition is almost negligible? Just now the product has launched in the market, yet no competitor might have copied it. So then the competition is almost negligible for your company, for your product, sorry. So 3 things, sales are low, prices are high, and the competition is almost negligible. And the 4th one, let's talk about markets. The availability of the product will be in limited markets. Why? Usually when a company launches a product, they will focus on the home market first, then subsequently they will make the product available for the sub markets. So which means initially the product availability will be in limited markets, then on time being the availability of the product will be expanded to the other markets. So for that reason, in the introduction stage, we can say the availability of the product will be in limited markets. So that's it, we are done with introduction. 4 things: sales low because lack of consumer awareness, prices are high because just now the product is launched, competition is negligible, no other company have started manufacturing such kind of product, and markets are limited. That's about introduction stage. That is how the product will be in the introduction stage. Now it's not that your product is going to be in introduction stage for long. Definitely it will not happen. You can see the axis. On time being, from introduction the product will go to growth stage. So let's understand what happens with the product when it reaches to the growth stage. So to make a comparison between introduction and growth, whatever the elements that we have taken for introduction, we'll take the same elements for growth also and we'll understand. First, sales. You can look at the diagram. In the introduction, sales are low and we have said the reason, lack of consumer awareness. But obviously when the product have reached to the growth stage, automatically we can see there is a slight increase in the growth. That's why we can say sales will increase. When it comes to growth, the sales will increase. Why the sales will increase? Here in introduction the sales are low, the reason is lack of consumer awareness. In growth, sales have increased because consumer have got awareness about the product and he's showing interest to purchase the product. So the sales will increase and the prices will decrease because your product have moved to the next level, which means another competitor might have launched a new product. That's why you went into growth. So that slowly the price will come down. It's all about time factor. When a new product is launched, initially the prices will be high. On time being, as the product passes through different stages, then automatically its prices will come down. Next, competition starts. Because in introduction, the competition is almost negligible because no other company have launched such kind of product. But when you reach to growth, chances are there other companies might have copied the same kind of product like yours, so the competition will start. And obviously in introduction markets are limited. In growth markets will expand. From home market, now the company may show interest to make the product available even for the sub markets also. That's about introduction and growth. 4 elements: sales, price, competition and markets. After that, on time being, from introduction the product will go to maturity. So it's all about time factor. Then what happens in maturity? Now we'll stop with this comparison and we'll understand different elements with respect to maturity. When the product reaches to the maturity, the product will be dealing up with intense competition. And just to make sure, when the product reaches to the maturity, the company prefers to follow stability strategy for its product. The competition will be very high, probably profit margins may come down here. That's why company prefers to follow stability. That's about maturity. Only 2 things: intense competition, due to which profit margins may come down. And after that, the last stage we have is decline. So you can see what is happening with the sales curve in decline. We can see there is a sharp fall of sales. So when the product reaches to the decline stage, there will be a sharp fall of sales. The reason why there is a sharp fall of sales, due to introduction of new products in the market, or your existing product have become outdated. As a new product comes into the market, chances are there the existing product may become outdated, due to which your sales will come down. That's it. That's about the concept of PLC. Look at the key terms here. as you can see in the introduction stage, competition is almost negligible, prices are relatively high, and the markets are limited. Sales are at a lower rate. Why sales are at lower rate? Lack of knowledge, lack of awareness among the customers, and hence they could not able to purchase the product. Then growth. What happens here? Demand expands rapidly, the prices will fall, and the competition increases, the markets will expand. And when it comes to maturity, competition gets tough, then the markets get stabilized and the profits come down, because by the time you reach the maturity, you are facing up with intense competition to the product in the market. So it's quite an obvious thing. As the competition increases, the profit margins will decrease. And then decline. The sales and profits fall down sharply. Why there is a sharp fall of sales in the decline? Because the new product have introduced in the market and the existing products have become outdated, due to which we can observe a sharp fall of sales in the product. That's about PLC. So understand the sequence of concepts that we are discussing here. Our objective is self-analysis. We have started with portfolio analysis. In portfolio analysis, we have understood what is an SBU, and then experience curve, and then PLC. And I have said there are three portfolio analysis methods are there: BCG, GE, and ADL. Before we move into those three portfolio analysis methods, there are two other concepts to understand. Let's have a look at those concepts also. Then we will move ahead with the portfolio analysis methods. So the concepts will be SWOT and TOS, because SWOT and TOS are also portfolio analysis methods that can be used by the companies. So let's understand these two concepts. First one, SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. So we all know what is SWOT is all about: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. A company, before they plan anything, it's very important for them to analyze their SWOT. Here we are not going to talk about how the companies are going to use SWOT, rather we will just understand what is the meaning of the elements of SWOT. It's enough. So we will try to know the four elements of SWOT. What is strength, what is weakness, what is opportunity, and what is threat. Let's understand. First, strength. Which things can be referred to as strength for a company? I'll give you the key terms here. Strength is an inherent capability. Strength is an inherent capability of the firm which creates a strategic advantage. Strength is an inherent capability of the company which creates a strategic advantage, which means the more the strengths a company have, the more advantage it is going to have over its competitors. That's what inherent is internal. For a company, strength means any internal capability of the company that is helping the company to gain strategic advantage over the competitors, which means the more the strengths a company is having, the more advantage it is going to have over the competitors. Next, the second element that we have is weakness, opposite to strength. When we call strength is an inherent capability, weakness is referred to as inherent limitation. Inherent limitation. When strength creates strategic advantage, weakness will create strategic disadvantage. Strategic disadvantage, obviously over the competitors. So this is about the meaning of these two terms, strengths and weaknesses. Strength stands for inherent capability that helps to gain strategic advantage. Weakness is an inherent limitation that creates strategic disadvantage. Let's understand opportunity. For a company, what is an opportunity is all about? Opportunity is a favorable condition. Opportunity is a favorable condition in the organization's environment. For a company, it will have so many opportunities provided by the environmental factors. If any company uses the opportunity, what will happen? Automatically, its position will become strong in the market. So, opportunity is a favorable condition that helps to strengthen the position. Strengthen the position. Which means more the opportunities the company is going to use, the stronger its position will be. So, opportunity is a favorable condition that helps the organization to strengthen its position. Provided by, like, having opportunity will not help the company to strengthen the position. It depends whether company is in a state to utilize that opportunity or not. So, opportunity is a favorable condition that helps the company to strengthen its position. Next, threat, opposite to opportunity, unfavorable condition. Unfavorable condition which creates risk or damage. Risk or damage. So look how simple to understand the SWOT factors. So only key terms if you can remember, you can easily go through with the content. What is strength? Inherent capability which creates strategic advantage. Weakness, inherent limitation which creates strategic disadvantage. Opportunity, a favorable condition which helps to strengthen the position. Threat, an unfavorable condition which causes risk or damage. So this is how we can understand about the elements of SWOT. Now there are some drawbacks in SWOT. The companies could not able to come to a conclusion with respect to the SWOT elements. Further development, TOS matrix has come. SWOT analysis and TOS matrix. There are some limitations in SWOT that managers often not able to come to a conclusion which strategic alternative have to be chosen. By addressing those deficiencies, Haynes Warich have created a TOS matrix. SWOT analysis is referred to as planning tool. Planning tool. Whereas TOS matrix is called as an action tool, because in TOS matrix some actions have been performed. How? Let's have a look. Haynes Warich, when he created TOS matrix, he have also taken the same factors like strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, but he made a comparison and created 4 strategic alternatives where companies can adopt. That's why it's called as matrix. So, internal strengths and weaknesses, environmental opportunities and threats. By taking the same elements of SWOT, he created these matrix where he provides 4 strategic alternatives, that these alternatives can be adopted by the companies to get growth. Let's understand the 4 alternatives. We are making comparisons. As you can see, in the first square, we have comparison of S and O, strengths and opportunities. We call it as SO. And hence where it says maximize the strengths and maximize the opportunities. Maxi is the position that need to be applied for SO. So you might have understood the logic now. Subsequently, we have to understand the rest of the 3 strategies also. As the moment I say maxi, you can check why we call it as an action tool, because we are performing some actions. We are maximizing the strengths. We are maximizing the opportunities. Such kind of thing is not being mentioned for SWOT. That's why we just call SWOT as a planning tool. Only this can be helpful to do planning. But whereas for TOS, by increasing and decreasing, we are performing certain actions. That's about the first alternative, strategic alternative that we have in TOS matrix, SO, maxi. Next one is WO, weaknesses and opportunities. This stands for mini-maxi, which is nothing but minimize your weaknesses and maximize your opportunities. Moreover, if any company tries to utilize the opportunities to the maximum extent, that will help them to get rid of their weaknesses. That's about WO. Next we have ST, stands for maxi mini. Maximize your strengths and minimize your threats. When the company try to maximize more of its strengths, automatically the threats will be minimized. So that's about ST. And the last one is WT. It stands for mini, where the company should try to minimize the weaknesses and minimize the threats. These are the 4 strategic alternatives that a company can adopt so that it can choose the right path. That's why we are calling this as an action tool. Heinz Wehrich have provided a conclusion also with this matrix. He said that for any company, if they have to achieve their goal, SO is the right position to be in, where they will have more strengths and opportunities, and WT is the position which they should avoid, not to have more weaknesses and threats. This is the conclusion of TOS matrix. So these are the 2 concepts which understand how a company can do self-analysis. So before we move to the portfolio analysis methods, these are the 2 concepts that we have to understand. If we quickly check what is the content that is given about SWOT and TOS, have a look. SWOT analysis. It's enough to understand the key terms of the 4 elements I am telling you. As I have already shown you, what is a strength? Strength is an inherent capability of the firm which is helping to gain strategic advantage. Generally, strategic advantage is gained over whom? Over its competitors. So strength is an inherent capability of a firm which will help the companies to gain strategic advantage over its competitors. Weakness, inherent limitation or constraint which will create strategic disadvantage to the company. So strength is an inherent capability which creates strategic advantage. Weakness is an inherent limitation which creates strategic disadvantage. Next, opportunity, a favorable condition which helps the company to strengthen its position. The more the opportunities that the company is utilizing, the more strong its position will be in the market. Next, threat, like opposite to opportunity, an unfavorable condition which creates risk or damage to the firm's position. The more the threats a company is having, the more risk or damage it creates for itself. So that's about the SWOT factors. And there is significance of SWOT. Generally talks about it provides a logical framework where company can evaluate different strategic alternatives. Comparative account can be created. Internal strengths and weaknesses are compared with external opportunities and threats, and proper strategy can be identified when you prepare a strong SWOT analysis. And then we have TOS matrix. Obviously, when we understand this TOS matrix, we can say TOS is an advancement of SWOT. By understanding the deficiencies of SWOT, as managers are often not able to come with the proper conclusion, the TOS matrix has been created. So we can say TOS is an advancement of SWOT. As you can see in the 3rd point, the incremental benefit of TOS matrix lies in systematically identifying the relationship between these elements and to select the strategy on their basis. Thus we can say TOS matrix has a wider scope when compared to SWOT analysis. That's why we can say TOS matrix is an action tool where the SWOT analysis is an planning tool. This is how we can understand, where we can come to a conclusion that TOS is an advancement of SWOT. As the same strategies that I have stated here have been given in this matrix, we have internal, external, internal strengths and weaknesses. So we have external, opportunities and threats. So the 4 strategies that I have said, SO, WO, ST and WT. So what has to be done has given over there. Strengths can be taken advantage of opportunities. Weaknesses can be overcome by taking advantage of opportunities. Use strengths to avoid threats. Minimize your weaknesses and avoid your threats. And we can say with these 4 conditions, SO is our maxi, and this is a position that any firm would like to achieve. That's what I said. SO is the position that every company would like to be in. Whereas WT, this is the position that any firm would like to avoid, as you can see here. That's how we can understand about the concept of SWOT and TOS. And in portfolio analysis, the one thing that is left to complete this chapter is portfolio analysis methods. So we have to focus on 3 portfolio analysis methods: BCG, GE and ADL. After those 3 methods, we have 2 other concepts of ANSOFs and globalization. Then we can complete this particular chapter. So now we are going to start with portfolio analysis methods. So when I have explained about this portfolio analysis, I have said that these are the 3 portfolio analysis methods that we have. So prior to discussing these portfolio analysis methods, I have briefed you certain concepts like strategic business unit, experience curve, along with that PLC we have discussed, and SWOT and TOS. Now we are going to move to understand these 3 portfolio analysis methods. In that, the first one that we have is BCG. This concept is generally referred to as BCG growth share matrix, or else Boston Consulting Group market growth rate growth share matrix. So Boston Consulting Group have created this matrix by considering different aspects. Like when BCG matrix have been created, they have taken 2 parameters. On one axis, they have taken market share. On the other axis, they have taken market growth rate. So market share, it can be high or low. Market growth rate, it can be high or low. This is how BCG looks like. Depending upon market share and market growth rate, a company can categorize all its SBUs into 4 metaphors. So whatever the 4 boxes that we have seen here, we are going to have 4 metaphors. So understanding about the 4 metaphors is going to be the concept of BCG. So let's understand the 4 metaphors. Let's say any company, that particular SBU is having high market share and high growth rate, then those SBUs are called as stars. So that's what the matrix says. Stars are the SBUs with high market share and high growth rate. As their market share and market growth rate is high, they will be representing best opportunity for growth and expansion, because those businesses market value is good at this point of time as the market share is high, and they are representing good growth rate also, which means the future will also be good for these particular SBUs. So that's about stars. So these metaphors are very simple to understand, that we don't need to complicate the content in this. You just have to know the name of the metaphor and the position of the metaphor, what strategic decision can be taken. Let's say stars is the metaphor. Market share is high, market growth rate is high. They can represent best opportunity for growth and expansion. And companies will never prefer to invest money in stars. Companies will invest a lot of money in stars. Why companies invest a lot of money in stars? Because they represent great growth, as the market share and market growth rate is high. So that is about the first metaphor, stars. The second one is question marks. Question marks. So what is the position of question marks? Market share is low, but the growth rate is high. Now what does this mean? As of now, that SBU is not having good amount of sales, but the future is good for this particular businesses, as the growth rate is high, but the market share is low. Now what to do with such kind of businesses? It's a point. Here companies will invest money. Why do companies invest money? Because the market growth rate is high. The future is good for these organizations. That's why companies invest money. And sometimes these question marks can be called as wildcats. These are the other names. Wildcats or problem children. These are the other name for these metaphors. Let's go with the third one, cash cows. What is the position of cash cows? Market share is high, but the market growth rate is low, which means as of now that particular SBU is enjoying good amount of market share, but the future, the growth of these particular businesses is low. Then what to do? Better not to invest money in this. Even though there is high market share, there is no future for these particular SBUs. So the company should not go for high investment into cash cows. Even though they will generate lot of cash for the business, they are financial base for the company, but the companies are not supposed to invest money in cash cows only because the growth rate is low. And the last one that we have is dogs. Market share is low, market growth rate is low. Companies cannot invest money in here because these businesses does not have high market share. At the same time, they don't have high growth rate also. Let's say if any company finds more dogs in their portfolio, like they have more businesses where there is no market share and no growth rate. Now what to do? If you have to get rid of these SBUs, divest them. Divestment. As we all know, there is an option called divestment. Any unprofitable businesses, to get rid of those businesses, it's better to go for divestment. That's about 4 metaphors. We are done with BCG. So you have to just draw this outline and explain about the 4 metaphors. Just let me conclude the 4 metaphors once. First one is stars. High market share, high growth rate. They represent best opportunity for growth and expansion. They need high investment. Question mark. Market share is low, market growth rate is high. They can be called as wildcats and problem children. As the market growth rate is high, company will show interest to invest money over there. Cash cows. Market share is high, but the growth rate is low. This means they does not have good future. Even though they generate lot of cash, even though they are the financial base for the company, companies will not show interest to invest money in such businesses because they don't have growth rate. Dogs, low growth rate, low market share. As the best option is to go for divestment. In these 4 metaphors, 4 strategic alternatives are there. They are nothing but build, hold, harvest and divest. Now build is for stars, hold is for question marks, harvest is for cash cows, divest is for dogs. These are the strategic alternatives that are available for these 4 metaphors by BCG. So this is about BCG matrix. Let's have a look to understand. Let me take you through the key terms developed by Boston Consulting Group. That's why we are calling it as a BCG matrix. 2-dimensional matrix. Vertical axis represents market growth rate and the horizontal axis represents market share. And then all the 4 metaphors have been explained. Stars, they grow rapidly, they need heavy investment and they represent best opportunity for expansion. So whatever the things that I have explained in my explanation, I am trying to highlight the key terms here. Cash cows, what they do? They are established successfully, need less investment. Don't invest money in cash cows because they don't have a good future. Obviously, they are the financial base for the company. Question marks, they can be called as problem children or wildcats. So what to do with that? They need heavy investments, but they cannot generate high cash because market share is low. Why the companies are showing interest to invest money? Because of the growth rate is high, so that they are trying to increase the investment. Dogs, like companies need a good amount of cash to make them survive, but do not have much future. What is the best way to get rid of these dogs? Minimize through divestment or liquidation. In the company's portfolio, if any company have more portfolios into dogs, where the growth rate is also low and the market share is low, such kind of portfolios can be better get rid of through divestment or liquidation. That's it. As I can say, the 4 strategies: build is for stars, hold is for question marks, harvest is for cash cows, and divest is for dogs, divestment. So that's about BCG matrix. So this is one of the method that can be used by the company to analyze the portfolios. Next we have GE model. The second model is GE model. It is called as General Electric model. So because this particular matrix has been developed by a company called General Electric. General Electric. And it can be called as stop light strategy model. Stop light strategy model. And it can be called as 9-cell matrix. GE 9 cell matrix. So these are some of the other names for GE model: General Electric model, stoplight strategy model, 9 cell matrix. The reason why it is called as stoplight strategy model, because when GE has developed this matrix with the help of McKinsey and company, this matrix has been purely developed by considering traffic control lights. This concept is inspired from traffic control lights. Why? We see different colors in the traffic control lights. All the SBUs have been categorized under those 3 colors. That is what the concept says. Let's say the 3 colors that we see at a traffic control light would be, we see green, and we see yellow or amber, and then we see red. So these are the 3 colors that we see at a traffic control light. All the SBUs. What happened in BCG? All the SBUs are divided into 4 metaphors. Now in GE, all the SBUs are divided into 3 zones. Let's say if any SBU has to come in the green zone, then the business has to be at advantageous position. Advantageous position. When the business is at advantageous position, you consider that SBU into green zone. For this, what strategic decisions can be taken? To invest, to expand, and to grow. These are the strategic decisions that can be taken towards the SBUs that comes into green zone. First, business has to be at advantageous position. The right strategic choice would be invest, expand, and grow, which means, let's say if we compare something to BCG, stars is the metaphor that we can compare in BCG, because there also market share is high and the market growth rate is high. So that's how in the green zone segment will come. Yellow zone, which needs caution. Here, company have to take cautious strategic decision. Let's compare this with question marks. As we have said in BCG, if question marks are left unattended, they become cash traps. If company doesn't take care of question marks, they may become financially weak companies. The same thing, if any business, which chances are there, if you are not being cautious towards those businesses, they may go into cash traps. Such businesses as per GE should kept into yellow zone. Next, green is safe zone, everything is doing well. You can invest, expand, and grow such businesses. Yellow is a cautious zone. If a company is not being cautious towards those SBUs, they cannot be done well. So obviously, what comes into red zone is a question. Any business which leads to continuous losses. Any business which leads to continuous losses will be kept into red zone. Now, what kind of strategic decision you will take now? You can remember what we did for docs, divestment and liquidation. The same thing has to be done. If any business that comes into red zone, the strategic decision would be divestment or liquidation, because it is giving you the continuous losses. That's why the right strategic approach would be divestment or liquidation. That is why G model is called as a stop light strategy model, because this concept is inspired from the traffic control lights. Now, why it is called as 9 cell matrix? Because as you can see a 9 cell matrix here. So let me take you through the key terms, then I will explain you the 9 cell matrix. Developed by GE with the help of McKinsey and company. This is also called as stoplight strategy model. This can be called as business planning matrix, GE 9 cell matrix, or General Electric model. These are the other names. And this concept is inspired from traffic control lights. Now, depending on that, all the SBUs are divided into 9 cells. This is also a 2 by 2, it is a 3 by 3 matrix, but 2 dimensions. What are the 2 dimensions? Business strength and market attractiveness. Business strength and market attractiveness. These are the 2 parameters. These are nothing but the same thing that we have discussed in BCG. Business strength talks about market share, and market attractiveness talks about growth rate, market growth rate. The same concept, whatever the parameter that we have considered for BCG, the same parameter we are considering for this also. There we have called it as market share and market growth rate. Here we are calling it as business strength and market attractiveness. Now we are dividing 9 cells. Let's say these 3 things will come into green zone, where business strength is average and strong, high and medium, and these things will come into yellow zone, where business strength is average and weak, and market attractiveness is medium and low, and the left these 3 will come into red zone. So that is how all the SBUs of a company have categorized into 9 cells. That is why it's called as 3 by 3 matrix, whereas BCG can be referred to as 2 by 2 matrix. So that is about the GE model. As you can see here, the zones that I was trying to explain, the zones. Let's say if any business is into green zone, if any product falls under green section, the business is at advantageous position to reap the benefits. What the company can do, can take a strategic decision to expand, invest and grow. So if the business is at advantageous position, then you should keep into green zone. The right strategic decision is to expand, invest and grow. Next, yellow zone. If any product comes into yellow zone, it needs caution. The business have to be more cautious while making strategic choices. When the business is making strategic choices, it has to be more cautious. That is referred to as yellow zone. Next, red zone. What kind of businesses will be kept into red zone? Any business, if it comes into red zone, it will eventually lead to losses that will make the things difficult for the organizations. Let's say if any business found something into red zone, then they should follow retrenchment, divestment or liquidation as a strategy. So that is about the GE matrix, General Electric model, where inspired from traffic control lights. So we are done with 2 models, BCG and GE. The next portfolio analysis method that we have is ADL matrix. ADL matrix, which has been developed by Arthur D. Little. Even this ADL matrix can also be used by the companies to analyze the portfolios. Let's understand how this ADL matrix can be drawn. It is also a 2-dimensional matrix, like BCG 2 parameters, market share and market growth rate. GE 2 parameters, business strength and market attractiveness. In the same way, ADL matrix is also created depending upon 2 parameters. On one axis, business should take stages of industry maturity, On the other axis, we will take competitive position of the company. Competitive position of the company. When it comes to stages of industry maturity, here 4 stages. If you can remember PLC, just before we have discussed, a product passes through 4 stages, like introduction, growth, maturity and decline. The same 4 stages will come here. They are embryonic, then we have growth, then maturity and then aging. Same 4 stages. Embryonic means startup. There the 4 stages are with respect to the product. Here the 4 stages are with respect to industry. Whether the industry has just now started, whether the industry is in growth, maturity or at the aging stage. Concept remains the same. There the stages are with respect to product. Here the stages are with respect to industry. But on the other axis, we have competitive position. A company will go through different types of competitive positions. ADL matrix have given with 5 competitive positions. They can be referred to as dominant, strong, favorable, tenable and weak. So I have written 5 competitive positions here. That's why ADL matrix is called as 4 by 5 matrix. That's nothing but 4 industry maturity stages and 5 competitive positions. In these 5 competitive positions, when compared with the industry maturity, what strategies have to be followed is the ADL matrix. Let's say company might be in dominant position and industry is in embryonic. What strategy have to follow here? Let's say the company might be at a weak competitive position and industry is aging. What strategy have to follow here? That's how the entire matrix can be drawn. That's why we are calling it as 4 by 5 matrix. As you can see here, the 4 by 5 matrix just now I have drawn. On one axis stages of industry maturity, other axis competitive position. Then entire strategies have been drafted here. The 5 competitive positions are dominant, strong, favorable, tenable and weak. Let's understand these 5 competitive positions now. Because we know about the PLC stages, the same stages have given here, the content remains the same. Then under what condition we can consider these 5 competitive positions? When we can say the company is in dominant position, I will give you some conditions. Under what conditions we can say the company is in dominant position? First, it is a very rare position that all companies cannot have, because here company is attributable to monopoly. Very rare we see monopoly conditions. That's why it is calling it as a rare position where company is almost enjoying monopoly, and they will have strong technological leadership. If these 3 conditions have been met, you call it as your position is dominant. Rare, enjoying monopoly, strong technological leadership. When you can say your company is strong, by virtue you will enjoy freedom over your strategies, which means you can have your own strategies, that you don't need to get influenced by any of the competitors. And your position is unduly threatened by the competitors, which means you don't need to worry about your competitors. You can prepare any kind of the strategy that you wish to have, that you are less threatened by the competitors and you will have choice over the strategic decisions. Next, favorable. When favorable position will come? When industry is fragmented. As industry is fragmented, there are no clear competitors for you and you are enjoying reasonable degree of freedom. Even that is also a condition where we call it as favorable. If these conditions have been met, your competitive position is favorable. Tenable. Here, company performance is satisfactory and company is justifying staying in the industry. And moreover, here the company is vulnerable when competition increases. Until then, the company is doing well. Whenever the competition increases, they are facing the trouble. If any company is in that position, as per ADL, we call that position as tenable. Then weak. What happens in weak? Performance is unsatisfactory, although the opportunity for improvement do exist. Even though there is an opportunity for the company to grow, companies are not utilizing that opportunity to grow. If any company is in such position, we call it as weak. That's how ADL matrix can be drawn, by checking the 5 competitive positions and by understanding the 4 industry maturity stages. These strategies have to be drafted. Here you have to understand these 5 competitive positions. So we are done with 3 portfolio analysis methods: BCG, GE and ADL. Further, we have a concept called Ansoff's product market growth share matrix, developed by Igor H. Ansoff. In this, what Ansoff did, this is not something related to portfolio analysis, this is purely a planning tool, where Ansoff has provided 4 strategies: market penetration, product development, market development and diversification. When any company adopts these 4 strategies, that will help the company to achieve a rapid growth. That's why these 4 are called as growth strategies. So once again, Igor H. Ansoff have stated 4 strategies. If any company adopts these 4 strategies, that will help the organization to achieve growth. And to develop these 4 strategies, Ansoff have taken parameters of product and markets. existing product and new product, into existing markets and new markets, and he stated 4 strategies. Let's understand what happens in each and every strategy and how those strategies will help the company to achieve growth. So let's get into the first strategy. The first strategy that we have is market penetration. You check with the diagram what is happening in the market penetration. If we check in the diagram, in market penetration, what is happening? An existing product has been sold in the existing market. The product is existed, they are selling in the existing market. That's what it says. To sell an existing product in the existing market. That is called as market penetration. What does this mean? Selling the existing product in the existing market. This is nothing but making more sales to the present customers. Already you have some customer base. You are just trying to increase your sales to the present customers. That can be done. You can increase the product usage. You can increase the frequency of usage. You can increase the quantity of usage, and you can found new applications for the current users. By this means, you could able to increase your growth. That's what the first growth strategy. Next, market development. What the company do here? Selling the existing product in new market. What does this mean? The existing product has been taken into new geographical area where business is geographically expanding. That's what it says. New geographical markets. Let's say previously you are selling product in Indian market. Now you have entered into another foreign company like US market. When you are offering your product in the US market, what has to be done? You have to change your package, you have to change your pricing policy, and you need to adopt to new distribution channels so that you can attract the customers in the new market. That is what it says. You should have new product dimensions and packing. You should have new distribution channel, and you can follow different pricing policies to attract the different customers, and moreover you can create new segments also. So this is how market development happens. So when the existing product have been taken into new geographical markets. Next, third one, product development. What happens in product development? To introduce new product into existing market. Already the company is in the existing market. They are trying to introduce a new product. Here, 2 simple things will happen. First, adding new features to the current product, or else develop a new generation product. These 2 things you have to do in product development. Either modify the existing product or try to launch a new generation product. Next, diversification. What is happening here? You are selling the new product in new market, which means you are entering into new industry, entering into a market where you have previously not operated. This strategy is risky because you are entering into a business so far which you haven't entered. That is referred to as diversification. So 4 strategies. The 4 strategies when any company adopts, that will help the company to achieve growth. That's why we call them as growth strategies. So far how many metrics we have discussed? We have discussed about BCG, we have discussed about GE, ADL and ANSOF. In this, ANSOF matrix is not for the purpose of doing analysis. It is for planning, where Igor H. ANSOF have stated 4 strategies. When the company follow any of these 4 strategies, then it will help the company to achieve growth. That's why the 4 strategies stated by ANSOF, these 4 strategies will be referred to as growth strategies. So now we have SWOT and TOS we have already covered in the previous concepts itself. The last concept of this chapter we can understand as global environment. Actually, this is not something related to analysis, but this is purely an environmental factor for a business. What is global environment and what we are going to understand in the global environment? In global environment, we are going to talk about globalization. Carefully understand what I am going to represent now, because about globalization you might have studied plenty of times previously. Globalization stands for integration of world into one huge market, where integrating the world as a single market, and such kind of integration is helping the companies to remove trade and tariff barriers. Even political and geographical barriers are irrelevant. So when it comes to globalization, one standard key term that has to come in your mind is globalization stands for integration of world into one huge market. Such integration calls for removal of trade and tariff barriers. Even political and geographical barriers are irrelevant for the business. And moreover, any company which operates in a global environment, we call them as global company. For a global company, generally which company is referred to as a global company? The company which operates in more than one country. We call them as MNCs, multinational corporations and transnational corporations. These companies usually operates in more than one country. They don't have any geographical barriers. Wherever they can feel that they can do their job best, they will go and operate there. And to call it as a company, as a global company, it should meet up with certain characteristics. Let's understand that. So as of now, we are talking about globalization. Look at the definition, what it says. In simple economic terms, globalization refers to the process of integration of world into one huge market. Such integration calls for removal of trade and tariff barriers. Even political and geographical barriers are irrelevant for the business. And moreover, when we have to call it as a company, as a global company, how it should be? It should operate in more than one country. To call it as a company, as a global company, it should operate in more than one country. Then only we call it as a global company. And a global company will have three major characteristics. They are nothing but, let's say global company will have multiple units, but they will have only one owner. Even though the company is operating in multiple countries, the owner will be one. It's a conglomerate of multiple units, but it will have a common ownership. Even though they have multiple units, they will be using common pool of resources. It's not that multiple resources they will use. As the company is one, they'll be using common pool of resources. And they cannot have same strategy everywhere due to the changes that happens. They can have only some common strategies because every country will have their own legal jurisdictions. So accordingly, they have to change their strategies. So these are the three characteristics of an global company. Conglomerate of multiple units linked by a common owner. And they share common pool of resources. And at the same time, they're going to be use only some common strategies because of some of the nations have some restrictions. This is about globalization. Now you can understand usually why do companies go global? Any company which wants to grow fast. Globalization is trying to remove the time and distance barriers among the countries, all thanks to faster telecommunication. And domestic markets are no longer adequate. Domestic market is fully occupied by the company. Domestic markets are fully saturated. There is no scope for growth in the domestic market. Then go for other markets, international market. That's why companies go for globalization. And to secure cheaper resources of material, wherever the raw material is available at a cheaper price. Not only raw material, wherever resource availability is at a cheaper price, companies will go and establish there. Why do most of American companies come to India and operate? Because they know that here labor is cheap. So wherever the cheaper resources can be get, there you can go and do your business. That's why companies go global. To reduce high transportation costs, instead of manufacturing here and exporting, wherever there is a good opportunity for your business, you go and establish your business there. So transportation costs can be saved. That's about to reduce the high transportation cost. These are some of the, and you can enjoy the lower tariff barriers also. You can get rid of some economic and technological threats. So these are some of the reasons why do companies go global. The last concept of this chapter would be globalization. So these are all the concepts that we have discussed in our second chapter, dynamics of competitive strategy. Let me quickly sum up the entire chapter that we have discussed. First, we have started with competitive landscape as competitor analysis. Industry and competitive analysis, 7 factors we have discussed. Before we moved into the self-analysis, we have discussed core competencies, competitive advantages, and value chain analysis by Michael Porter. And then we have started portfolio analysis. In portfolio analysis, the list of concepts that we have discussed are SVU, PLC, experience curve. Then portfolio analysis methods, 3 methods, BCG, GE, ADL. Along with that, SWOT and TWOS we have covered. The last two concepts that we have discussed are Ansof's product market growth share matrix, a planning tool. 4 strategies have been provided by Ansoff to get growth. And then the last concept that we have discussed in this chapter is globalization. So this is about dynamics of a competitive strategy, where we have covered industry, self and competitive analysis, how a company can do. So in this session, we are going to start with our third chapter, which is of SM process, and we will try to understand what are all the key aspects of this particular chapter, and we'll check some of the key terms and we'll try to revise the entire chapter. So as we are doing for the rest of the chapters, like for the first and second chapters, if you can recollect, first we have checked with the learning objective of the chapter. So we'll do the same for this particular chapter also. First we'll try to understand what are all the concepts that we are going to understand in this particular chapter, and then we will quickly revise each and every topic. So the name of the chapter is SM process. SM process. So in this chapter, the major concepts that we are going to focus on are: first, we'll understand about strategic decision making. Strategic decision making. This is the first concept. Then we'll discuss about SM model. Then we'll discuss about SM stages, strategic management stages or phases, whatever we call it as. Then we have another concept called strategic intent. Strategic intent. After this, we are going to discuss about vision and mission, and probably the last concept that we will be dealing up with is objectives. That's it. So these are the major concepts that we have, and this particular chapter, I could say that it's going to be more simple and easy for you to understand for varied reasons. These two concepts, if you check, SM model and SM stages, you already know this concept, and you have studied in the first chapter itself in the definition. If you can recollect the definition of SM, I have stated 5 steps: developing vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and evaluating the strategy, and then over a period of time taking corrective adjustments. These things we have discussed, right? In SM model and SM stages, again we are going to understand the same steps, which means that is not something new that we are going to understand. Obviously decision making will be the one concept, and if you check with the last two concepts, vision, mission and objectives, these are the first 2 steps in the SM definition. Step 1 in the strategic management is to develop vision and mission. Yes, here we are elaborately going to discuss what is vision for a company and what is mission for a company. Second step is setting some objectives. So the last concept in this chapter is going to understand about objectives. If you carefully observe whatever we have discussed in the first chapter, most of the concepts again we are going to recollect here. In the meaning of SM, we don't discuss elaborately about vision, mission and objectives, but in this chapter a bit elaborately we will discuss about vision, mission and objectives. That will be the major difference. Apart from that, rest of the things will remain as same. So this is going to be the learning objective of this chapter. So to begin with, first let's understand the first concept, that is going to be strategic decision making. The first concept that we are going to discuss in this chapter is to know about strategic decision making. So for this, first you should know what is decision making. So the meaning of decision making can be understood in a very simple way. So in our day-to-day life, plenty of times we take a lot of decisions. What do we do when we take decisions? When we can analyze that particular point, we are done with the meaning of this term decision making. So what do we do when we take decisions? Let's say you went to restaurant to have food. Then obviously there you have to take some decisions. Now what happens there? Then the restaurant guy will offer you the list of items that are available. From those list of items, you will be selecting the items that you wish to eat. There you have taken a decision. Now understand what happened here. You have some alternatives in front of you. Among those alternatives, you have selected one alternative, which means you have taken a decision. With this simple situation, we can come to the definition for this particular term, decision making. So what is decision making stands for? Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternatives for the purpose of accomplishment of a goal. So this is how we can understand. So once again, what is decision making stands for? Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses for the purpose of accomplishment of goal. You went to restaurant, set of alternatives have been given for you. In those set of alternatives, you are selecting one alternative. Why? For the purpose of accomplishment of a goal. That is referred to as decision making. Wherever you apply this definition, it will act as same. Let's say after completion of your +2, you may have plenty of career options. You have chosen to be in CA. Defining a particular course of alternative, you have so many alternatives after completion of your +2, but you have selected one alternative for the purpose of accomplishment of your goal. That's what decision making stands for. Hope you are clear with the meaning of the decision making. Once again, as you can see here, the key term for the decision making, if you can keep the situations in your mind, it becomes simple for you to understand the concept. Decision making stands for process of choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses for the purpose of accomplishment of organizational goals. That's it. In order to achieve a goal, when you have different options in front of you, selecting one best option would be referred to as decision making. In the organizations, there are two types of decisions are there. One, operational decisions. The next one is strategic decisions. Any decision with respect to day-to-day operations will be referred to as operational decisions. Like decision with respect to production, decisions with respect to accounting and financial activities, decisions with respect to quality. These are day-to-day operations. They are called as operational decisions. Strategic decisions, which is related to long-term in nature, probably taken by the top management. Which businesses should be start in the future? Which areas of businesses should be entered into? So all these things will be referred to as strategic decisions. So there are two types of decisions, operational and strategic. So definition of decision making is over. There are certain features of these decisions. Whenever decisions have been taken, it consists of certain dimensions. So the concept is to understand about features or major dimensions of decision making. Let's understand what are the features and major dimensions of decision making. First one, decisions requires top management involvement. So whatever the key terms that I am highlighting, you better do the same as I have previously said. Top management involvement, which means whenever strategic decisions have been taken, these decisions have to be taken by whom? Top management. So understand why we are saying this. Whenever any kind of decision has been taken, the applicability of the decision should be for the entire organization. If it has to be for the entire organization, obviously that decision has to flow from top management. That's why any decision which should lead the organization, thinking totality of the organization, then those decisions have to come from top management. This is the first feature. Simply decisions have to be taken by top management. Because most of the cases, the decisions have to be taken by considering totality of the organization. Next, decision making involves allocation of organizational resources. Whenever decisions have been taken, resources need to be allocated. let's say if any company have decided to start a new business, when they have decided to start a new business, then the mandatory thing for them is to allocate resources for that. They need men, machine, material, money, all these resources need to be allocated. So decision making involves allocation of resources. Taking a decisions to starting a new business is decision making. Top management have decided to start a new business. That stands for decision making. So when they have taken a decision, then they need to allocate the resources for the decision also. So that is how it says the second feature, decision making involves commitment of or allocation of organization resources. No matter whatever the decisions that have been taken, resource allocation will take place. Next, whenever decisions have been taken, considering the external environment is very important. When decisions have been taken, you have to adjust your decisions as per the changes in the environmental factors. And we all know what happens if the businesses are not changing the decisions as per the environmental factors. They can't survive. So if a business has to survive, then what has to be done? They have to adjust their internal environment to the changes of external environment. Look at the point what it says here. Adjusting its internal environment to the changes of external environment must. So that's why decision making consider the external environmental factors. By considering the external environmental factors, decisions will be taken. Next, decisions will have impact on long-term prosperity of the firm. Long-term prosperity of the firm. What does this mean? Whenever a decision has been taken in the organization, you can't expect the returns to be immediate. So the impact of decision making can only be enjoyed in the long run, but not immediate. So by keeping this particular dimension in mind, organizations have to take the decisions. So decision making will have impact on the long-term prosperity of the firm, which means decision making will have impact in the long term, but not immediate. That's what it says. You can see the point here. The implementations are seen in the long term basis and not immediately. Next, decisions are future oriented. Quite an obvious thing. We can't take decisions for past. Whatever the decisions that have been taken in the organizations, those decisions will only be for future. So by considering the future environmental conditions, the orientation for the change to do takes place, which is nothing but decisions are always future oriented. Next, decisions will have multi-business consequences. What does this mean? Multi-business consequences or multifunctional or multi-dimensional. Top level have taken a decision which is applicable for the entire organization. As this decision is applicable for the entire organization, for some of the business areas it has created benefit, for the other business areas it created loss, which means one decision is showing its impact on two different sections of the organization in two ways. That's why we call decision making is multidimensional. One decision that has been taken will show its impact on different sections of the organization in different ways. That's why we call business as multifunctional or multidimensional. That's it. These are the dimensions of decision making. So we are done with the meaning of the term decision making and features of decision making. Once again, what is decision making stands for? Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses for the purpose of accomplishment of a goal. There are certain dimensions of this decision making. They are nothing but, what are the dimensions that we have discussed? Decisions have been taken by top management. Second, it needs allocation of resources. Third, environmental factors have to be considered. Next, it will show impacts on the long-term prosperity of the firm. Decisions are always future driven and they will involve multi-business consequences. The impact of decision making will be on different sections of the organization in different ways. So this is about the first concept that we have, decision making. So in the learning objective, we have completed with the concept called decision making. Let's understand SM model. Again, I am telling you, this is not going to be something new to understand. SM model and SM stages. To understand them effectively, one thing that we can is remember the definition of SM. Strategic management definition is a process which consists of certain steps. So what are the steps involved over there? Developing vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing and executing the strategy, and then over times taking corrective adjustments. So the same steps will come into SM model and SM stages. Let's have a look. The next concept is SM process. In SM process, we are going to understand SM model. Now SM model consists of 3 phases. The entire SM model is having 3 phases. What are they? Strategy formation, strategy implementation, strategy evaluation. These are the 3 phases that we have in SM model. To understand it more effectively, let's have a look at this diagram. So all the stages have been divided into these 3: formation, implementation, and then evaluation. So these are the 3 phases that we have: formation, implementation, and evaluation. And all these 3 phases will consist of different steps. Let's take formation. In formation, development of vision, mission, and objectives, environmental analysis, organizational appraisal. This is nothing but external environmental factors need to be studied. This is nothing but internal environmental factors need to be studied. Study of internal and external factors. Then in formation itself, we have another step called generate, analyze, and select strategies. So in formation, all these steps will come. And then implementation, only one step we have: implement the strategies. And you know the last step in SM process. In the definition of SM, we have discussed taking corrective adjustments. The same thing, the last step says taking strategic evaluation and control. This is about SM model. So strategic management model broadly categorized into 3 phases: formation, implementation, evaluation. And further, these phases have been divided into different steps. So the same thing has been educated here. It's a process of, look at the second point, process of formulating, implementing, and controlling a strategy. Continuous and an ongoing process. This formation, implementation, and control has to be run as an ongoing process. This is not something happens like a one-time process. It's a continuous process. So that's what it says. And for this concept, you don't need to study much and practice much. Only remember this outline. In SM model, first you have to draw this outline, then provide this introduction, and whatever the stages are there, the same stages you are writing. The major stages in the SM process are developing vision, mission, environmental analysis, organizational appraisal, generate, analyze, and select strategies, implementing the strategies, and then evaluation and control of the strategies. These are the things that have to be done. So with this, we are done with the second topic, SM model. The next that we have is SM stages. Again the same concept, strategic management stages. Whatever the steps that we have discussed in the definition, the same steps will come here. The first one, developing strategic vision, mission, and objectives. As you can see, vision, mission, and objectives. Then environmental and organizational analysis. If you can recollect, just before in the previous concepts we were talking about these steps. Then formation of strategy, implementation of strategy, evaluation and control. That's what I was saying. If you are strong with the definition, then these concepts will become easy for you. SM model and stages of SM will be conveying the same thing. So let's further discuss about vision, mission and objectives. We don't need to understand now because our next concept is to know about it, because in this chapter's learning objective we are going to clearly understand about vision, mission and objectives. Let's have a look at the second step, environmental and organizational analysis. In environmental scanning, business needs to study about the external factors like economic, social, technological, market and other forces. All these things will come into external scanning, environmental scanning. Organizational analysis is to study about the internal factors. And what are those internal factors are all about? A review of organization's internal environment. Internal environment will help the company to review its strengths and weaknesses, which has to be matched with opportunities and threats. That's about organizational analysis and environmental scanning. Study of external factors and internal factors. Once external and internal factors have been studied, then organization should formulate the strategies. That is what the next step says, formulating strategies. The first step in strategic formation is develop strategic alternatives, because organization will develop alternative strategies, and then among those alternative strategies one strategy will be selected. While preparing the alternative strategies also, organization need to keep SWOT factors. In the dynamics of competitive strategy we have discussed about SWOT factors, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. While developing strategic alternatives, it is imperative to keep SWOT factors in mind. Only after analyzing carefully the SWOT factors, organization will be formulating the strategies. This is the first step. Keep SWOT factors in mind and develop strategies. The second step is deep analysis of various strategic alternatives and choosing an appropriate alternative. In the first step what we did, strategic alternatives have been prepared by keeping SWOT in mind. Plan A, B, C, D have been prepared. And the second step, among all those alternatives, one alternative have to be chosen. That the second step says. Deep analysis of various strategic alternatives so that you can choose the most appropriate alternative, which further can be used as a strategy of the business. That's about formulating strategies. Once the strategies have been formulated, obviously stage 4 is implementation of strategy, operations oriented activity. Whatever the strategies that has been formed, they have to be effectively implemented. That's the point says. Implementation and execution can be referred to as operations oriented. Once implementation of strategy is over, the next thing is evaluation and control. Obviously that will be the last step that has to be done, evaluating the strategies and going for proper control. Simple 5 stages we have in SM process. So if we can check the 5 stages, all the stages are with respect to definition only. Stage 1, vision, mission and objectives. Stage 2, environmental and organizational analysis. Environmental analysis is a study of macro components. Organizational analysis is study of micro components that will help the organization to know the strengths and weaknesses, which can be matched with opportunities and threats. And then formulation of strategies, 2 steps. First, generate alternatives by keeping SWOT factors in mind. Among those alternatives, the best alternative have to be selected. Next, stage 4, the selected alternative need to be implemented. Implementation is not the last step in the SM process. Stage 5, controls have to be assigned. That's what evaluation and control. This is what 5-stage action plan, let's say, for SM process. So we are done with another objective of SM stages. The next one that we have to understand is strategic intent. Let's understand what is this strategic intent is all about. So first, what is intent means? Anything that an organization strives to achieve in the future is called as intent. Let's say top management of a company have some aspirations for the company in the future. Those aspirations are generally called as intent. Intent refers to what an organization strives to be in future. That's the point says. Look at the meaning. Purpose of what the organization strives for. About future, what is the thing that the organization is striving for is called as purpose or intent. And another key term, what the organization desires to attain in future. Anything that the organization is thinking for future. Like in future, the company wants to be number one market position. It's called as intent. And moreover, what kind of desired position that the company would like to occupy. As I have said, market position. What kind of opportunities the company wants to utilize in future. All these things will refer to as intent. The purpose, what the organization strives for is intent. And any kind of thing that the organization would like to attain in future is called as intent. And an organization can effectively work in a predetermined direction. When they have prepared their intents, the organization will be working under those predefined intents. That's about the meaning of the term strategic intent. Once again, what is intent stands for? The purpose that the organization strives for future. And moreover, what the organization desires to attain in future will also be referred to as the purpose. And when these intents have been prepared, there are some elements have to be kept in mind. When top management is striving to achieve something for future, there are certain elements that have to be kept in mind. They goes like this. First element is vision, second element is mission, then the third one is business definition, then business model, goals and objectives. In this vision, mission, objectives, anyways, that is going to be our next concept. So let us not discuss about that right now, but there are 2 points which we have to understand. One is business definition and business model. Every business will has its own definition. Now what does this business definition talks? So the business definition talks about, look at the key term, it seeks to explain businesses undertaken by the firm. In business definition, you are trying to explain what are all the businesses that have been undertaken by the firm with respect to the customer needs, what customer needs that it would like to satisfy, what target markets that it wants to be in, and what alternative technologies that it is adopting. If you put all these things together, we call it as business definition. The customer needs, the business is satisfying, the target markets the company is focusing on, what alternative technologies, all these things are called as business definition. And more particularly, with the help of business definition, one can talk about the business choices also. What business choices that particular firm is trying to adopt. And next, business model. In business definition, those are the things that I have studied. What does business model talks about? Strategy for the effective operations of the business. What strategies have been followed by the company for effective operations of the business? And moreover, it talks about the sources of income, desired customer base, and financial details. Sources of income. Let's say if the business model is strong, their source of income will be very high. Depending upon the customer base, we can talk about their business model. And moreover, their financial details also will help us to know their business models. So that's about the strategic intent. What the organization strives for. What the desired position that the company would like to achieve in future is also called as strategic intent. Intent consists of elements: vision, mission, business definition, business model, and then goals and objectives. In that, we have discussed about business model and business definition. Anyways, now we are going to understand about the three independent terms called vision, mission and objectives. So we are going to understand what are these three terms are all about. So as you can see in our next objective, those are the things that we need to understand: vision, mission and objectives. Let's understand those three terms now, what they stands for. And these three terms we have already discussed, we have come across with these terms in the definition of SM itself. The first step in the SM process is to develop vision and mission. Then the second step is to set objectives. Here we are going to understand what is the meaning of those three steps. Let's have a look. First, vision. For any individual, when we ask what is your vision, we are asking what that person ultimately wants to be. So the ultimate goal of that particular person is called as vision. The same thing is even for the company also, where the company ultimately wants to see itself in the future is called as vision for that particular company. Where the company wants to see itself in the future is called as vision for that particular company. Let's have a look. Vision is what a person would like to become in the future. Therefore, vision expresses the position that a firm would like to achieve in the future. In other words, let me say, vision stands for where the company wants to see itself in the future is called as vision. The position that the company desires to achieve in future is also called as vision. But to understand the vision, there is a key term. There is a meaning or definition for this term vision. Carefully understand the definition. Vision is a roadmap of company's future. Company has a desired thing that need to attain in the future, and to achieve that, whatever the roadmap that company prepares is called as vision. So the key term vision is roadmap of company's future. In this roadmap, certain specifics have to be mentioned, providing specifics about technology, customer focus, geography, product markets to be pursued, and what kind of company management wants to create. By combining all these specifics, whatever the roadmap that the company prepares is called as vision. Specifics are very important. What technology the company is using, who are the customer focus, in which geographical areas they wish to operate, which markets they are serving. All these things have to be put together just to ensure their future planning could be effective. Look at the definition. Roadmap of company's future, providing specifics about, I will be highlighting the specifics: technology, customer focus, geography and product markets to be pursued, the capabilities it plans to develop, and the kind of company management is trying to create. By keeping all these specifics in mind, whatever the roadmap that the company prepares for future is called as vision. So isn't it simple to understand the definition of this particular term vision? And moreover, when visions have been created, the vision should consist of three elements. Understand this carefully. A vision should have three elements. I will only highlight the key term here. First element, who we are and where we are now. Your vision should mention what is your current position, who we are and where we are now. Before we plan to do something for future, it's very important for the company to understand the present condition. For that, first they should ask a question, who we are and where we are now. After getting the answer for this question, they can decide where they wish to go. The second question is about where we are going. The first point is analysis, to understand where we are now. The second point is to define where we are going. That talks about our ultimate goal. After knowing the present position, then the second thing that the company do is to define where we are going. Third element, Vision must be clear, inspiring, and stated in exciting terms to obtain commitment of all employees. Whatever the vision that you have created, it must be clear, it should be inspiring, and it should be stated in exciting terms. Why? To obtain the commitment of all the employees. These are the three elements of vision. First, to decide who we are and where we are now. Second is to decide where we are going. Third one is your vision should be clearly stated in exciting terms so that you can get commitment of all the employees. This is about definition of vision and the elements of vision. And moreover, whenever visions have been created, certain things have to be kept in mind. What are they? Let me take you through the elements that have to be there in vision. Entrepreneur have to think creatively. Entrepreneur have to think intelligently. Your vision should create enthusiasm among your employees, and your vision should clearly provide the direction where you are going. Simple four elements. When the visions are created, these four things has to be there. Entrepreneur have to think creatively. Entrepreneur have to think intelligently. Whatever the vision that you are creating, it should bring enthusiasm among the employees. And moreover, your vision should provide direction to your company. So far, three things I have said. Definition of vision, three elements of vision, some of the tips that have to be kept in mind while developing the vision. So we are done with the concept of strategic vision. Most of the cases, when company prepares the vision statement, these are the things that they have to keep in mind and prepare a good vision statement. In the same way, let's understand about mission. Generally, what does mission talks about? Mission talks about existence and purpose of the company. Why the company is existed? What is the purpose of the company? That is where the first question raises with respect to the definition of this mission. Mission statement focuses on the present business scope, which involves who we are and what we do, existence and purpose. This is what I was talking about. Why the company is existed. What is the purpose of the company? Vision talks about goals. Mission talks about existence and purpose. Moreover, in mission also we'll talk about capabilities, customer focus, activities, business makeup. So this is the definition of mission. Once again, what is the meaning of mission says? Mission describes about present business scope, which involve two things, who we are and what we do. It also describes about capabilities, customer focus, activities and business makeup. As I have said, mission talks about existence and purpose. Look at the term. Here, it talks about why the firm is there, what existence it seeks, and what purpose it seeks. That's what I said. Mission talks about existence and purpose, what purpose it is seeking, and moreover, what is the existence of this particular company. Mission talks about those two things. In vision statement, company talks about their goals. In the mission statement, they will talk about their existence and purpose. Like some examples have been given here. When you go through, you will come to know. When missions have been created, there are certain things have to be kept in mind while creating mission statement. Like I have provided some guidelines for vision statement. In the same way for mission statement also, certain things have to be kept in mind. First, mission should create special identity for your company. Missions have to be unique. Your mission should not be for the purpose of making profits. We are saying mission talks about existence and purpose. You can't say that my purpose is to earn money. That will be my mission. No. It should be precise, clear, feasible and motivating. Already we have said this. Mission statement should be precise. It should be unique. It should be understandable. So these are some of the things that have to be kept in mind while preparing good mission statement. So we are done with vision and mission. Let's understand the next one, objectives. Because this is the third step in the SM process. Step 1 is developing vision. Step 2 is creating mission. Then objectives have been set. What are these objectives are? Understand with the key term, targets. Objectives are targets. When you have a goal in your mind, to achieve that particular goal, you need to have some targets. When you fulfill each and every target, ultimately you will be reaching your goal. These are called as objectives. That is why after setting the vision, the second step we are setting some targets. Let's have a look at the meaning of this particular term, objectives. Look at the meaning. These are organizations' performance targets with respect to results and outcomes the company wants to achieve. And moreover, they function as an yardstick for tracking an organization's performance and progress. Objectives will act as a yardstick, a measuring tool. When you have objectives, you can measure your performance. When you have objectives, you can measure your progress. This is the definition of objectives. If you can focus on key terms, things will become so simple for you. Vision stands for roadmap of company's future. Mission stands for the present business scope, involve who we are and what we do. Objective stands for performance targets with respect to results and outcomes the company wants to achieve. And they function as yardstick so that company can measure the performance. When you have targets, you can measure. When you fulfill each and every target, you are getting closer to your goal. That's why it's very important to divide the entire goal into different targets. That is what. And setting of objective is an unending process, because goal setting is an unending process. A company have set a goal. Once they have reached the goal, then they will be setting up another goal. And to reach that another goal, again set of objectives. That's why we can say setting up of an objective is an unending process. It's a continuous process, because goal setting can also be referred to as an unending and continuous process. This is about the meaning of objectives. Next thing that we have to know, whenever we set these objectives, objectives should have some characteristics. When all these characteristics have been met, then we call them as like a perfect objective or a qualified objective. Let's have a look at what are the characteristics that these objectives need to have. First, they should define the organization relationship with the environment, because when you set your targets, your target should be defining your relationship with the environmental factors. So depending upon the environmental factors, you should set your targets. Target we are setting after setting vision and mission, which means our targets should help us to achieve vision and mission. That's what it says. That will help for the achievement of vision and mission. Our targets should help us to achieve our goal. Next, they should help in decision making. Whatever the targets that we set, these targets should help the organization for effective decision making. Next, target should help for performance appraisal also. Organization, when it wants to set performance appraisal to their employees, then with the help of targets, they can do so. Next, objectives. Whatever the targets that you are going to set, it should have three requirements. One, they should be concrete and specific. For which goal you are setting these targets, be concrete and specific, be very particular about your targets. Time frame, when you set a target, have a time frame. Obviously, when we set goal, don't we keep that goal in a time frame? Like we can't say that I will achieve this goal somewhere around in the time that I want to be. No. When we set a goal, obviously we keep a time frame for that goal. That's how when we set a target, the target have to be set within a time frame. Without having the time frame, it doesn't make any sense. Moreover, it should be measurable and controllable. Let's say a company says wants to achieve some percent of growth rate in some time in some area. No, it is not target, because there is no concreteness in your objective. Sometime, some area. Where is that specificness? Some amount of growth. Where is the specificness? You can't measure it. You have to say 10%, 30%, 40%, then it is measurable. That's why your objectives have to be concrete and specific. Your objective should relate to a time frame and they should be measurable and controllable. Without having these three requirements, it doesn't make any sense to have targets. Next, they should be challenging. Obviously, your employees are working to fulfill these targets. So, whatever the targets that you are keeping, make sure they are going to be challenging to the employees. Next, they should correlate with each other. You may have n number of targets, but one target should be related to the other. Ultimately, all these targets should help you to reach your goal. That's why the targets should correlate with each other. There should be connection between these targets and they should set within constraints. Every company will have some limitations. Every company will have some boundaries. When the company set the target, those targets have to be set within the boundaries and limitations. That is what it says. Objectives should be set within the constraints. So whenever the targets have been set, the targets should have all these characteristics. Then the targets will be effective, ultimately helps to achieve the goal. So we are done with the last concept of this chapter, objectives. So vision, mission and objectives. So if you check, most of the part of this particular chapter we have already covered. In the first chapter I have said for SM model or for SM definition, even certain part of strategic intent, these things we have covered in the first chapter itself. This is about SM process and some of the key terms with respect to SM process. Today we are going to start revising the fourth chapter, which is of corporate level strategies. So far we have completed introduction to SM. In the second chapter we have discussed about dynamics of competitive strategy. In the third chapter we have discussed about SM process. So after this, the next three chapters that we are going to understand are with respect to corporate level, business level and functional level strategies. So already we have come across with these three terms in the first chapter, if you can remember, where we have discussed about strategic levels in an organization. Three strategic levels we have discussed: corporate level, business level and functional level. In those three levels, we are going to understand the first level now, which is of corporate level. So there we will come to know what are the different strategies that are going to be part of these corporate level strategies and how those strategies are going to be and what kind of content that will come into that we are going to cover. First, for every chapter we are seeing the learning objective. So we will try to check with the learning objective of this particular chapter also. The title of the chapter is going to be corporate level strategies. First thing that we have to understand about these corporate level strategies are, like, before we move into the actual strategies and the content of that particular strategy, first we have to know what are the other names for this corporate level strategies are, and along with that who stated these strategies, even that knowledge also we need to have. So corporate level strategies, first let me give you the other names for these strategies. They can otherwise be called as grand strategies, or else we can call them as master strategies, or we can call them as directional strategies. So grand strategies, master strategies, directional strategies, and we can call these corporate level strategies with the other name also. They are called as Gluck and George generic strategies. Generic strategies. Why we call them as Gluck and George generic strategies? Because these strategies have been stated by William F. Gluck and Lawrence or George. That's why we call them as Gluck and George generic strategies. The term generic has been used here just to indicate that these strategies can be adopted irrespective of a type of a company and irrespective of a size of a company. Any kind of organizations can adopt these strategies. That's why the term generic has been used for this. So these are the introductory elements that we have to know about this particular corporate level strategies. Right? So they are called as grand strategies, master strategies, directional strategies, and Gluck and George generic strategies. And already I have said why they are called as generic strategies, because they can be applied irrespective of a size of a company and irrespective of a type of a company. Now let me take you through what are all the corporate level strategies are. We have 4 corporate level strategies. So when we can understand about these 4 strategies elaborately, then we are done with this particular chapter. So for every chapter, if you can divide in the structure and in a format, then it will become so simple for you to understand the content of that particular chapter. So keep on taking down the frameworks that I am providing for all the chapters and understanding the key terms, along with that highlighting the elements, because when we are doing the material reading, so I am trying to highlight certain elements. So if you keep on highlighting those things, then that will be really helpful for you. First, let me take you through what are all the corporate level strategies that we have. The names of these corporate level strategies, they goes like this. First we have stability strategy. Stability strategy. The second one that we have is expansion strategy. The third one that we have is retrenchment strategy. Retrenchment strategy. And then the fourth one that we have is combination strategy. Combination strategy. So these are the 4 strategies that we have at a corporate level: stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. Now the target that we have in front of us to understand about each and every strategy elaborately. So let me start with the first one, stability strategy. So whatever the explanation that I am going to give you now, pay attention towards this. So first I will take you through the key terms. Under what conditions we can call this strategy as a stability strategy? When we can say a particular company is following stability strategy. So let's understand that. So stability strategy is pursued, and moreover, one more thing before I start with the stability strategy, I would like to remind you that when we are discussing about PLC, if you can recollect, when the product reaches to the maturity stage, the company prefers to follow stability strategy for its products. That we have already discussed there. Now the same strategy now we are going to understand here. If you have to connect from that concept to here, the very first point of stability we can say, stability is pursued by the firm when the company's product reaches to the maturity stage. Because there in PLC we said that when the product reaches to the maturity stage, we can follow stability. So we are trying to understand in the same context here. Under what conditions we can say company is following stability strategy, that have to be understood first. So remember the terms that I am going to tell you. Stability is pursued by the firm when the firm wants to stay in the current markets and deal with the current products and services. This is the first key term you have to keep in your mind. Stability is pursued by the firm when the firm wants to stay in the current markets and deals with the current products and services, which means company is not willing to go into the new businesses. Company doesn't want to start with the new products and services. Rather, they are happy with what they are doing now. So when the firm wants to stay in the current markets, dealing up with the current products and services, which means company doesn't want to enter into new businesses. They are happy with what they are doing now. So this is the first key term. Once again, what is the key term stands for? Where the firm wants to stay in the current markets and deal with the current products and services. As per this particular meaning with respect to stability, let us understand when a company follows stability strategy, what actually happens for that particular company. So I will tell you some requirements. There is no need of redefinition of business when the company follows stability strategy. No need of redefinition of business. No need of fresh investments because the company is not going into anything new. So there is no need to redefine the entire business. And there is no need for the fresh investments also. And risk is very less because as the company is not entering into new businesses, the risk will be very less. Hence the risk is very less. We can even call this as a safety oriented strategy. Why we are considering stability as a safety oriented strategy? Because risk is very less. So no need of fresh investments, risk is very less, safety oriented strategy, no need of redefinition of business, and status quo oriented strategy. Status quo is maintained. So we all have an idea what is status quo stands for. If any organization tries to maintain the same level of efforts as they are maintaining now, there we can say the organization is following status quo. So here the organization is going to follow the status quo because they are not entering into anything new. These are the requirements. Once again, I will repeat the requirements once. No need of redefinition of business, no need of fresh investments, risk is very less, safety oriented strategy, and status quo is maintained. By considering all these things, let's say if I say stability is a do nothing strategy. So will you be agreeing with that? Because there is no need of redefinition of business, no need of fresh investments. Under that scenario, will it be okay if I say stability is a do nothing strategy? Then the answer is no. Stability is not a do nothing strategy. Why we are considering stability as a not a do nothing strategy? Because even the companies which follow stability, they also should focus on incremental growth, which means that even the company which follows stability strategy, they also take some strategic decisions, they also adopt some strategic decisions. That's why we cannot consider stability as a do nothing strategy. And one more thing, when the company follows stability strategy, they will get an incremental growth, they can't get a rapid growth. So the strategic decisions will focus on incremental improvement of functional performance, which means whatever the functional performance that they want, they will get an incremental improvement. They can't get rapid growth. If they have to get a rapid growth, then they have to go for expansion. Hence they are dealing up with the stability, they will be dealing up with only incremental improvement. That's about the meaning of stability strategy. So further, we will try to add few more things by going through the material reading and we will check. Keep on highlighting whatever the major elements that I am updating about this stability strategy. So as you can see, stability strategy, what is happening in stability strategy? Company is trying to safeguard its existing interests and strengths. That's what the company do, and they will pursue well established and tested objectives. When the company follows stability, their objectives are going to be strong. They continue to be in the chosen business path. Whatever the chosen business path is there, they prefer to continue in the chosen business path, and their efficiency will be developed on a sustained basis, as it says, to maintain operational efficiency on a sustained basis. Incremental improvement, they can't get a rapid improvement when they are following stability, and whatever the commanding position that they have already reached, they will consolidate their commanding position that they have already reached, and whatever the resources that have been committed, they will try to get the optimum returns from that resources. Apart from this, I will take you through the major key term. Under what condition we can say the company is following stability strategy? Look at the term. When the firm prefers to continue to serve in the same or similar markets and dealing in same or similar products and services. This is what I was saying. When the company wants to stay in the same or similar markets, when the company is dealing up with the same or similar products and services, there we can say company is following stability strategy. I have started the concept by saying that stability can be adopted by the company when their product reach to the maturity stage. I have already said this. That is what it says. The strategy is suitable for those firms whose products have reached to the maturity stage of PLC. Where the product have reached to the maturity stage, then the company will follow stability strategy. And moreover, small organizations also will follow the stability strategy so that they can consolidate their market positions and they can prepare to launch the growth strategies, which means before they go for the growth strategies, they will initially prefer to follow stability as a strategy for those organizations. Now, can we call stability as a do nothing strategy? Definitely not. That's why it says it is not a do nothing strategy. Why we are calling stability as a do nothing strategy? Because it also involves few functional changes that are being made in the product or markets. Certain functional changes will be made in the products and markets. That's why we can't call stability as a do nothing strategy. So these are some of the major terms that have to be kept in the mind while understanding about stability strategy. But when a company follows stability strategy, they will be having incremental improvement. If they want to get a rapid improvement, then they have to go for expansion strategy. Let's understand few more things. Characteristics of stability strategy. If I have to take you quickly to the key terms, where the company stability strategy, where the firm stays with the same business, they follow same products and market postures, and they are maintaining the same level of efforts at present. And how their efficiency will be improved, not in a rapid way. Look at the point. Enhance functional efficiency in an incremental way. So they will get only a moderate amount of modest growth they will get, not a rapid growth. If they have to get a rapid growth, then they have to go for expansion. And do they need to redefine the business? Just before I have said some of the requirements for stability, do they need to go for redefinition of business? Then the answer is no, they don't need to go for any redefinition of business. That's what it says. Not involved a redefinition of business. Status quo is maintained. Yes, it's a safe strategy that maintains status quo. Does it need fresh investments? No, does not warrant much of fresh investments. Does improvements takes in the product? Yes. What kind of improvements? Minor improvements. So minor improvements will be taken in the product and packing. What about risk? Risk is very less. So what about the concentrating on the resources? Yes, the company will be paying attention on the existing resources. So the stability strategy, the firm has the benefit of concentrating its resources and attention on the existing products and markets, where it will pay more attention on the existing products and markets. And what about the growth? Modest growth objective. Whenever the company follows stability strategy, their growth is going to be modest. Conversely, the companies which are happy with the modest growth, they will follow stability. Vice versa. When they follow stability, growth is modest. Hence, the companies which are satisfying with the modest growth, they will follow stability. Vice versa, we can understand. That's about characteristics of stability. All these characteristics I have explained you in the beginning itself. Reasons. For what reasons companies will go for stability strategy? When the product reaches to maturity stage. Because risk is very less. You don't need to make major changes in the business. Hence, the staff will feel more comfortable with the things as they are going now in the business, as only minor changes do takes place in the business. Next, whatever the environmental factors that have been faced by this organization is relatively stable, because the company is not going for multiple businesses. As they are dealing up with only few businesses, whatever the environment that they are facing is going to be relatively stable, and they will not go for expansion because expansion have been considered as threatening element for them. Organizations in this will treat expansion as being threatening, and obviously they will sort through stabilizing after a period of rapid expansion. In the existing businesses itself, when they go for rapid expansion, they will prefer to stabilize there itself. This is about the content of stability. So meaning of stability, reasons for adopting stability, characteristics of stability. So we are done with the first corporate level strategy, which is of stability. Next we have to go for expansion strategy. So kindly, for expansion strategy, whatever the framework that I am going to draw now, make a note of this framework. If you can go understand this framework effectively, then we are done with this entire expansion strategy. In all the 4 corporate level strategies, this expansion strategy will have a lot of elements to discuss. Stability is so simple, where very easily we have understood under what conditions we can say that the company is following stability, reasons and characteristics we have understood. But for expansion, we need to add some extra elements. Let's have a look. Expansion strategy. In stability, what I have said, the growth is modest, incremental improvement, but for expansion we can say rapid growth. The companies which follow expansion strategy, their intention is to get rapid growth. Then to get the rapid growth, what they have to do? It's a question. For that, expansion could be possible by different ways. Expansion could be possible by different ways. 3 ways I will cover here. And one more thing, everything that we discuss in stability will become opposite in expansion. Before I take you through the 3 ways of this expansion, let me add this point. Everything that we have discussed in stability, when it comes to expansion, it becomes opposite. How and in which way? Stability, we say there is no need of redefinition of business. Expansion, we have to go for redefinition of business. Stability, no need of fresh investments. Expansion, fresh investments are needed. Stability, risk is less. Expansion, risk is high. Stability, status quo is maintained. Expansion, status quo is challenged. Stability, modest growth. Expansion, rapid growth. So for stability and expansion, whatever the requirements that we have discussed, they become opposite to one another. So as we have discussed some characteristics of stability, the same characteristics when it comes to expansion, they become opposite. So let's have a look. Expansion could be possible by 3 ways. They are intensification, then diversification, then mergers and acquisitions. So these are 3 means of going for expansion: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions. If any company follow any of these 3 ways, like intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, the aim of these 3 is to get a rapid growth, because in stability how the growth will be incremental, but here rapid growth. Now first let's understand the meaning. What is mergers and acquisitions? Separately we will understand. So first I will pay attention on intensification and diversification. We will check some of the strategies with respect to intensification and diversification, then we will go for mergers and acquisitions. So first, intensification. The meaning of intensification says where the firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. So intensification stands for where the firm wants to pursue growth, which means here also company wants to get rapid growth. But how the growth should come? By dealing up with the current businesses. By dealing with the current businesses itself. If any company wants to pursue a rapid growth, then it is called as intensification. Then let's go with the other one, diversification. Meaning of diversification. Firm wants to pursue growth by working with businesses that are outside to the current products and markets. So look at the meaning of these two things. Expansion through intensification and diversification. What is happening in intensification? In intensification, firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. Whereas, what happens in diversification? Firm wants to pursue growth by working with the businesses that are outside to the current products and markets. Both are opposite. Intensification staying in the current businesses. Diversification going out of the current products and markets. That's how we can understand the meaning of intensification and diversification. Whereas, intensification could be possible by three ways. When the picture is clear in your mind about the framework that I am drawing here, the concept is going to be simple for you. Intensification could be possible by three ways. One, market penetration. Then second one, product development. Third one is market development. So can you remember where these three strategies we have discussed? In the second chapter, Ansof's product market growth share matrix. There we have understood these three concepts. Market penetration, selling of existing product into existing market, product development, new product in existing market, market development, existing product into new market. These three are the ways by which intensification strategy can be adopted. And these three ways will definitely help the company to achieve rapid growth. The same thing that we have discussed in the Ansof's matrix also. Ansoff have provided 4 strategies. When the company follow these 4 strategies, that will help the company to get growth. What are the 4 strategies? Market in Ansoff, what are the 4 strategies? Market penetration, market development, product development and diversification. In those 4, we have discussed 3 strategies here. In the 4th strategy already I have written diversification. What happens in Ansoff in diversification? New product in new market, where I have said when the company is entering into the new industry, that is treated as diversification. Here also the meaning conveys the same. When the company is trying to go outside of the current products and markets, we call this as diversification. Now, diversification could be possible by 4 ways. They goes like this. First one, vertically integrated diversification. Second one, horizontal integrated diversification. Third, concentric diversification. Fourth one, conglomerates diversification. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. So these are the 4 types of diversifications that we have that comes into this particular diversification element. So about these 4, we have to understand one thing before we understand about this 4 independently. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, they are called as related diversifications. related diversification, whereas conglomerate is considered as unrelated diversification. So did you got the picture now? Let me just put this picture in front of you quickly. Expansion could be possible by three ways: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions. These three will help the companies to achieve rapid growth. Intensification stands for pursuing growth by working with the current businesses. Diversification means pursuing growth by working with the businesses that are outside to the current business. There are three ways of intensification and four ways of diversification. In four ways of diversification, vertical, horizontal, concentric are related, conglomerate is unrelated. Now the target that we have is to discuss about the four: vertical, horizontal, concentric and conglomerate. Let's understand these four strategies. Straight away from the material we will understand these four strategies and we will highlight the key terms. And we have to understand these four will come into diversification. Let's have a look at expansion. So for expansion, I will take you through some quick key terms. It is implemented by redefining the business. There is a significant reformation of goals should happen as the company is entering into new businesses. Characteristics, whatever we have discussed for stability will become opposite here. Involves a redefinition of business. Opposite to stability, because in stability rewards are limited, but in expansion they are very high. In the matter of risk also they both are opposite. Stability risk is less, in expansion risk is high, and this will lead to business growth. As I have said, incremental improvement, fresh investments are needed. It's purely and highly versatile strategy. Whatever we have said for stability, when it comes to expansion it has become opposite. And moreover, it has two ways: intensification and diversification. Further, the reasons why the company go for expansion: to increase the pace of activities. When the company wants to get a rapid growth, their pace of activities have to be increased. The strategist will feel more satisfied because of the growth that they are getting because of expansion. As they are expanding the business, they are getting more growth. And when the company adopts expansion, they will have control over the market. At the same time, they will have control over the competitors also. Expansion leads to have control over the market, vice versa on competitors also. When the company go for expansion, they may enjoy the benefit of experience curve and scale of operations also. You know about experience curve and economies of scale. Even that benefit has been gained by the company when they go for expansion. Like types, just now I have shown you intensification and diversification, external, mergers and acquisitions and alliances. In the picture, that's what I have shown. These two will come into intensification and diversification: internal, mergers and acquisition. Mergers and acquisitions that I have explained you is external. Alliances is also there. Mergers, acquisitions and strategic alliances, they will come into external. Now let's get into the concepts now, where to understand about diversification. So as you can see here, diversification is entering into new products and product lines, entering into new markets. And why do companies go for diversification? It's a perfect strategy for innovative firms. Any company which always thinks innovatively, for them it's a right strategy. And let's say you have more resources, excess capacity utilization. There are some resources which are underutilized. Then to use the resources effectively also, you can go for this expansion and to enjoy synergy benefits. Because when you do multiple businesses in expansion, this will enable you to enjoy synergy benefits also. These are the three reasons why they are adopted. The expansion is adopted by the companies which always thinks innovatively, the companies who can use the excess capacity utilization and even to enjoy synergy benefit also. Companies prefer to go for expansion. So further, you can see this diversification. 4 I have already said: vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. Now let's understand these four now. These four strategies that we are going to understand: vertical, horizontal, concentric and conglomerate. First we'll start with vertically integrated diversification. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, these three are related diversifications as I have mentioned. That's why look at what it says, comes under related diversification. But what happens in this? The firm engages in businesses that are related to its existing businesses. The company is entering into businesses that are related to the existing businesses. But vertically, the product remains in the same product or process chain. Then either they go for backward integration or forward integration. Are you getting the point here? Vertical, we are saying related diversification. As we are saying it is related diversification, the firm engages in businesses that are related to the existing businesses. You can see the highlighted key term, related to the existing businesses, but firm vertically remains in the same product or process chain. When the firm vertically remains in the same product or process chain, it has two options: either it can move backwards or it can move forwards. That's where we have backward integration and forward integration. Again, in vertically integrated diversification, we have two types: forward and backward. What happens in backward integration? Very simple key term. When the firm enters into the businesses of input providers, we call it as backward integration, which means you are entering into your supplier's business. You will be having your own raw material and you will be developing your own products. Like as a simple example, if the bread manufacturer owns his own wheat farm, wheat is a major raw material to develop the bread. So he is having his own wheat farm and he is manufacturing the bread. Backward integration, entering into the businesses of input providers. Next, forward integration, entering into the businesses of distribution channel. You are producing the product and on your own you are distributing the product. That comes into forward integration. So in backward integration, in whose businesses company enters into? Raw materials business. Entering into the businesses of input providers, it's backward integration. Forward integration, entering into the businesses of distribution channels. Like simply, let's say any company has their own raw material, they are manufacturing the product and they are doing distribution on their own. That will help to save them the cost. That is how we can understand about backward and forward integration. So these two will come into vertically integrated diversification. So vertical is over. Next one is horizontal. Is horizontal is related or unrelated? Related. That's what it says. Acquiring one or more similar businesses operating at the same stage of production and marketing chain. Here also, company is trying to acquire one or more similar businesses operating at the same stage of production and marketing chain. So that's why we are calling this as a related diversification. It can be done by four ways. Horizontal integrated diversification can be done by four ways. One, take over your competitor's product, which means whoever your competitors are there, you are taking over your competitors. Or else, production of complementary products. So you are very much aware of which are called as complementary products. As a company, if you are producing your own complementary products, then that comes into this particular horizontal diversification. Or else, sale of byproducts. I'm expecting you know about complementary and byproducts. If any company manufactures their own complementary product, horizontal. If any company sell its own byproducts, whatever the byproducts that comes, if any company sell their own byproducts, that also comes into horizontal. And moreover, when the company enters into repairs and services, entering into repairs and services will also be considered as horizontal. So there are four ways of horizontal. Either you take over your competitor product or manufacture the complementary product, either the sale of byproduct or entering into repairs and services. These four will come into horizontal integrated diversification. So vertical is over, horizontal is over, where these two have been considered as related diversification. Next, what are the other two that we have? Concentric and conglomerate. Let's understand this. When we can say the company is going for concentric diversification, usually when any company manufactures any product, new product probably, they need new technology. But in concentric diversification, what it says that by using the existing facilities, developing a new product, whatever the resources that are there with the company, by using the existing resources, company is developing a new product, that is referred to as concentric diversification. A new product came out by using the existing facilities, it is called as concentric. Now you might be thinking, sir, why concentric is said as related? Product might be new, but the resources that have been used are same. That's what it is called as concentric. A new product is a derivative of existing facilities. In simple words, a new product came out by using the existing facilities. It's called as concentric. Opposite is conglomerate. In order to develop a new product, when you use new process, new technology, the product serves in the new market, which means there is no connection between the existing product and the new product. It's called as conglomerate. That's why we are calling conglomerate as unrelated diversification. So why we are calling it as unrelated? There is no connection between the existing product and new product. There is no common factor between the existing product and new product. That's why we are considering that this as unrelated diversification. So concentric and conglomerate is understood. Concentric says that existing process, existing technology has been used to develop a new product. Conglomerate, new process, new technology has been used to develop a new product. In conglomerate, there is no connection between the existing product and new product. Look at the term here. Concentric, related diversification, because the business is linked to the existing business. A new product is a derivative from the existing facilities. This is what I was saying. Whatever the new product that we have got, that the new product is a derivative of the existing facilities. Helps to enjoy the synergy benefit also here. But whereas conglomerate, taking up activities which are unrelated to existing business, neither with respect to customer groups, customer functions, technologies, whatever the area that you take, there is no common thing between the new product and the existing product. It is a totally unrelated diversification. That's about concentric and conglomerate. So you check with the outline that I have stated now: vertical, horizontal, concentric and conglomerate. So we are done with intensification and diversification, where we can understand they both will lead to rapid growth and they both will be internal. Now we need to go for external. In external, we are going to understand about mergers and acquisitions, where I am pretty sure that we don't need to that elaborately put the content about mergers and acquisitions. I am expecting you are very well aware of. When two or more organizations joins together to expand their business, it is a merger. When one company takeovers the other company, we call it as acquisition. Mergers happens in friendly terms, where both the merging companies will try to share the resources and they will share the profits and losses in a friendly manner. Acquisition, financially stronger company will acquire the financially weaker one. That's an obvious factor. During the time of economic recessions, when financially weak companies could not able to perform well, then the financially strong companies will try to acquire the financially weaker ones. So we have different types of mergers. We don't have types of acquisitions. Let's have a look at the meaning. Merger. Two or more organizations join together to expand their business. Why these companies have joined together? To increase their financial gains, along with breaking some trade barriers. And moreover, they would like to share profits in the newly created entity. So in merger, when two organizations join together in newly created entity, they will prefer to share their profits, and many organizations prefer to grow with mergers. Mergers and acquisitions are one of the quickest way of achieving growth, easiest and quickest way of achieving growth. Next, acquisition. One organization take over the other organization and controls all its business operations. That is where we call it as acquisition, which is nothing but one bigger organization is establishing control over the smaller organization. And which type of organizations will acquire whom? One financially strong organization will take over the weaker one. Under what conditions this will happen? During recession in the economy, when the profit margins are falling down. Usually the stronger companies will try to exhibit their control over the weaker companies. So that's how we can understand about mergers and acquisitions. We don't have different types of acquisitions, but definitely we have different types of mergers. 4 types of mergers are there: horizontal, vertical, co-generic and conglomerate. So what is horizontal merger? Here, two merging organizations will belong to same industry, nothing but merging with a direct competitor. Let's say you have a direct competitor who is manufacturing the same kind of product like you. When you merge with your direct competitor, that's horizontal merger. Vertical merger. Here also, companies are operating in the same industry, but the condition is at a different stages of production and distribution system, which means the two merging companies' production and distribution systems are different. Such companies, when they come together, we call this as vertical merger. So once again, horizontal merger, two merging companies belongs to same industry, nothing but merging with a direct competitor. Vertical merger, two merging companies belongs to same industry, which means they are operating at the same stage of production and distribution system. Next, co-generic merger. So what is happening in co-generic merger? Two or more organizations are associated in some way or the other that may be related to production business markets, which means the two merging companies might be from different industries, but they both are connected to one another with respect to production process, with respect to business markets that they are operating. There might be a connection between these two companies, but these both companies are operating in different industries, but they both are connected to one another in one or other way. If any such merger happens, we call this as co-generic merger. Conglomerate merger. Here, the two merging organizations are unrelated to each other. There is no connection between these two companies. The two merging companies belongs to two different industries and there is no common factor between these two companies. Then that comes into unrelated diversification. Unrelated merger we can say, because there is no commonality between these two companies. 4 types of mergers. Once again, horizontal merger. Companies belongs to same industry, merging with a competitor. Vertical merger. Companies belongs to same industry, but operating at a different stages of production and distribution system. Co-generic merger. Companies belongs to different industries, but are associated with one another in one or other way, either with respect to production process or by any other requirement. Conglomerate merger. Merging organizations are different industries. There is no connection between these companies. Such thing is referred to as conglomerate merger. So we are done with mergers and acquisitions. There is one more concept with respect to mergers and acquisitions. We call them as alliances, strategic alliance. Strategic alliance is like a merger. First thing that we have to understand. Association of two companies will happen, but only condition is the two merging companies are operating in two different countries. American company, independently they can't come to India and operate. They have associated with the Indian company and have entered into Indian market and operating. Then it is alliance. Because both Indian and American company know independently they can't achieve any objective that they wish to achieve. That's why they both have come together to achieve a certain objective. It is called as alliance. So look at the point what it says. Relationship between two or more businesses that enables them to achieve an objective which neither would be able to achieve on its own independently. The two companies couldn't achieve a particular objective. That's why they both have come together. Then it is called as alliance. You may think, sir, we can call this as a merger. No, look at the point. Often formed in the global marketplace between the companies which are operating in two different countries. And US companies associating with an Indian company and selling their product in India. Whatever the relationship that exists between these two will be referred to as alliance, where the businesses are based on different regions of the world. That's about alliance. So when a company go for alliance, so many benefits are there. Organizational benefit. An American company can learn the skills from the Indian company to operate in Indian market effectively. Economic, as they both are in alliance, they can share the profits and losses. Strategic, let's say if the American company straight away have entered into India as an independent company, then the Indian company and American company, they both have to act as competitors. Now, hence there is a alliance between these two companies. Instead of competing with each other, they can come together and operate effectively. That's about strategic. Rivals will join together instead of competing with one another. Political, for American company to come to India, there might be some political barriers. But the Indian company is having good political influence, so it is helping the American company to freely enter into the Indian markets. These are the benefits of going for strategic alliance. So meaning of the term strategic alliance and the benefit of going for strategic alliance. So far, two strategies we have completed: stability and expansion. In expansion, we have discussed three: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, and alliances. Intensification and diversification are internal, mergers, acquisitions, and alliances are external. Let's go with the third one, retrenchment strategy. Of course, when we are done with retrenchment, we are almost done with this chapter. Like combination is nothing but following these three at a stretch. Let me explain you how the retrenchment will happen. Retrenchment strategy could be of two ways: internal retrenchment and external retrenchment. In internal retrenchment, we have a strategy called turnaround. Turnaround will come into internal retrenchment. In external retrenchment, divestments and liquidation. So this is how we have to understand about retrenchment. When the company is in losses, in order to protect the company from the losses, retrenchment strategy can be followed. It is of internal and external. In internal retrenchment, company will go for turnaround. In external retrenchment, they will go for divestment or liquidation. What does retrench mean? Reducing the scope of its activities. Intentionally, business is trying to reduce the scope. Why intentionally business is trying to reduce the scope? Because they are in losses. That's why they are reducing the scope. For that, they should find out the problematic areas because of which they went into losses, and they should diagnose it properly. Certain steps have to be taken so that systematically they can reduce the scope and convert the company from losses to profits. If an organization chooses to reverse the flow of their losses, we call it as turnaround. As I have said, internal retrenchment is turnaround. Or else, if they cut off its businesses, SBUs, that goes into external, that is divestment. Let's say if they are closing down the firm, that comes into liquidation. So turnaround, divestment, liquidation. Turnaround is internal, divestment and liquidation is external. So you can easily understand reasons why the company they go for. Internal retrenchment, what is turnaround stands for? Very simple meaning. If any company wish to convert its loss-making unit into a profit-making unit, we call it as turnaround. Converting a loss-making unit into a profit-making unit. Technically, the goal of turnaround is to convert a financially distressed company into its normalcy. Let's say if any financially distressed company is there, if it has been converted into a normal company, look at the term here. The overall goal of turnaround is to return an underperforming or distressed company to normalcy. Acceptable amount of profitability, solvency, liquidity and cash flow. We call this as turnaround. So one major key term to understand about turnaround is to return an underperforming or distressed company into its normalcy. That's why I am saying to convert a loss-making unit into a profit-making unit. For that, the company needs to improve the internal efficiencies. It's a highly targeted effort. Now, when do companies have to go for this turnaround? When there is a continuous negative cash flow, when their market shares are decreasing, their physical facilities have been sold, employees are high but their level of confidence is low, your products have become uncompetitive, there is no proper management. If these danger indicators have been found in the company, then they have to go for turnaround strategy. When they adopt a turnaround, certain steps that they have to follow. Because to convert a financially distressed company into its normalcy, some steps have to be followed. Then only in a systematic way, they can convert this distressed company into normalcy. First thing, step 1, understand the current problem, why they went into losses, diagnose the areas where the problem has come from and try to find a solution to the root cause of the problem. And understand the situation and develop a plan. Analyze the entire situation and prepare a strategic plan so that you can deal with the problems. Get ready with an emergency action plan, because sometimes loss may not be expected, unexpected situations do come. Then you should be ready with an emergency action plan and you try to restructure the business. Whatever the business that you are following now, try to restructure your core businesses. Then finally you can return to normalcy. So these are the 5-stage action plan that can be followed for turnaround. Understand the problem, prepare a plan, get ready with an emergency action plan, restructure your business and return to normalcy. So you can see here, that's about internal retrenchment turnaround. A financially distressed company has been converted into normalcy and certain steps that can be followed for that. Then we have two things, divestment and liquidation. What is divestment means? Closing down a portion of business. Liquidation means closing down the entire business. Very simple meaning. Divestment stands for sale or liquidation of portion of business. You are not closing your entire business, you are only closing down a portion of business. Why you are doing this? Turnaround has been attempted but proven to be unsuccessful. You have tried for turnaround. The financially distressed company, you have tried to convert into its normalcy, but it couldn't happen. Then you have to go for the divestment strategy. Let's say you are so strong that even though you apply turnaround, your company will not get success. Then go for divestment. Turnaround may be ignored if the divestment is the only answer. You know that divestment is the only option that is left, then you ignore the turnaround. That's why divestment strategy is required. Turnaround has been attempted, proven to be unsuccessful. You have acquired a new business, it is not matching up with your strengths and weaknesses. You have continuous negative cash flow in your company. Lot of competition is there, but your company is not able to fight with the competition. You have to survive, you need to upgrade. But to upgrade, you don't have financial support. Go for divestment. Better business alternative is available, then choose divestment. So these are the reasons why do companies have to go for divestment. Liquidation, most extreme and unattractive strategy. Closing down the firm, selling off its assets and paying the liabilities. You are closing down the entire firm here. Extreme and unattractive strategy, because all the career opportunities has been lost. Employees will lose their employment. Company has no other option. That's why we call this as most unattractive retrenchment strategy. There is no other option. Let's say if you run the business, you will have more losses. Instead of running the business, the best option is to close the business. That's why when a dead business is worth more than alive, then it is good option to go for liquidation. When you close that business, it will be more benefit for you than you run the business. Then the best option is to close down the business. And moreover, we say liquidation is the most unattractive strategy. Even then, company can reap the benefits when they do a systematic liquidation. So that's what it says. Planned liquidation will reap the maximum benefits to the shareholders. Don't go for unplanned liquidation without any proper plan. When the liquidation happens in a systematic way, that will reap the more benefits to the shareholders. And we can say stakeholders also. That's about liquidation. So what we have covered so far, if you check, stability over, expansion over, retrenchment over. Retrenchment, two things, internal and external. In internal, turnaround is over. In external, divestment and liquidation is discussed. Then the last strategy that we have for this chapter is combination. There the answer lies. There is nothing that we can discuss in combination. Combination means when any company simultaneously follows stability, expansion and retrenchment at the same time, we call it as combination. Look at the meaning. Refer to a mix of different strategies like expansion, stability and retrenchment to suit a particular situation the enterprise is facing. Depending upon that particular situation, if any company adopts any of these three strategies, you might be thinking, is it practically possible for any company to follow all these strategies at a stretch? Do possible. Provided by your business need to deal with multiple industries. Your company should have multiple businesses. Each business should deal with different industry. Then it is possible to go for combination. Look at the term it says. Organization is large and having complex environment, then you can go for combination. Or organization is composed of different businesses, each lies in different industry, then you can follow combination. Companies like Tata's, they operate in different industries, then they go for combination. For rapidly growing businesses, they will go for expansion. Safe play, any business, they will go for stability. If any business is giving continuous losses, either they may go for internal or external retrenchment. In order to follow combination, first of all, organization need to have different businesses and every business should operate in different industry. Then successfully they can implement this combination strategy. So these are 4 corporate level strategies that we have, which is of stability, expansion, retrenchment and combination. For every strategy, if you draw this kind of outline and framework, then it becomes simple and easy for you to remember the major key terms. So this is it with respect to corporate level strategies. In today's session, we are going to start new chapter. In the last session, we have completed corporate level strategies. So in the sequence, the next chapter that we have is to discuss business level strategies. So today's session is going to be business level strategies. If we go back to the first chapter to understand about strategic levels, in 3 strategic levels, corporate, business and functional level, if we can recollect, at business level, we are going to have general managers. We call them as business level general managers. They are responsible for a particular business unit. Rather, corporate level, whatever they do, it will be applicable for the entire business organization. That's how we have understood in the last session. All the 4 strategies of corporate level that we have discussed will be applicable for the entire organization. Now at business level, whatever the strategies that we are going to understand, they will be applicable for a particular business unit, not for the entire organization. And moreover, these strategies will be prepared and the designation that comes at a business level is called as business level general managers. So let's have a look for what the elements or key terms with respect to this particular chapter, and I am going to provide you an outline even for this chapter also. Whatever the outline that I am trying to give you, if you can pay attention towards it, then this particular chapter will be simple and easy for you. So try to make a note of the outline that I am going to provide. So in corporate level we have 4 strategies. Independently I have explained about each and every strategy. In this chapter, business level strategies, we have 3 strategies. First, I will provide you the entire briefing of these 3 strategies. Then we will do the material reading and we will understand from the material rest of the key terms with respect to those 3 strategies. So if you can pay attention to understand about these 3 strategies, then the things becomes simple and easy for you people. So let's have a look at the chapter. The chapter is business level strategies. And these business level strategies have been stated by Michael Porter, and these strategies can otherwise be called as Michael Porter generic strategies. Generic strategies. So you know why the term generic can be used. Even in the last session also, for corporate level strategies we have used the term called generic, which means these strategies can be applicable irrespective of a type of a company and irrespective of a size of a company. The same thing, whatever the 3 business level strategies that we are going to understand, they will be termed as generic, which means even these 3 strategies will also be applicable irrespective of a size of a company and irrespective of a type of a company. 3 generic strategies we are going to understand at business level. Along with that, actually with these 3 strategies, actually we are not done with the topic, we are done with the chapter. After these 3 strategies, we have a concept called Porter's 5 forces model. Michael Porter have provided with 5 forces. So we can understand what are the 5 forces that have been stated by Michael Porter. That will be a last concept. First we will cover these 3 strategies stated by Michael Porter at business level. Then we will understand about Porter's 5 forces model. First, let's have a look. The 3 generic strategies stated by Michael Porter. So they goes like this. So the first one is cost, leadership. This is the first strategy. Second one is differentiation. And the third one is focus. These are the 3 business level strategies that we have: cost leadership, differentiation, focus. So before we understand about these 3 strategies, it will be good for you if you can have an idea of certain concepts, like every market consists of price sensitive and insensitive customers. These are the 2 terms that you have to know: price sensitive and insensitive customers. Price sensitive customers, who are they? Any customer who always expects the product to be offered at a discounted price is a price sensitive customer. And then we have price insensitive customers. These customers won't bother about price. If their intention is to buy the product, they will buy it. So every market consists of these 2 types of customers: sensitive and insensitive. And there are 2 ways to offer the product. One is customization of a product and the second one is standardization of a product. Customization and standardization. Customization means where a product can be changed as per the taste and preferences of a customer. Standardization, the product is manufactured with bulk production and the same product is offered for everyone. This is called as standardization and customization, price sensitive and insensitive customers. So to understand these strategies, we should know the idea of these terms: price sensitive customers and insensitive customers, standardization and customization of the product. Depending on that, let's have a look at what are the three strategies are going to offer. First, to start with, cost leadership strategy, cost leadership. So under what conditions we can say the firm is following cost leadership strategy? I will provide you some situations under which we can say company is following cost leadership strategy. First, in cost leadership, the company will manufacture a standard product. Standard product, which is nothing but they will not go for any customization of a product. They will offer a standardized product, that too low per unit cost. A standard product, that too for low per unit cost. Third one, targeted for price sensitive customers. These are the major key terms for cost leadership. In cost leadership, company offers a standardized product, that too low per unit cost, and the target customers are price sensitive. Because when the product is for low price, obviously the target customers will be price sensitive. Hence the product is offered for low price, they can't go for customization. Because when they go for customization, they have to offer some unique needs. Because they will be changing the product as per the needs of a customer. That will not happen in cost leadership. When they go for standardization, they can offer a product by means of going for bulk production. When they go for bulk production, it is possible for them to offer the product for low cost. You know about experience curve. When the volume of production increases, per unit cost will automatically come down. This is about cost leadership. If any company follows cost leadership, three things that they have to do: a standard product, low per unit cost, targeted for price sensitive customers. And it's not that we are done with this particular strategy. Further, we'll understand advantages and disadvantages of this particular strategy, how successfully company can achieve cost leadership strategy. We'll try to cover that through material reading. That's about cost leadership. Next, differentiation. So what happens in differentiation? Here, company satisfy unique needs of the customer. Unique needs of a customer. In cost leadership, what I have said, a standard product, no customization. But in differentiation, what the company is trying to do, they are trying to satisfy the unique needs of a customer, which means they are going for customization of a product. When the company go for customization of a product, which is nothing but changing the product as per the tastes and preferences of a customer, what happens? Ultimately, it will show impact on price, which means the product have to be sold for a high price. That's why we say targeted for price insensitive customers. Price insensitive customers. So in differentiation, what is happening? Satisfying the unique needs of a customer, targeted for price insensitive customers. That's about cost leadership and differentiation. One last thing, that we have to know about these two strategies, cost leadership and differentiation. These two strategies will have broader market, targeted for broader market, which is nothing but for everyone in the market they are offering the product. So this is about cost leadership and differentiation. So once again, cost leadership, a standard product, low per unit cost, targeted for price sensitive buyers. Differentiation, satisfying the unique needs of a customer, targeted for price insensitive customers. And these both strategies are aiming at broader market, which is nothing but everyone who wish to buy the product, they can buy the product. Let's understand what happens in focus. So the focus strategy key term, satisfying the needs of small group of customers in the market. So what a company will do in a focus strategy, satisfying the needs of small group of customers in the market. Whereas in cost leadership and differentiation, I said broader market, which is nothing but large number of customers. Here the company is trying to sell the product. But whereas in focus, they are trying to satisfy the needs of a small group of customers in the market. The moment I say small group of customers, which is nothing but the target market is narrow market. Because whereas in cost leadership and differentiation, broader market, as focus says, satisfying the small group of customers, only few customers the company is trying to serve. On that case, the target market will become narrow. So here the game is not over. Again, understand this carefully. Again, focus strategy could be of two types. In focus we have two types. What is that? One is focused cost leadership. Then focused differentiation. Focused cost leadership and focused differentiation. These are the two types that we have. Now what is focused cost leadership? Offering a product for low cost, targeting a narrow market. Low cost product for narrow markets is cost leadership, focused cost leadership. So focused cost leadership, simply a low cost product for narrow markets. A low cost product for narrow market is focused cost leadership. Now focused differentiation. Excuse me. Satisfying unique needs for narrow markets. Did you understand the difference here? In focused cost leadership, what is happening? The company is satisfying the needs at low cost, that too for narrow market. That's why we call it as focused cost leadership. Whereas in focused differentiation, company is trying to satisfy the unique needs, but that too targeting a narrow market. In both we are saying narrow market because the very concept of focus strategy says that satisfying the needs of small group of customers in the market. Hence, in focused cost leadership, developing a product for low cost, targeting a narrow market. In focused differentiation, satisfying the unique needs of a customer, targeting a narrow market. These are the three major strategies that can be prepared at business level. So when you understand the meaning and what the concept is conveying, when we read the material, it becomes easy for you to understand the content. So let me sum up all the strategies once. Business level strategies. We have three business level strategies stated by Michael Porter. That's why we call them as generic strategies. First one, cost leadership. differentiation and focus. Cost leadership. What happens in cost leadership? A standard product, low per unit cost, targeted for price sensitive customers. Differentiation. Satisfying the unique needs of a customer, targeted for price insensitive customers. Focus. Satisfying the needs of small group of customers in the market. Whereas for cost leadership and differentiation, target market will be broader. For focus, the target market will be narrow. Again, focus strategy is of two types. One is focus differentiation, then focus cost leadership. In focus cost leadership, a low cost product has been developed targeting a narrow market. In focused differentiation, unique needs of a customers have been satisfied targeting a narrow market. So now we have to understand advantages and disadvantages for each and every strategy here. The three strategies that we have discussed, we will understand the key terms of these strategies and we will check what are the advantages and disadvantages that a company will get by following these strategies. We will have an idea of that also. So let's understand what is first cost leadership, as you can see here. And obviously when a question has been asked to write about Michael Porter generic strategies, first you have to draw this outline. You have to draw this entire outline, where on one axis we have taken competitive advantage. Company will gain competitive advantage by two ways, either being low cost producer in the market or differentiating the products. And when it comes to competitive scope, we have broader and narrow market. Like this, the four strategies that we have: cost leadership, differentiation, focused cost leadership and focused differentiation. Let's have a look at the key terms. First, cost leadership. What a company do here? A standardized product, that too low per unit cost for consumers who are price sensitive. The three key terms: a standardized product, low per unit cost for price sensitive buyers is cost leadership. Whereas differentiation, what the company do here? Satisfying the unique products and services, the customers who are relatively price insensitive, that is differentiation. Focus, identifying or fulfilling the needs of small group of customers within the framework or within the market in which it wants to operate. So you got all the three key terms for these three strategies. Now we have to understand each and every strategy elaborately. For that, first we'll understand cost leadership strategy. So what happens in cost leadership strategy? I'll be highlighting the key terms. You'll be glad if you can make a note of all these key terms. First, this strategy aims at broader mass market. And the next one, if the company have to go for cost leadership strategy, they have to follow some cost cutting methods. It requires vigorous pursuit of cost reduction. When the company follows cost leadership strategy, then they have to rigorously follow cost reduction techniques, because ultimately they have to offer the product for low cost. For that reason, certain cost cutting techniques the company have to follow. In the areas of, in which areas they should go for cost cutting? The areas you can see, they have to go for cost cutting in procurement, production, storage, distribution, and they can achieve economies in overhead costs also. And moreover, due to their low cost, as they offer the product at lower price when compared with the competitors, still they make satisfactory profit. And even they can go for forward and backward integration also to go for cost leadership. What happens in forward and backward integration? Like entering into the business of input providers, entering into the businesses of distribution channel. Both the elements will help the company to save the cost. And when this strategy will be effective, let's say the company which follow cost leadership strategy, if they have to successfully pursue this cost leadership strategy, how the market should be? There are certain conditions that have to prevail in the market. Let's understand. First, this strategy is effective when market composed of many price sensitive buyers. If cost leadership strategy have to be successful, then in the market there should be more price sensitive buyers, then only it will be successful. And there are only few ways to achieve product differentiation, where the company cannot go for high amount of product differentiation, where there are only few ways to achieve product differentiation, and where buyers do not much differentiate between brand to brand, where buyers are not worrying about from one brand to other brand, then also cost leadership strategy will be very helpful. And there are large number of buyers with significant bargaining power in the market. When there are large number of buyers with a significant bargaining power, then also cost leadership strategy will be used. So if cost leadership strategy have to be effective, then this should be the market condition. Market should consist of more price sensitive buyers, where there are few ways to achieve product differentiation. Buyers do not bother from brand to brand, where there are large number of buyers who have this bargaining power. So this is how we can say the company will be successfully achieving cost leadership strategy. The aim is to underprice the competitor. That's it. And next, there are some risks of pursuing this strategy. Obviously, any of the business level strategy that we follow, there will be a risk. If not in the short term, in the long term, the competitor will copy your strategy. That will definitely happen. That's why one of the major risks that we have with this strategy is this strategy can be adopted by the competitors in the long run. And moreover, if technological breakthrough is rapid, let's say so many technologies have been introduced in the market, then rapid technological innovation will also be considered as one of the major drawback for this strategy. That's what competitors may imitate, and technological breakthrough in the industry makes this strategy ineffective, and buyers' interest may shift to the other differentiating features than the price. So these are the reasons why do companies will promptly cannot implement this strategy. There are some advantages and disadvantages of cost leadership strategy. Let's understand advantages and disadvantages. First, advantages with respect to existing rivalry. Competitive war can be avoided because ultimately the company which offers the product for the low price, they will win the war. That's why competitive war can be avoided, because the low cost firm will continue to make profits. Buyers, you are already offering the product for such a low price. Now buyer will not bargain for the price. Already we are offering the product for low price, then buyer will not bargain for the price. Next, supplier, as a company you can easily absorb the raw material price increases, because ultimately you have to offer the product for low price to the customer. New entrants, you can create an entry barrier. If you are offering the product for such a low price, the new company, it is next to impossible to offer the product for such a low price, which means you have created an entry barrier for the new entrants. Substitutes, like the customer will not think of substitute product, because already your company is satisfying his need at an affordable price. So definitely the customer will never think of a substitute product. So these are the different advantages that we have by going with cost leadership strategy. Disadvantages, obviously competitor can copy, and moreover this strategy is not successful if you can't achieve higher sales volume, because when the sales volume increases, per unit cost will fall down. And in the long run, this strategy is not suggestible, because when the company follow cost leadership strategy, they can't invest money in marketing, they can't invest money in R&D. Being not able to invest money in marketing and R&D is not suggestible for the company in the long run. That's why this strategy may not reap you the needed benefits in the long run. And whenever technology changes, it's a major threat for these particular strategies. Next, differentiation. Already we have said what happens in differentiation: creating a product or service, that is satisfying the unique needs of a customer. Uniqueness can be in any of the form. When you satisfy the unique needs, you will charge a premium price. And moreover, you should have greater product flexibility, greater compatibility, greater convenience, and you will be expecting, the customer will be expecting more features. Why customer is expecting more features? Because you are offering, the customer is spending a lot of money to buy the product, then he expects more future and more features also. Next, if you have to develop cost leadership strategy, first you need to understand buyer's taste and preferences so that you can make the unique product, and you are charging a higher price for your product, due to which you may enjoy customer loyalty also, because customer might be strongly associated and attached with the differentiated features of the product. So that's about the points. Differentiation. The differentiation could be of product based differentiation, price based differentiation, and organization. Product based, offering unique needs to your product. Pricing, charging a higher price. Organization, so you have to improve your brand value, that your company is having a strong brand value like no other company in the market, which is an organization differentiation. Same, how we have discussed advantages and disadvantages for cost leadership strategy, the same thing we can apply for differentiation also. The same 5 dimensions that we have discussed for cost leadership strategy. First, existing rivalry. Brand loyalty will protect the companies from the rivalries. In cost leadership, as the product is offered for low cost, competitors may not offer the product for such low price, then it is protecting from existing rivalry. Whereas in differentiation, as you are offering the unique needs, you will have loyal customers. Then brand loyalty will act as a safeguard against the competitors for you. Next, buyers. Buyers will not negotiate for price, as you are already offering you are already giving unique needs to the customers. Then buyer will not negotiate for price, because you are offering unique needs and they are ready to pay the high price also. Suppliers, you don't need to worry about raw material price increase, because if you can increase your product price, customer is ready to pay extra money also. Then you don't need to worry about the increase in the raw material price. New entrants, it is very tough for the new entrant to defeat you, because you are satisfying the unique needs of a customer. Then for a new entrant, it is next to impossible to offer such kind of uniqueness. Substitutes, brand loyalty will protect you from the substitutes. When you are offering unique needs, you will have some loyal customers. So brand loyalty will act as a strong safeguard against the substitute products. So you can see a bit of opposite thing that we are discussing for cost leadership and differentiation. They are offering the product for low cost will give you advantage in 5 dimensions. Here, offering unique needs is providing advantages in 5 dimensions. Disadvantage, common disadvantage for every strategy. In the long run, the competitor will copy. Look at here. Uniqueness is difficult to sustain, and sometimes charging a too higher price, sometimes customer may think of going with the other product because the price is very high. This is another disadvantage. Whatever the uniqueness that you are offering, let's say if the customer is feeling that it is not high valued, then he may not show interest to purchase that particular product. That's another disadvantage that we have. These are advantages and disadvantages of cost leadership. Then we have focus. What the company do in focus strategy, already I have said, fulfilling the needs of narrow market, whose tastes and preferences are distinctively different from the rest of the market. When you have chosen a narrow market, it should be in sufficient size, it should have a good growth potential, and whatever the narrowness that you have chosen, it should not be crucial to the success of the major competitors. Focus strategy 2, we have said, focused cost leadership. What happens here? competing based on low price, targeting a narrow market, low price, narrow market, focus differentiation, fulfill the demands of a, offering unique features, fulfilling the demands of narrow market. So offering unique features, narrow market. That's about two types of focus strategy that we have. So advantages, you can charge premium price, you can get good profits. You can create an entry barrier because of the uniqueness and narrowness that you have chosen. For a new entrant, it will be very difficult. Disadvantages, the distinctive competency may not be able to pursue the focus strategy. If your company doesn't have distinctive capabilities, you can't achieve this strategy. And the demand will be very limited for these products and services because of its narrow niche. In the long run, whatever the niche that you have adopted, it may disappear. Whatever the narrowness that you have adopted, in the long run it will disappear. Why in the long run the narrowness that you have adopted may disappear? Because it might be copied by other competitors. That's about focus strategy. So hope you are clear with the business level strategies, cost leadership, differentiation and focus. I have said there is one more concept to understand in this chapter, Porter's 5 forces model. Before that, there is one small concept in this chapter, which is a best cost provider strategy. In best cost provider strategy, only two major things that you have to keep in your mind. Look at the terms that I am highlighting. In best cost provider strategy, what a company have to do? Offering products at a lower price that has been offered by the rival products with comparable quality and features, which means you are offering your product at a lower price that has been offered by the competitor, but same quality. Reduce the price, offer the same quality. Second, charging similar price as that of rivals for the products with a much higher quality and better features. If you are charging a similar price, what you have to do? Increase your higher quality and offer better features. So two options have been given here for best cost provider. Lower price, same quality. Similar price, higher quality. That's how best cost provider strategy says. Let's understand Porter's 5 forces model. With that, we would able to complete this chapter. So as you can see here, Porter's 5 forces model. Michael Porter have created 5 forces, and he said that in order to understand the competitive intensity of the industry, it is not necessary to study different aspects of the industry. Rather, 5 forces will help the organization to understand the competitive intensity in the industry. For that, Michael Porter have stated 5 forces for the systematic analysis of competitive pressures in the industry. Let's understand the 5 forces. First, if I have to brief you up with the 5 forces, the 5 forces goes like this. First one, threat of new entrants. Second one, bargaining power of buyers. Third, bargaining power of suppliers. Fourth, rivalry among existing firms. Then last one, threat of substitutes. So have you come across with the 5 forces? These 5 forces will help the organizations to understand the competitive intensity in the market. What are the 5 forces are? Bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of customers, threat of new entrants and threat of substitutes, and finally rivalry among the current players. When a company systematically understands these 5 forces, they could able to know the competitive pressures in the industry. Now we have to understand about each and every force, the 5 forces. The first one is threat of new entrant. Definitely we can say when a new company enters into the market, the new company is going to be the powerful source of competition because they bring new capabilities, they come up with new technology, as they may have new effective resources also. That's why new entrant is considered as a powerful source of competition for the company. When we say new entrant is a powerful source of competition for the company, then how these new entrants can be stopped? By means of creating some entry barriers. And the entry barriers goes like this. The common entry barriers includes, first one, capital requirements. When you increase the capital requirement that is needed to enter into the industry, which means that you have created an entry barrier, which means, let's say for a new company to enter into the industry, they need huge amount of capital, then they may not prefer to enter into the industry. By increasing the amount of capital requirement, you can create entry barrier. Economies of scale, nothing but increase the volume of production, per unit cost will automatically come down. You have created an entry barrier. Product differentiation, offer the unique needs that no other guy can offer, created entry barrier. Switching cost, if you keep your prices low, the other company customers will shift to your company, then you have created an entry barrier. Look, whenever a customer thinks of switching to the another product, he always looks for the price. If the price is less, easily he shift. If not, he may be reluctant to shift. Brand identity, create a strong brand identity for your company. Then this will help you to create a strong entry barrier, because your brand identity will safeguard you against any kind of new entrants in the market. Next, access to distribution channel. Like whenever a new player enters into the market, let's say there is no accessibility of distribution channel for the new entrant. Existing companies have already occupied all the distribution channels. For a new company, there is no scope for distributing his product. Then obviously new company will not enter into the market. Then non-availability of distribution channel is also an entry barrier for the new firms. Existing companies should access all the existing distribution channels so that it creates entry barrier for the new company. Next, possibility of aggressive retaliation. When the existing companies are very aggressively retaliating with each other, then for a new firm, it becomes next to impossible to enter into the market. So kindly understand the concept here. We are talking about Porter's 5 forces model. Michael Porter have stated 5 forces by which systematically competitive pressures in the industry can be analyzed. And we are understanding the first force, threat of new entrant. New entrant is a powerful source of competition. Hence, we are calling new entrant is a powerful source of competition. The existing companies should try to protect themselves by means of creating an entry barrier so that the new entrants cannot enter into the market. And the entry barriers can be created by different ways. What are all the ways that I have explained you now? By means of increasing the capital requirement, by means of improving your production capacity to reduce your cost, go for product differentiation, make sure switching cost is as low, create a brand identity, go for access of all distribution channels, and aggressive retaliation. These are the ways by which entry barriers can be created. Next, bargaining power of buyers. This is also one of the force by which we can understand the competitive pressures in the industry. What is bargaining power of buyer stands for? All the buyers who are buying the same kind of product, they are forming as groups like cartels, and they are going to the manufacturer and pressurizing the manufacturer to reduce the cost or to increase the quality. A point will raise, can they do so? Yes, they can do so, because they are the bulk buyers. They went to the manufacturer because they are bulk buyers and they are pressurizing the manufacturer either to improve the price, either to decrease the price or to improve the quality. And moreover, you know which kind of buyers can exhibit this? Only the industrial buyers, where they will be purchasing large amount of quantity. This phenomenon can only be observed in the industrial products where the buyers will buy large quantity of the products. That's what bargaining power of buyers. Look at the term here. Buyers forming as groups and cartels, and mostly this phenomenon sees only in the industrial products. So what is happening in bargaining power of buyers, where buyers are forming as groups and they are going to the manufacturer and asking the manufacturer either to decrease the price or improve the quality. So this phenomenon can only be seen in the industrial product. It is not possible for the customer products. So that's what the point says here. This is a phenomenon that can only be seen in the industrial products. And what happens here? Buyers influence not only the price that the producer can charge, but also influence the cost and investment of the producer. So that's the point says, when this phenomenon can be enjoyed, buyers have full knowledge of the source of the product. Here buyer should have knowledge, full source of the knowledge of a product. And moreover, lot of money is needed to buy these products, and wherever the buyer is consuming, it is not to the crucial to the needs of a customer, and moreover concentrated the firms supplying the product. That's about bargaining power of buyers. Next, bargaining power of suppliers. Whereas vice versa, the same thing will happen. Under what condition the supplier can exhibit his bargaining power, it's a question. Usually the supplier will exhibit his bargaining power when suppliers are very limited. When there are less number of suppliers in the market, then they will exhibit bargaining power. As you can see here, the more specialized the offering, which means maybe supplier might be monopoly in the market, whatever the offerings that he is providing, they might be very specialized. So the more specialized the offering from the supplier, the greater his influence. And moreover, the suppliers are limited in number. The suppliers are very limited. The supplier is monopoly in the market. So under that condition, he will show lot of bargaining power of suppliers. Next one, rivalry among existing firms. So what is rivalry among existing firms is obviously talks about. The rivalry among existing players is quite obvious. This is what normally understood as competition. When there is a rivalry among the existing players, that is what we call it as competition. Then competitors influence the price being charged, advertising costs and products. So the intensity of the rival in the industry is a significant determinant of industry. So when there is an intensity of the rivalry, existing players are strongly fighting with each other. On that condition, this will create as an industry attractiveness and profitability can be defined. Finally, threat of substitutes. We said threat of new entrant is a powerful source of competition. And then threat of substitute is called as latent source of competition. So why we are calling it as a latent source of competition? Latent is indirect source of competition, because we know direct and indirect. Indirect source of competition is nothing but all the companies which are offering substitute products are referred to as indirect source of competition, where it becomes as a major constitute of competition. Then substitute will definitely offer a price advantage, performance improvement to the consumer. They drastically alter the competitive characteristics of the industry. So that's about threat of substitutes, where we call them as a latent source of competition, and they are constituted as a major constitute of competition. That's about threat of substitute. These are the 5 forces. So when any business studies these 5 forces, so they could able to understand the competitive intensity of the industry. So these are the major concepts of this particular chapter, business level strategies. First, we have understood 3 business level strategies: cost leadership, differentiation and focus. And then there is a concept called best cost provider strategy, and then Michael Porter's 5 forces model, where Porter have stated 5 forces. When any company systematically diagnose these 5 forces, that will help the organization to understand about the competitive intensity in the industry. This is about business level strategies. In today's session, we are going to start with the new chapter, which is of functional level strategies, which is going to be our 6th chapter. So in the previous sessions, we have completed corporate level strategies and business level strategies. These two we have discussed. So if we can recollect, in the first chapter when we have discussed about different strategic levels, we said there are 3 strategic levels are there: corporate level, business level and functional level. In that we have completed corporate and business level strategies. Now we are going to move ahead with our functional level strategies. So first, let's understand what is the learning objective, like how we are discussing for every chapter. So for this chapter also we'll check what are all the things that we are going to cover in this particular chapter. So the title is going to be functional level strategies. As we have already studied about the strategic levels in the business, we know that who will come at functional level? All the functional managers will come, and every manager will be taking care of a respected functional area, because organization is a combination of different functional areas. So in this chapter we are going to check different functional areas and how strategies have been designed in those areas, and moreover, when all these functional strategies have been implemented effectively, then that will promote for effective goal of the organization, which means the corporate level goal, whatever they have designed, that could be implemented effectively. So here let's have a look how many functional areas we are going to cover in this chapter. They are: first we will understand about marketing, then finance, after this production, and then R&D, research and development, then logistics and SCM, supply chain management, and the last one is HRM, human resource management. So these are the 6 functional areas we are going to discuss in this particular chapter, and we will discuss how strategies can be prepared in each and every functional area and what kind of functions that can be performed in each and every functional area. So let us start with the first topic, where we are going to understand how marketing strategies can be designed. So before that, if we can understand, is it really needed to have functional level strategies? Yes, it is must needed. These functional level strategies will support overall corporate level strategy, and this effectiveness of these functional strategies will ensure the company is going to achieve their corporate goal, which is nothing but whatever the top level goal that they have designed, it can be achieved effectively only when all these functional strategies are effective in the organization. That's why in these 3 levels, when we ask, like a question will be raised, when corporate level has already prepared the strategies for the entire organization, then why to have business and functional level strategies? For that, the answer that we can say is, the business level strategies will ensure all the corporate level strategies are practically feasible for each and every business unit, whereas functional level strategies ensures corporate and business level strategies practically feasible for each and every department. So whatever corporate and business level strategies have been prepared, they should be practically feasible for each and every department. If they have to be practically feasible for each and every department, then all these functional level strategies need to be implemented effectively. So in that journey, let's try to understand what are different strategies that have been prepared at marketing. So in all these functional strategies, marketing is going to be a bit extensive concept to discuss. Rest of the areas are going to be simple to understand. So let us start with the first area where we are going to study marketing strategy formation. Marketing strategy. In this, first we need to discuss about definition of this term marketing. The meaning of this term marketing have been stated by Philip Kotler. Now let's have a look what Philip Kotler have been stated about the term marketing. So he says marketing is a social and managerial process by which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want through creating, offering and exchanging of product value with that of others. This is what marketing has been stated by Philip Kotler. So let us have a look at the definition of marketing so that we can understand. Here we have the definition. Whatever the definition that have been stated here, this definition has been stated by Philip Kotler. Whatever the definition that I have said you now, we can see here. He says that marketing is a social and managerial process, which means marketing is a kind of process where it can be treated as a social process. At the same time, it can be understood as a managerial process also. Why we call marketing as a social process? Because person marketing can be done, place marketing can be done, which means even people and places can be marketed. That's why this process is called as social process. Managerial process, which means this process can even be applied in the organizations also. That's why they say marketing is a social and managerial process. What happens in this? By which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want. Individuals and groups, they can get what they need and want. How? Through creating, offering and exchanging of product value with that of others. Companies are creating the products, companies are offering the products, and we are exchanging the product value with that of others. What does it mean? Exchanging the product value with that of others. What does it mean? If you have to exchange a product, you have to give something which is having value and you have to take the product which is having value. Philip Kotler so wonderfully have stated this definition. You have to give something which is in value, money, and take the product which is having value. That's why it says exchange of product value with that of others. So in marketing strategy, the first concept that we have to understand is the definition of marketing stated by Philip Kotler. So what is the definition says? If you have to revise the definition once, it says that marketing is a social and managerial process by which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want through creating, offering and exchanging of product value with that of others. After this, through marketing, companies always tries to connect with the customers. Connecting with customers. So marketing is a one such kind of activity through which company prefers to establish connection with the customer. Obviously, marketing will create awareness about the product. Among whom? Among the customers, which means through marketing, company always tries to establish a connection with the customer. How that connection can be established? In order to establish the connection with the customer through marketing, company has to follow 3 steps. First, market segmentation. Market segmentation. Second one, market targeting. Third one, market positioning. These are the 3 steps that have to be followed by the company in order to establish connection with the customer. First one, market segmentation. What is segment? Part. Market segmentation stands for dividing the total market into different parts. Dividing the total market into different parts. Let's say if a company wishes to manufacture a soap, first they have to do segmentation of the market, whether this soap is going to be for men, women or for kids, and then they have to select one segment, that is called as market targeting, choosing the best segment, choosing the best segment. First we are going to differentiate the entire market into parts in segments. Among those segments, one segment is going to be selected. We call it as choosing the best segment. Let's say the company have chosen to manufacture the product for kids. First segmentation they did, in that one segment they have selected. Then positioning stands for serving the chosen segment, serving the chosen segment better than the competitor. Whatever the segment that has been chosen in the previous step, thus segment need to be served better than the competitor. Positioning, keeping the product in the market by considering the targeted segment. Whichever the segment that has been targeted, by keeping that segment in mind, the proper segmentation takes place. These are the 3 steps that can be followed by the companies in order to establish connection with the customer. The 3 steps are market segmentation, market targeting and market positioning. Segmentation stands for dividing the entire market into different parts. Targeting stands for choosing the best segment. Positioning stands for serving the chosen segment better than the competitor. As you can see here, that particular concept we can find connecting with customers. Marketing helps the organization to connect with the customers. First one, dividing up the total market is called as segmentation. Choosing the best segment is called as market targeting, and serving the chosen segment better than the competitor is called as market positioning. Positioning, you are positioning the product in the market better than your competitor. That is where we call it as market positioning. So definition of marketing, and then we are done with connecting with customers. Let me take you through the next concept. The next concept in marketing that we have to know is marketing mix. So pay attention towards this particular concept, marketing mix. What does marketing mix consist of? Let's say through marketing, when the company wants to create awareness about the product among the customers, there are lot of variables which contributes for the success of marketing. There are so many variables which has to be part and parcel of marketing. When all those variables have discussed in one place, it is called as marketing mix. And we are going to understand those variables now. And moreover, whatever the variables we are going to understand under marketing mix, they all will be under the control of a company. That's why they are even called as controllable variables. So that's why marketing mix consists of some controllable variables. Marketing mix consists of controllable variables, and all these controllable variables are generally stated as 7 P's of marketing mix. All these controllable variables are called as 7 P's of marketing mix. So understand this. The concept is marketing mix, which consists of some controllable variables, which means whatever the variables that we are going to understand now, they will be under the control of the firm. And these variables are referred to 7 P's, and henceforth these 7 P's are characterized under 2 heads. First we are going to understand 4 P's of marketing mix, first 4 P's, and then expanded 3 P's of marketing mix. So first we are going to understand the 4 P's of marketing mix, and hence the 4 P's purpose is not fulfilled. Additional 3 more P's have been added to it. So overall we call it as 7 P's of marketing mix. Whatever the 7 variables that we are going to discuss now, all those variables will be under the control of the company. That's why we call them as controllable variables. Let's understand what are the 4 P's of marketing mix first. The first one is product, and then second one price, third one promotion, product, price, yes. So these are the 4 P's of marketing mix: product, price, place, promotion. Now you might have understood why we call them as 4 P's. Right, now you got an idea why we call them as 4 P's. Every element starts with P: product, price, place, promotion. So let us understand what are these stands for. Look, the terms are very simple to understand. Even though it's a very crucial concept to understand about marketing, the meaning of these terms will be simple to understand. So product stands for goods and services manufactured by the firm. Goods and services manufactured by the firm. Marketing is done to create awareness among the customers about the product or a service. Which means if marketing program needs to be initiated, it is important to have a product. So that's why the first element is product, goods and services that are manufactured by the firm. And second one is price. As Philip Kotler says, exchange of product value with that of others. Which means if we have to exchange the product, first we have to pay some value. Price stands for amount paid. Amount paid to obtain the product. So which means we have to pay some amount to obtain the product. That is called as price. Place stands for where the product is available. Where the product is available to the target customers. In which place the company is making the product available to the target customers. It is called as place. Home market and sub-market. Promotion. Persuading target customers, attracting the target customers towards the product. That is what promotion stands for. These are the 4 P's: product, price, place, promotion. Product stands for goods and services manufactured by the company. Price stands for amount paid to obtain the product. Place stands for where the product is available to the target customer. Promotion stands for persuading the target customers towards the product. Whereas in order to persuade the target customer towards the product, there are 4 promotional activities can be followed by the company. There are 4 promotional activities are there. First one is personal selling. Personal selling. Second one is advertising. And third one is publicity. And the last one is sales promotion. Sales promotion. These are the 4 activities by which promotional can be done. Personal selling, where it's an oldest form of creating awareness. Personal form of creating awareness happens with face-to-face oral communication, because you know what happens in personal selling, where a sales representative will approach to you and he will convince you to buy the product. It is personal selling. So which means it happens through face-to-face oral communication. Oldest form of creating awareness, starts with mutual interaction and ends with sale. Company have to spend lot of money to do personal selling, but they can't reach a large number of people. That's why we call personal selling is not a cost effective means of reaching large number of customers. Meanwhile, I will take you through the key terms. Look, these are the 4 P's that we have: product, price, place and promotion. Product stands for goods and services offered by the company. Price stands for amount the consumer have to pay to obtain the product. Place stands for where the activities are marketed by the company. Promotion is it stands for communicating the merits of a product. Why? To persuade the target consumers to buy it. So these I have already explained. I will take you through the promotional activities. Personal selling. This is one of the oldest form of promotion. Happens with face-to-face oral communication. Because when the sales executive approaches to us, he makes face-to-face oral communication. Next, starts with developing the relationship and ends with making a sale. Because when the sales personnel come, initially he will focus on establishing the relationship. So probably he will be saying that he will try to explain you the product initially. That's why personal selling starts with mutual interaction, ends with a sale. That's what ends up efforts for making a sale. Look, in personal selling, companies have to spend lot of money recruiting the sales people, attending to them, paying allowances. But even though that amount of money has been spent, there is no guarantee that the product will reach to the large number of customers. That's why not a cost effective way of reaching large number of people. Personal selling will not help you to reach large number of people. That's about personal selling. Advertising. It is a non-personal but highly flexible and dynamic, because advertising we can use lot of creativity to do advertising. There are no restrictions for advertising, but for personal selling there are restrictions. Company cannot freely approach large number of people for personal selling, but through advertisement chances are there it will act as a dynamic activity, and any of the media can be chosen: print media, broadcast media, digital media, in order to advertise our products, and choice of the media will define the attractiveness of the message. Nowadays digital media plays a crucial role, because social platforms where we could able to effectively market our product, so that with a negligible cost we could able to reach large number of people. And we can't say that only because of advertisement our sales will improve. Sales is an outcome of so many elements, out of which advertisement is one. Next, publicity. In advertising and sales promotion, in advertising and personal selling, company have to spend money, but whereas in sales, publicity not needed. Publicity stands for skillfully promoting the product with negligible cost, without spending any money. You are keeping a piece of information about your product in the media, by which you are trying to reach to the large number of people. Publicity stands for skillfully promoting the product with negligible cost. Look at the term. Skillfully seek to promote yourself without any payment. The same point says placing information about the product in the media without paying anything directly or indirectly to the time and space in the media, which stands for reaching large number of people with negligible cost. Next, sales promotion. Any kind of promotional activity which is intended to boost the sales. Any kind of promotional activity which has been done by the company with an intention of increasing the sales is sales promotion. There are so many ways by which sales can be improved. Have a look at here. Discount, context, money refunds, installments, kiosks, exhibitions, fair, all these will come into sales promotion. Why these activities? They will give boost to the sales, which means they will help you to increase the sales. When the sales are increases, larger market share can also be gained. So it's a simple concept of 4 P's of marketing mix: product, price, place and promotion. If I have to quickly sum up, product stands for goods and services manufactured by the firm. Price, amount paid by the customer to obtain the product. Place, where the product is available to the customer. Promotion, persuading the target customer towards the product. There are 4 promotional activities we have: advertising, personal selling, publicity and sales promotion. Along with that, we have expanded 3 P's of marketing mix, which means we have 3 P's here. They are people, physical evidence and process. As you can see, this also starts with P. People, physical evidence and process. These 3 are expanded 3 P's. First 4 P's have been created. They are not serving the purpose. That's why additionally 3 more P's have been added. That's why we call them as expanded 3 P's of marketing mix. If we check the expanded 3 P's of marketing mix, the meanings are so simple. If any company have to do marketing successfully, they need people. People stands for all human actors who play an active role in order to deliver the market content. Next, process. It stands for procedures and mechanisms and flow of activities followed by which the product can be delivered. Physical evidence, environment and ambience in which market is offered, because there are some environmental factors where your market offering has been delivered. So this is about the 3 P's that we have: people, process and physical evidence. Expanded 3 P's. Initially 4 P's have been developed. As the purpose is not fulfilled with this 4 P's, 3 more P's have been added to it. People stands for all human elements. Physical evidence is environment and ambience. Process stands for procedures and mechanisms and flow of activities that has been followed by the company to deliver the market values. So with this, the major concepts of marketing we have completed, which stands for meaning of marketing stated by Philip Kotler. Connecting with the customers, 3 steps we have: market segmentation, market targeting and market positioning. And then major concept is marketing mix, which consists of 7 P's. First we have understood 4 P's of marketing mix: product, price, place and promotion. And then additional 3 more P's have been added: people, physical evidence and process. In the 4 P's of marketing mix, in promotion, we have discussed 4 ways of promotional activities: personal selling, advertising, publicity and sales promotion. These are the major concepts that we have to understand with respect to the first functional area, which is of marketing. Marketing strategy formation. We are in the chapter of functional level strategies, where we are going to understand about different functional areas and how strategies are designed in those respected functional areas. So the learning objective of this chapter is to understand about strategies that are prepared in different functional areas. So yesterday we have seen the learning objective with respect to marketing, finance, production, R&D, logistics, SCM and HRM. In that we have completed with marketing in the last session. Today we are going to discuss the rest of the functional strategies. In that, the next strategy that we are going to understand is finance strategy formation. Finance strategy formation. In fact, among all the functional areas that we have in this chapter, this is going to be the simplest to understand, because there are no plenty concepts to discuss in finance strategy formation. Neither we are going to discuss about different areas of finance. In finance strategy formation, certain basic things about finance have been stated. In fact, in finance strategy formation, we are going to understand only 2 concepts. We have one practical question. Usually it has been asked n number of times as a scenario based question, and then we have another one direct question. So let's understand what are these concepts are. To begin with, first let's understand what are the responsibilities of a finance manager or finance department in the organization? What kind of strategies or what kind of functions that finance department is going to carry in the organization? To begin with, finance department primary responsibility is procurement of funds and allocation of funds and preparation of financial statements and budgets. This is what primarily finance department will do. They need to first procure the funds. Whatever the funds that they have procured, they should go for proper allocation of funds, and then finance department responsibility is to go for preparation of financial statements and budgets. These will be the major functions. Along with that, in fact, we are not going to discuss about all these functions. There is a one function that we are going to discuss in finance strategy, that is evaluating the worth of a business. So among all these functions, we will be focusing on that particular function, how the business worth can be evaluated. Beyond that, first let's understand what are the different types of functions that the finance manager is going to fulfill or finance department is going to do. As we can see, the financial strategies of the organization are related to several finance accounting concepts. So finance strategy in major cases deals with finance and accounting concepts. What are they? What are going to be the different functions? First one is acquiring needed capital. First, acquisition of capital. Next one, preparing financial statements and budgets. As you can see, these are the things that I am discussing. First one is acquiring needed funds, and then preparation of financial statements and budgets. After that, usage of funds, nothing but allocation of funds, and then evaluating the worth of a business. In fact, this is the one function that we will be elaborately discussing in this chapter. Evaluating the worth of a business, how a business worth can be evaluated. So that is going to be the major aspect for this chapter that we are going to discuss. Along with that, there are some other functions that can be discussed as a finance strategy manager, as a finance department. You can see some examples of decisions that financial and accounting policies are. The first one is that raising capital. We know that the primary responsibility of a finance manager is to raise capital. How the capital can be gained? By debt or with respect to equity. So here you can say short-term and long-term debt, preferred stock or common stock. Next, how the funds can be generated? By leasing or buying fixed assets. And company have to have proper dividend payout ratio, extending the time on accounts receivable, establishing certain % discount on accounts, and finally determining what should be cash in hand. These are some of the major examples or policies that a finance manager need to be take care. In the above point, we have discussed one thing, that evaluating the worth of a business, even that also need to be considered. So how to evaluate the worth of a business as a separate concept, we will try to discuss about it. So after this, you can see the major concept that we have to understand is a practical question, a scenario based question in finance strategy formation. So what is this scenario based question is all about? Let's say if any company have to implement a new project, they need additional funds. So we are aware of this. So the question is going to be asked like this: if any company have to implement the new project, they need additional funds. You being a finance manager of that particular organization, how you are going to get the additional funds without disturbing the regular strategy of the organization? This is the practical question. So hope you have understood the question. You are acting as a finance manager of a company, then the company is wishing to implement a new project. For that they need additional funds. You being a finance manager of a company, how you are going to get the additional funds without creating any disturbance to the regular strategies? For this question, the answer can be designed in a systematic way. First, you have to write about how a capital structure is needed for an organization. Before you answer how to procure the funds, first you need to talk about capital structure. We know that A perfect capital structure of a company is a combination of debt and equity. Even though company is having good amount of profits, no project can be funded purely depending upon equity. If any project is funded based on equity, then there is a problem that ownership may dilute. Because in this kind of hostile acquisitions and takeovers, it is not suggestible for any organization to fund a new project purely depending upon equity. Certain amount of debt obligation have to be met. So while answering this question, first you have to talk about this particular point. A perfect capital structure needs to be designed. A perfect capital structure is a proper blend of debt and equity. Even though company is dealing up with profits, certain amount of debt obligation have to be met. So look at the points here. There are two basic sources of capital for the organization, debt and equity. Being a finance manager, it's very important to have a mix of debt and equity in the capital structure while implementing the strategies. Along with that, what are the different other ways by which capital can be procured? Here you can see, by having a strong capital structure with a proper mix of debt and equity, then procurement of capital and working capital borrowings, company can have reserves and surplus as a source of funds, maintain good relationship with lenders, banks and financial institutions. These are the ways by which company can procure the funds. So just now I said that irrespective of a profits, company have to maintain certain amount of debt obligation. What happens if they don't do so? Look at the next paragraph. Generally, fixed debt obligation have to be met irrespective of profit. It doesn't mean that always it's better to have debt for raising capital. If ordinary stock is issued to finance a project, what will happen? Ownership and control of the enterprise are diluted because of today's hostile conditions of takeovers and mergers. That's why a finance manager needs to be very careful while preparing a good capital structure by having a proper blend of debt and equity. This is how you need to answer this particular practical question to develop a new project. You being a finance manager, how you are going to procure the funds. So after this, I have said that among all the functions in the finance strategy, only one function we are going to discuss, because there are so many functions: sources of funds, allocation of funds, preparation of financial statements and budgets, determining appropriate dividend payout ratio, extending the time on accounts receivable, establishing certain percent on discount on accounts, determining what should be cash in hand, and evaluating the worth of business. In all those functions, we are going to elaborately discuss only the last function, which is evaluating the worth of a business. Let's have a look how a business worth can be evaluated. So the concept is evaluating the worth of a business. How a business worth can be evaluated. It's a responsibility of a finance manager to evaluate the worth of a business. This can be done by three ways. First one, net worth or stockholders' equity. This is the first way of evaluating the worth of a business. Net worth or stockholders' equity. We know how the net worth can be calculated. So we all are aware of that. Assets minus outstanding liabilities is the simplest way to understand about net worth. And in certain cases, we can add appropriate amount of goodwill in the net worth. By adding or subtracting the appropriate amount of goodwill, then we will get an estimation of amount that can be considered as net worth. So in order to evaluate the worth of a business, the first method is net worth or stockholders' equity. And the second method, whatever the second method that we are going to discuss, this is not a calculative one, it's imaginative one. Because this method will not provide any kind of calculations, and we can't get a proper and accurate result with this. Why? Let's have a look. The second method is future benefits to owners through net profits. So this is the second method. Future benefits to owners through net profits. So you can understand why I said imaginative one. Is it really possible for any business owner to estimate what will be the net profits for the future? He can't exactly determine. That's why I'm saying this is not calculative, this is imaginative. But what can be done? Usually a thumb rule can be followed to understand this particular way. The thumb rule is that any company, if it is trying to increase the current net profits 5 times for the future, so then they will get an estimation of amount that they will be considered as future profits. But technically it's next to impossible to determine the net profits or to increase the net profits 5 times for future. So that's how the second method is considered as future benefits to owners through net profits. Here average of 5 years of net profits have been calculated and it will be estimated in future the net profits are going to be increased for 5 times. But technically every time we can't increase the net profits 5 times for future. But once they do that, they will be having an imaginative idea what will be the future profits for the company. Next, third way, market determined net worth. Market determined net worth method. In market determined net worth, there are 3 ways to evaluate the worth of a business. They are, first one, comparative price method. Comparative price method. What is this comparative price method? Very simple concept. Based on the selling price of a similar company, if you know a similar company like yours, whatever the selling price of that similar company is obviously is going to be your selling price. That's why in comparative price method, the worth of a business can be evaluated depending upon the selling price of a similar company. So it's a simplest way to understand. Second one, outstanding shares method. So this is the second method, outstanding shares method. And the third one is price earning ratio. You know about this. Price earning ratio method, P ratio. So we will go through the formulas of outstanding shares and P ratio when we do the material reading. But these are the 3 ways that comes into market determined net worth. So let me sum up this concept. Evaluating the worth of a business can be done in 3 ways. Net worth or stockholders equity. Next one, future benefits to owners through net profits. Here the net profits are going to be increased 5 times for future. And then market determined net worth. Again, market determined net worth can be understood in 3 ways. One is comparative price method. Comparative price method is nothing but based on the selling price of a similar company. Then outstanding shares method and P ratio. Let's have a look. The first one is net worth or stockholders equity. How the net worth can be understood? As you can see here, net worth represents the sum of common stock, additional paid in capital, retained earnings. After calculating a net worth, what we do? Add or subtract an appropriate amount of goodwill for overvalued or undervalued assets. In a very simple way, the net worth can be understood like this also. Look, I'm highlighting this. Net worth is a total assets minus total outside liabilities of an company. Assets minus outside liabilities. With that, we could easily understand the net worth of a business. Second one, future benefits to owners through net profits. Not a calculative one, as I have said. It's an imaginative one. So what is happening here? These benefits are considered to be much greater than the amount of profits that they are getting now. So here the benefit is considered much greater than the amount of profits. What is the conservative rule of thumb says? Business worth is equal to 5 times the firm's current annual profits. Whatever the current annual profits are there, they are going to be equalized to 5 times for future. Nothing but a 5-year average profit level could also be used. A 5-year average profit level can also be used. Depending on this, what could be the future benefits that comes in the net profits would be assessed. This is about future benefits to owners through net profits. Next, market determined business worth. 3 methods are there in market determined business worth. Comparative price method, P ratio, outstanding shares method. Comparative price method. What is happening here? Based on the selling price of a similar company. So comparative price method is nothing but based on the selling price of a similar company. P ratio method, which talks about, look at the P ratio formula that we have. The market price of the firm equity share is divided by annual earnings per share, MPS by EPS, and then multiplied by the firm's average net income for the preceding 5 years. That is one of the way of P ratio. Outstanding shares method formula is multiply the number of outstanding shares with the market price per share. Outstanding shares need to be multiplied with the market price per share, and you have to add a premium to it. Then we could come to a conclusion what would be the outstanding shares. So these are the 3 methods. These 3 methods will come into market determined net worth. So we are done with finance strategy formation. Only 2 things have to be kept in mind for finance strategy formation. One, a practical question that I have said. Let's say being a financial manager, how you are going to procure the funds to develop a new project without creating disturbance to the regular activities of a business, and then evaluating the worth of a business. So that's why I said only the 2 simple concepts we have to understand with respect to finance strategy formation. So marketing is over, finance completed. Let's move to the next one. The third functional area that we are going to discuss is production strategy formation. Production strategy. So here we are going to understand what are the functions of production department. Yes, production is also integral part of organizational functional areas, and even production department also will contribute for the overall development of the organization strategies. That's why we have to understand what are the different areas that are related to production department. This is also one of the simple functional area that we can understand in a very easy and effective way. Whatever happens in the production department, in this particular concept, we are going to divide into 2 major parts, and we will understand each and every activity elaborately. So generally we know what production departments do. Whatever the inputs are there, they will convert these inputs into outputs. So they will develop the product. So actual operational activity happens in production department, where inputs have been converted into outputs. So in that journey, let's understand all the activities that happens in the production department are majorly categorized under 2 heads. Some of the activities are considered into production system, and some activities are kept under operations planning and control. So all the activities that happens in the production department are categorized under 2 heads. Some activities we are going to understand under production system, some activities will come into operations planning and control. And to understand these activities more elaborately, I will add one more thing to it. whatever the activities that we are going to discuss under production system are going to be day-to-day activities, nothing but day-to-day operations. Whatever the activities that we are going to understand in production system are going to, sorry, they are not day-to-day. Usually we can't consider them into day-to-day. Whatever the activities that happens in production system whatever the activities that we are going to discuss in production system, their nature is long range in nature. Long range in nature. They are not related to day-to-day operations, long range in nature. But whatever we are going to discuss in operations planning and control, they are related to day-to-day operations. So to understand the activities that happens in production department, we have segregated all the activities of production department into two categories. Some activities can be discussed under production system and some activities are discussed under operations planning and control. Whatever we are going to understand under production system are going to be long range in nature, which means all the activities will be long range in nature. And whatever the activities that we are going to understand in operations planning and control, they are with respect to day-to-day operations. Now I will take you through what are all the activities that comes under these two heads. Let's have a look. First, I will jot down all the activities that happens in production system. Under production system, the first activity that a production department has to take care of is defining plant capacity, location and layout. This is the first activity: plant, location, capacity, layout. Location: in which place you wish to establish your plant. Obviously, the place depends upon the availability of resources. Any company, when they are deciding, capacity depends upon the machinery that they have. Location depends upon the resources. And moreover, layout, how the plant should look like. If you observe, these things are not something related that can be changed on regular basis. Everyday company don't change location and layout. Everyday company don't need to take any decision with respect to location and layout. These decisions are something long range in nature. Once they have been taken, they need not to be revised on regular basis. That's why we are saying these activities nature is going to be long range in nature. Defining plant capacity, location, layout. Next one, product or service design. Product or service design. So obviously production department will take care of product or service design. So generally in most of the situations, product or service design need to be taken care by R&D, but in some of the organizations this responsibility will be shouldered by the production department itself. Again, this decision is also long range in nature. It's not that no company on regular basis they will change the product and service design. So next one, work system. Work system. How the production work should take place. Let's say in the work system, the production department is going to decide how the flow of activity should happen in the production process. If any company which manufactures cars, now they will be having a work system. Let's say first they will be fixing up the tires to the body, and then they might be fixing the engine, then they might be fixing the interiors and then other exteriors. Finally they may send it for paint, like this. It's a workflow. Now this work system will not be changed on frequent basis. Once any work system decision has been taken, then it is to be fixed. In the same flow, activity happens every time. So under production system, work system is also something related to long range in nature. Next, degree of automation. Degree of automation. So when the production happens, to what level you can automate your production? The company will have probably three options here. So either they can go for fully automation, they can go for semi-automation or manual. It depends. Fully automation, the entire work happens with robotics, no human intervention. Semi-automation, where production happens with the combination of machinery and manual basis. Whereas manual, no machinery is involved in this, every activity is going to happen manually. On that case, this is called as degree of automation. To what extent you are going to automate your production process is going to be the decision of production department under production system. Now, this is not something that has been done on regular basis. That's why we are considering even this also a long range activity. Next activity is extent of vertical integration. So we have already discussed about vertical integration in corporate level strategies. In diversification, vertically firm can move backwards and forwards. To what extent you can move backward and forward? When the company moves backward, they integrate with input providers. When the company moves forward, they integrate with distribution channel. To what extent they can integrate? It is will and wish of a company under production strategy. And it's not that everyday company go for vertical integration. It is a long range activity, long range decision. So all these are the activities that comes under production system: defining plant capacity, location and layout, work system, product or service design, degree of automation and extent of vertical integration. On the other hand, there are some activities which are operations planning and control, which related to day-to-day operations. So let's understand even those activities also. They goes like this. The first one is production planning. Production planning. So definitely this is not something related to long range. Production planning should have to happen on regular basis. How many units have to be produced? Depending upon the demand that is there and the supply capacity of a company, production planning can be done. Next, material supply. When the production planning happens, then on regular basis, they need to have material supply also. Next one, inventory. Inventory. When the material supply happens on regular basis, inventory need to be checked. Next one, cost and quality management. On regular basis, when production happens, on the regular basis, cost and quality issues need to be checked. So check with cost and quality management. Next one, maintenance. Maintenance of plant and equipment. This is very important function for the production manager, because lot of equipment and machinery has been used in the organization. On regular basis, if this maintenance haven't happened for plant and equipment, there might be a breakdown of machinery. If machinery breakdown happens, it may lead to huge loss for the companies. Like if any company where 24/7 production takes place, for such companies, if there is a disturbance in the production, even for a couple of hours, it may lead to create a huge loss. That's why production manager on regular basis need to go for the maintenance of plant and equipment. So we can observe here, all these are the activities that are operational or day-to-day activities that has to be done. That's why we have kept them into operational planning and control. That's it. This is how in a simple way production strategy can be understood. All the activities happens under production department are majorly categorized under two heads: production system, operations planning and control. Whatever the activities that we are discussing in production system are related to long range in nature, and the activities that we have categorized under operations planning and control These are with respect to day-to-day operations. So this is how we can understand about production strategy. Let's have a look. Production strategy deals with, as I have said, production system, operations, planning and control, logistics. In fact, logistics separately we are going to understand. So here all the activities, first production system, whatever the activities that I have said under production system, you can see they will come capacity, location, layout, and then product or service design, and then work system, after that degree of automation, and then extent of vertical integration. All these things will come into production system, and they deal with the vital issues. They are important issues in the organization that an organization have to pay attention. And what is this decisions nature? It involves decisions which are long term in nature, which will have impact on the day-to-day operations. That's why we say all these decisions are long range in nature, which will have impact on the day-to-day operations of the organization. On the other hand, operations planning and control. Let's have a look what are the areas that are related to operations planning and control. They are concerned with production planning, material supply, inventory, cost and quality management, maintenance of plant and equipment. All these things will come into operations planning and control. They are related to what? They are related to day-to-day operations that are carried out. These are all day-to-day operations that are carried out. These day-to-day operations are carried out in the light of long-term objectives. To achieve a long-term objective, all these are day-to-day activities that are carried out in the business. So that's about production strategy. So it's very simple to understand this production strategy aspects. So marketing is over, finance completed, production completed. Let me take you through another small area which is of R&D. So it's a very simple area to discuss, research and development. After completing R&D, I will take you through logistics and SCM. Because production and R&D can be correlated, not straight away, but they are something that is interrelated. When the R&D work happens, then the production department will deal with the manufacturing that particular product. Okay, let's understand what is R&D is all about. R&D is research and development. The responsibilities of R&D department can be very easily understood. Let's say the major role of R&D in the organization can be categorized under 3 to 4 heads. Carefully understand. What do R&D do? I will try to put 3 to 4 points in front of you. With that, very easily you will come to know what R&D is going to do. First point, R&D is responsible for innovating a new product, development of a new product. Second point, R&D is responsible for making modifications in the existing product. So first, either R&D will be focusing on innovating a new product. Second, R&D will be focusing on making modifications in the existing product. These are the two major responsibilities. Along with that, there are some other functions that R&D guy need to take care of. So what are they? They goes, like R&D people need to make modifications in the production process as per the availability of the material. Making modifications in the production process as per the material availability. At the same time, making modifications in the product as per the taste and preferences of the customer. These are 4 points. First one, innovating a new product. Second one, making modifications in the existing product. Third one, adjusting the production process as per the availability of the raw material. Fourth one, making modifications in the product as per the taste and preferences of a customer. When it comes to understanding the R&D functions, these are the 4 points that have to be kept in mind. These 4 points I will highlight in the question. Have a look. These people are responsible for developing new product and improving the old product. 2 points are over. Next one, they will adjust the process to the local raw materials. Depending upon the availability of the local raw material, they will adjust the process. And at the same time, they are altering the products to the particular taste and specifications of a customer. When it comes to responsibilities of R&D, keep this 4 point very strongly in your mind. So after that, there are certain R&D policies that have to be understood. And moreover, what R&D people will do, again the same point have said, successfully development of a new product, at the same time the old product need to be significantly improved. These two responsibilities are the major responsibilities that R&D have to do in the organization. Some R&D policies, as R&D department, what are some of the major policies that R&D need to worried of or they are responsible for? These are R&D policies. First one, R&D should pay attention, emphasize on product or process improvement. The major activity of R&D is to focus on either the product development or process development, how effectively products and processes can be developed. Then there are two types of researches that can be done in R&D. One is stress basic or applied research. That leads to be a leader or follower in R&D. Understand these two. When we can call a company as R&D leader, any company for the first time when they introduce the technology into the market, they are called as R&D leaders. If we check in the mobile segments, Apple always been an R&D leader. Every time they come up with innovative products in the market. So which type of companies we can call R&D leaders? Any company which is first time introducing the technology into the market, such companies are called as R&D leaders. And if any company which copies the technology later on, now they are called as R&D followers, or else we can call them as innovative imitators. If any company goes for stress basic research, that will lead to R&D leader. If any company goes to applied research, then they will go for R&D followers. Stress basic research, R&D people will conduct brainstorming sessions through which they will come up with an innovative idea. Then they are referred to as R&D leaders, as the first time they are introducing the technology into the market. When someone have already did the stress basic research, they have come up with an innovative product, the follower will simply try to imitate that product in an innovative way. Hence they are called as R&D followers. So stress basic research and applied research, to be a R&D leader or to be an R&D follower. Next, how the production process can be. R&D department can decide either to go for robotics or manual type processes, will and wish of a company. Complete automation, robotics, or even they can go for manual type processes also. Like again, it is like degree of automation, whether they should prefer to go for fully automation or they'll be showing interest to go for manual type processes. Next point, how much money they are going to spend on R&D, it's a point. It depends upon the capital requirement that they have. They can spend high, average or low amount of money on R&D. It depends on the capital requirement of the firm. If they are financially strong companies, they can spend lot of money on R&D. And generally they say that investing money on R&D is huge, a riskier factor. Because even though a lot of money is invested, there is no guarantee that prompt returns can be witnessed. That's why investing money on R&D is a risky factor. Next, another policy that R&D people can take is perform R&D within the firm or contract R&D to outsource outside the firm. Like in-house R&D, outsourcing R&D, will and wish of a company. And moreover, in-house R&D and outsource R&D depends on certain conditions. How the market is reacting and how the technology is changing. Depending upon the market reactions and technological changes, a business will take any of the call. We will discuss that in the very next concept. Next, either to have a university researcher or private sector researcher, it depends on the company's interest. The researchers who work in the R&D can be a university researcher or a private sector researcher. These are R&D policies. Now there are three major R&D approaches. The concept is R&D approaches. Three approaches, in the two we already know. First approach is to be a leader or pioneer in R&D. Second approach, follower or innovative imitator in R&D. Third approach, a low cost producer. In this, two of the approaches we already know, leaders or pioneers. Now which type of companies we call R&D leaders? Any company, for the first time if they introduce the technology into the market, then they are called as R&D leaders. It is definitely a wonderful strategy, but at the same time a riskier one also, because you are the one who is first time introducing the technology into the market, and there is no guarantee that whether the technology is going to give you the needed result or not. Next one, follower, innovative imitator of a successful product. Now what these companies will do, they will wait for the bigger company to launch the first version of product and demonstrate the market. When the product becomes successful, then the innovative firm will similarly copy that particular product. That's what innovative imitators. For R&D leaders, they need strong technological development. For imitators, they will be more spending on marketing, because already the product prototype is available, they just need to market it effectively. What do low cost producers do? Mass producing the products that are recently introduced and got success, and offering that product for low cost. So mass producing the products, as you can see here, mass producing the product similar to but less expensive than the product recently introduced. Why? When the product becomes successful, price becomes an important requirement in a buying decision by the customer. Then these companies will try to increase their volume of production and reduce their price, then automatically they can increase their sales. So these are three R&D approaches that we have. Who is called as an R&D leader? To be the first firm to market the new technologies, an R&D leader. Now who is an R&D follower? Innovative imitator of a successful product is an R&D follower. And then low cost producer, mass producing the products that have recently introduced and got success. So these are R&D approaches. Just before I was talking that in-house R&D and outsourcing R&D, under what conditions we can go for in-house R&D, and then under what condition we can go for outsourcing the R&D. That depends on two conditions. One is what kind of technological changes that are happening in the market, and then market growth. By considering these two conditions, company can take a call either to have an in-house R&D or to go for outsourcing R&D, or not to invest money on R&D or get the R&D from the outside expertise. Let's have a look at the four conditions. Let's say the first condition is technological changes are slow and market growth is moderate. Then what has to be done? In-house R&D is preferred. Technology is growing very slowly and the market growth is a bit moderate. Then the right option is to have in-house R&D. Or else technological changes are fast and market growth is moderate. Technology is changing so fastly, but the market is growing at a moderate pace. Then what can be done? In-house R&D is not that much needed here. Rather go for R&D outsourcing. Let's say technological changes are slow, but the market growth is fast. Then what can be done? You better go for an in-house R&D. It is not enough. Company doesn't have enough time to go for in-house R&D. Why there is no time for in-house R&D? Because market is growing very fastly. Then obtain R&D expert from outside of the firm. Both are fast. Technology changing so rapidly, market growth is also so fast. Then what can be done? Don't have in-house R&D here. And better not to invest more money on R&D also, because technology is changing so rapidly. Whatever the technology that you have adopted now, it may become outdated so quickly. So better not to invest more money on R&D under these conditions. So better obtain R&D expert from the outside of a firm, well-established firm. That will be the preferable choice. So in these conditions, these are the R&D decisions that the company have to take. So this is about R&D functional area. So in R&D, we have understood three things probably. First, what R&D people do, then some R&D policies, then some R&D decisions, or else approaches to R&D, three approaches. So this is the next functional area that we have is research and development. So we have completed the aspects of production strategy. So if we check all the functional strategies that we have completed so far, we are done with marketing and then finance. After that we have completed production and then R&D. So these are the areas that we have covered. So if we check the learning objective of this chapter of the functional strategies, so far if we understand the different areas that we have covered. So we are done with marketing, and then finance, production is over, and then R&D is over. Then we are left with two more, logistics and SCM and HRM. So these are the two functional areas that are left. So let's try to understand what are the aspects of these two functional strategies and what kind of functions that they are going to perform. To begin with, first we'll understand logistics. In fact, logistics and SCM both can be studied simultaneously, which means they both belongs to the same functional area, where SCM probably will be having the larger scope when compared to logistics. So put together, we can discuss about the both areas, logistics and supply chain management. So let us begin with logistics. What is logistics is all about? In a general scenario, we consider logistics as transportation, that we are very much aware of. So in the organizations also, we are going to understand logistics with respect to transportation, movement of goods, let's say. So in the organization, a lot of transportations do takes place. The supplies that comes into the company and the finished goods that goes out of the organization, and sometimes semi-finished goods need to be transported from one place to other place. Like this, logistics also play an integral part of overall strategy formation for the business. And logistics also contributes for the attainment of corporate level strategies. So in that scenario, we have to understand what is the importance of this logistics strategy in the organization. So that's why I have said that logistics is all about transportation. So what is the importance? You might be thinking, sir, is it really needed that for transportation we have to understand it as a functional strategy that is having this much of importance? Then the answer is definitely yes. Rather, we can say effective logistics will help the companies to gain even competitive advantage also. For any organization, if the logistics is effective, that will help the organization to gain competitive advantage also. That is one of the advantage of logistics. That's why out and out, organizations are not supposed to ignore this functional area of logistics. So they can't ignore the functional area of logistics. So let us understand how this logistics is going to help the organization to achieve its goals. First, to begin with, what does logistics do? I will provide you some key terms to understand about these logistics. First of all, logistics integrates the flow of supplies that comes into the company and the flow of supplies that goes out of the company. So logistics is integrating the flow of supplies that comes into the organization and the flow of supplies that goes out of an organization, in and out of the organization. So what supplies that comes into the company? Raw material. What supplies that goes out of the company? Finished goods. So effective logistics will integrate the flow. Effective logistics will integrate the flow of inputs that comes into the company and the flow of output that goes out of the organization. And moreover, what is the major objective of logistics? It's a question. So then what are the key term that I am going to tell you now is going to be the major key term for this particular concept. Logistics ensure, for an organization, effective logistics ensure right materials are available at a right time, right place, right cost and right quality. So remember this as a major key term. What does effective logistics ensure? The right materials are available at the right time, right place, right cost and the right quality. So then organization will be achieving what they want to achieve. And if the effective logistics is good, then the right materials will be available at right time, right place. Because the transportation is good, the product will reach the distributor in time, then it will go to the retailer also and then to the customer. So effective logistics ensure the right materials are available at a right place, right time, right cost and right quality. That is also another advantage that we have. So these are the two major key terms that we have to understand about logistics. Logistics ensure the flow of supplies that comes into the company and the flow of supplies that goes out of the organization. Effective logistics ensure right materials are available at the right place, right time, right cost, right quality. These two key terms you have to remember for logistics. And as a logistics manager, there are certain strategies that have to be kept in mind. There are some policies that are going to be crucial for the effective logistics. Let's understand the different policies for effective logistics. Before that, let's have a look at some of the key terms for this logistics. As you can see, management of logistics is a process which integrates the flow of supplies into, through and out of an organization. Flow of supplies that comes into the company, flow of supplies that goes out of an organization. So logistics ensure the integration of flow between these two, right? The supplies that comes into the company, the supplies that goes through and out of an organization. And moreover, what is the objective of logistics? So the definition or the meaning of logistics says, ensures that the right materials are available at the right place, the right time, of the right quality and at the right cost. This is what effective logistics will ensure. Materials are available at a right place, right time, right quality and at the right cost. If it has to happen, then businesses need to have effective logistics. Let's say if any organization is having effective logistics, that will result in saving in cost also. If the logistics is not maintained effectively, this will lead to incur extra cost for the organization. So effective logistics will help the company to save the cost also. Supply chain management point is there. Anyways, I will separately discuss about supply chain. Let's have a look at issues. What are all the issues that have to be kept in mind for effective logistics strategy? And the issues goes like this. The first issue is, which source of raw material and components are available for transportation? A logistics manager initially should think about what source of raw materials that are available with the company, which components are available with the company, so that they can be transported effectively. The source of raw material and components that are available that can be transported. So this is the first issue that the logistics manager need to consider. Second one, how many manufacturing locations are there? I will explain 3 points at a stretch. What products have been made at each manufacturing location and what mode of transportation should be used for various products. Look, logistics manager need to consider these 3 things. First one, how many locations are there for the, how many manufacturing locations company is having? In those manufacturing location, what kind of products have been manufactured? And for all the type of products, the same kind of transportation cannot be used. It depends on the nature of a product. Depending on the nature of a product, mode of transportation will differ. So these are the 3 key issues that a logistics guy need to deal with. How many locations? What products at each location? What mode of transportation for different products? And what is the nature of distribution facilities? It is not enough only if the transportation is effective. Along with that, the logistics manager need to consider the distribution facilities also, because ultimately when distribution facilities are good, the product will reach to the customer in time. It is not that only logistics will contribute to ensure the product will reach to the customer in time. So there need to be strong distribution facilities also have to be there. That is what a logistics manager need to check. What is the efficiency of distribution facilities in the organization? Next one. What is the nature of material handling equipment used? Is it ideal? Logistics manager need to deal with a lot of material handling equipments in order to lift the heavy products and to move them from one place to other place. In that scenario, what is the nature of material handling equipment that has been used? Whatever the material handling equipment that has been used, is it perfectly suitable for the organization or not? Even that also need to be considered. Next, what is the method for deploying inventory in logistics network? deploying inventory in logistics. Look, logistics might be talking about the raw material that comes into the company and the finished goods that goes out of a company. Now, through which method the inventory is deployed, either of raw material or finished goods. When the finished goods have been manufactured, immediately the logistics manager need to take out these goods to the effective distribution efficiencies. This is another strategy that is needed. Finally, should the business organization own the transport vehicles or to hire? Either to have their own transport vehicle or else that you can hire the vehicles so that effective transportation takes place. All these are some of the issues that the logistics manager need to consider. And then advantages: effective logistics will help to save the cost. When the raw material is available in time, smooth production schedule will be there. There won't be any disturbances in the production. When in-time inputs are coming, in-time finished goods is distributed, then inventory will be reduced. Apt inventory can be maintained. When in-time or else at the same time, this will lead to improved delivery time also. Because when your logistics is good, your delivery time will be improved. Ultimately, that leads to create customer satisfaction, and hence the company can gain competitive advantage. So, effective logistics will help to save the cost. Proper inventory is maintained. Delivery time will be improved. Smooth production schedule takes place. Leads to create customer satisfaction and helps to gain competitive advantage. This is about logistics, issues of logistics and advantages of logistics. So connected to logistics, we have another concept called supply chain management. Let us understand what is supply chain management is all about. Supply chain management meaning it integrates the flow of supplies, or else it creates a linkage between supplier, manufacturer and customer. Starting from procurement of raw material until the product is made available to the customer, in between what are all the activities happen will be considered as supply chain management. That's why we say supply chain management includes all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption. Point of origin, from the time where the raw material has been taken, and point of consumption until the product is made available to the customer. All the activities that happens in between will be considered as supply chain management. That is a major key term. Rather, supply chain management is creating linkage between, it creates linkage between the suppliers, manufacturers and customers. It creates integration between these three people. Look at the meaning, what it says. It creates linkage between suppliers, manufacturers and customers. And moreover, in SCM, there should be proper planning, implementing and controlling of supply chain operations, which is nothing but starting from procurement of raw material until the product is delivered to the customer. Whatever the supply chain operations are there, those supply chain operations need to be effectively planned, implemented and controlled. Every activity. That's why I have said a point. Supply chain involves all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption. Look at the point. Point of origin to point of consumption. All these activities have to be done as efficiently as possible. Supply chain says that whatever the activities that happen from point of origin to point of consumption, all these activities should happen as efficiently as possible. Supply chain has a broader scope when compared with logistics. Rather, we can say logistics is part of supply chain. Now, if logistics have to be effective, if supply chain management have to be implemented effective, certain steps have to be followed by the company. Let's understand these steps once. First one, product development. So the first need have to be recognized by the company that product need to be developed, where customers and suppliers must work together in the product development process. And in order to develop the product, what do we need? Procurement, resource planning, get all the inputs. So that's what careful resource planning, having quality raw material, identifying the sources, negotiating with the sources, order placement of the raw material, inbound transportation, storage of raw material, supplying the raw material to the needed production facilities. This is about procurement. Once you procure all the inputs, then immediately the organization should have to go for manufacturing, which is nothing but conversion of these inputs into outputs. For effective implementation of supply chain management, when manufacturing is happening, companies have to follow a technique called just-in-time, which is a Japanese tool which talks about minimum lot sizes, where just-in-time talks about procure the raw material only at the time of production, start manufacturing the goods only after getting the order. With this, what happened? Inventory levels will be minimum. So that is about manufacturing by following a technique called just-in-time. Next, physical distribution. So once the production is over, what the organizations have to do? Going for physical distribution of the products. And then outsourcing. So generally, outsourcing is done for non-core activities. But effective implementation of SCM says that even core activities can also be given for outsourcing. Outsourcing is not limited only to non-core activities. For the effective implementation of SCM, even core activities can also be given for outsourcing. Next, customer services. So effective customer services need to be delivered to ensure, because SCM talks about from point of origin to point of consumption. So effective customer services will also be part of that. And improved performance. Yes, organization have to put their efforts in order to improve their performance. Improved performance will also be considered into one of the element of supply chain management. So meaning of SCM, steps to implement SCM. So finally we are done with logistics and supply chain management. The last functional area that we are going to understand is HRM, Human Resource Management Strategies. In this, first we need to understand human resource manager plays a crucial role and what are their strategic roles are going to be. Human resource manager is going to play different kinds of strategic roles. Let's understand what are they. First one, providing purposeful direction. So we all have an idea that what HRs will do in the organization, starting from recruitment of the employee until employee leaves the company. HR deals with different aspects of the life cycle of employee in the organization. In that, what are the different roles that HR manager plays in the organization? The first point says that providing purposeful directions. HR's task is to lead the people towards the common goal in the organization. That's what it says. Human resource manager must be able to lead the people and the organization towards the desired direction. Top level people might have set a desired direction for the company. HR manager's responsibility is to lead the people towards that common direction. Second role, building core competencies. We know what our core competencies are. Unique strengths of a company that cannot be shared by others. Now HRs have to put their efforts to create that unique strengths to the organization by any means. So HR helps to build core competencies also. And then creating competitive advantage. You know, there are two ways of there are two certain ways to gain competitive advantage. First one, to be a cost leader in the industry or trying to be unique in the industry. These are the two certain ways by which competitive advantage can be created. Now, either to be a low cost producer or to be unique in the industry, if these two have to be achieved, effective manpower is must. That's what the point says, that putting these strategies into effect, it's very important to have highly committed and competent workforce. And HRs will bring highly committed and competent workforce to ensure these objectives can be achieved of gaining competitive advantage. You can check. HRs are helping to build core competencies. HRs are helping the organization to create competitive advantage also. If you check the next objective, facilitation of change. Whenever change takes place in the organization, HRs has to promote more time to make sure all the employees are accepting to the change. HRs should always maintain their efforts not to maintain the status quo. If an organization maintains the status quo, then it cannot survive. That's why facilitation of change. Next, managing workforce diversity. One of the greatest challenge for HR to deal with the workforce diversity. In the organization, workforce diversity can be observed in the form of men and women, in the form of young and old, in the form of skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled. These are the diversity of workforce that exists in the organization. Now the HR is not supposed to deal with the diversity of workforce in the same way. So HRs need to be skilled to deal with different people in different ways. Everybody cannot be treated in the same way. That's why we are calling managing workforce diversity is a biggest challenge for HR. So you can see the workforce diversity can be in the form of male and female, young and old, educated and uneducated, unskilled. With all the people, you can't deal in the same way. And maintaining a cognitive healthy work environment among all these diversification of people is also very important. Next, empowerment of human resources. HRs need to authorize every member of the organization so that they can realize their own potential and they can work for their full extent of benefit. So that's what it says. Empowering means authorizing every member of society to realize their own potentials. HR need to empower every member of the organization so that they can realize their own potential and they can work up to their maximum benefits. Next, development of work ethics and culture. HRs should always try to achieve cohesiveness among the workers. Cohesiveness means togetherness. HR should always put their efforts to achieve togetherness among the employees. So, moreover, they have to create an atmosphere of trust in the organization and they should encourage creative ideas by the employees. These are some of the strategic roles that HR has to play. Beyond that, there are some factors that are going to have strongest influence on the employee competencies in the organization. These factors and practices are with respect to HR. There are 4 practices have been given here. You can see the practices that can have strong influence on employee competencies. 4 practices have been given. First one, recruitment and selection. So what has to be done here? Properly identify, attract and select. These 3 activities should happen. Identifying and attracting is recruitment. Selecting is selection from them. This is the first step HR have to do. Next one is training. Employee will do his job effectively only when he trained well. If they have to perform their job effectively, proper training has to be provided and this will be done by the HRs. That's about training. Next, appraisal of performance. Let's say if HR have identified any performance deficiencies experienced by the employees, these performance deficiencies once identified, they can be solved through proper coaching and training. That's about appraisal of performance. Identifying any performance deficiencies by the employees and providing them with proper coaching and training. Next one, compensation. If workforce efficiency have to be increased, good amount of compensation have to be paid to them. And they say compensation is the only area by which the employees can be motivated effectively. So these are the 4 practices that will have strong influence on the employee competencies in the organization. So that's about the last functional area of this chapter, which is of HR. In HR, we have understood strategic roles played by the human resource manager and some of the practices that will have strong influence on the competencies of the employee. So these are all the functional level strategies. So the functional areas that we have covered in this chapter are marketing, finance, production, R&D, logistics and SCM, and HR. So we are done with 3 levels of strategies: corporate level, business level, and functional level strategies. In today's session, we are going to start with 7th chapter of SM. So far we have covered, in the previous session we have completed functional level strategies. So if we check the journey so far, the first chapter we dealt is introduction to SM, and then we have understood the analysis part, which is of dynamics of competitive strategy. The third chapter is SM process, where we have understood different steps of strategic management, starting from understanding vision, mission and objectives also. From 4th, 5th and 6th chapters, we have covered corporate, business and functional level strategies, which means strategies have been prepared at different levels. The next step would be implementation and control, that we will be discussing in the 8th chapter. But the 7th chapter deals with 3 different concepts. First, understanding the intention of this chapter is very important. So let's take the heading. The chapter is titled as Organization and Strategic Leadership. So this is the title of the chapter, Organization and Strategic Leadership. And the 3 concepts that we are going to discuss in this chapter are: so first, we are going to understand organization structures. And then we'll discuss about strategic leadership, and then the third concept we are going to understand is corporate culture. So these are the 3 concepts we are going to understand in this particular chapter. Chapter is very simple to understand. Only 3 concepts we have: to know about different types of organization structures, to understand about strategic leadership, and to know about corporate culture. But first we have to raise a question: why these 3 concepts we are understanding here? 2nd chapter analysis part is over. 4th, 5th and 6th chapters have talked about preparation of strategies, and then the next step generally have to be implementation and control, that we are discussing in the 8th chapter. But why this chapter talks about these 3 concepts is a question. For that we can say organization structures of a company, leadership of a company, and the culture that is followed by the company. All these 3 things will help the organization for effective strategic implementation. Effective strategic implementation, which means these are the elements that are contributing for effective strategic implementation. Having strong organization structures are connected with strategic implementation, which means we are establishing an interconnection between strategy and structure. And leadership, we know that top level people will be considered as strategic leadership in the organization. Leaders' contribution will be high for effective strategic implementation. If strategies need to be implemented effectively, top management contribution will be very high. And then corporate culture, the cultures that have been adopted in the organization, even they also will have a significant contribution in the effective execution of strategies. So the reason why we are discussing these 3 concepts are, these 3 concepts will help the organization for effective strategic implementation. So this is the learning objective of this chapter. When we discuss about each and every concept, we can interconnect how they are like promoting for effective strategic implementation and how they are contributing for effective strategic implementation. That we will understand by unrevealing every concept of this particular chapter. So to begin with, the first concept that we have is to know about organization structures. Organizational structures. So we know that every organization will have its own hierarchy. Generally, the hierarchy of the organization consists of the three levels: top level, middle level and lower level. Whereas we have discussed the strategic levels also: corporate level, business level and functional level. These are the three levels. Now, what is the connection between strategy and these levels? It's a question. For that, first we have to raise a question. What comes first in the organization? Whether the strategies will come first or the structures will come first, it's a question. So for that, the answer would be first strategy will come, accordingly structures will come. That's why we say structure follows strategy. So whenever there is a change in the strategy, organization structures have to change. Everybody has to understand this point. Whenever there is a change in the strategy, accordingly organization structures have to be changed. That's why we say structures follow strategy. Strategy comes first and then organization structures do change. Whenever we change the strategy, organization structure have to be changed. That is where we are establishing an interconnection between strategy and structure. And in that context, we are going to understand different types of organization structures that we have, under what condition these organization structures are going to be maintained by the organization is going to be the first concept of this particular chapter. So let's understand first what are the different types of organization structures that we have. First, I'll jot down all the organization structures that we have. The first organization structure is functional structure. The second one is divisional structure. And then SBU structure. Matrix structure. Network structure. Then hourglass structure. These are different types of organization structures that we have: functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, network, hourglass structure. So the objective that we have in front of us is to understand about each and every structure. Under what conditions organizations will be maintaining those structures. Let us try to get into the content to know about each and every structure, under what conditions these structures are adopted. Let's understand with the first one. The first one that we have is a functional structure. Let's say you have started a business in your hometown, wherever you are located in. Your business doesn't have any branches. Neither your business is into diversified industries. You are operating in one particular place. You might be manufacturing a product, which means you have a small factory in your hometown. Neither you have branches nor you are going into multiple industries also. Then you will be maintaining functional structure. Everything is located in one place. That's why they say functional structure is a very base and simple structure, which involves very less cost to maintain. Faster communication will happen in this type of structure. So because there are no plenty of levels in between, you will be sitting at the top level. Under you straight away you are going to have functional managers. So functional structure will have only two levels: corporate level and functional level. You will be sitting at the top as a head of a company. Under you straight away you are going to have functional managers. That's why functional structure will have only two levels. And that is the reason why we say that this is simple to operate. Cost will be very less. faster communication, quicker decision making, because there are no plenty of levels. So communication will be very quick and decision making will also be very fast. If we have more levels in the hierarchy, chances are there decision making may get delayed. But as here we have only 2 levels, here decision making will not be delayed. So that is about functional structure. So let's have a look at the functional structure and we'll understand what are the 2 levels that we have. Yeah, here we have functional structure. Functional structure is known because of its simplicity and low cost. This can be considered as centralized organizational structure also, because the entire work is divided into major functional departments. The entire power lies with the top level. Rest of the work is categorized into functional departments. That's why we can call it as centralized organization structure. And it's very well known for its simplicity and for its low cost also. There are 2 levels are there in this. That is what I was giving you an explanation. There are 2 levels, corporate level, functional level. And you know already who will come at these levels. In the very first chapter we have discussed 3 strategic levels. At corporate level we are going to have CEO, managing directors and other heads. Which means you are the head of a company. You have a factory in your hometown. You are the head of a company. And under you straight away you are going to have managers in functions. Straight away under you are going to have production, accounting, marketing. All these managers will be working under you. That's about the 2 levels that we have. In the examination, need not to draw any such kind of diagrams for this, and depends on the marks you go for advantages and disadvantages of this. So you should check for how many marks it has been asked for. Probably in SM every question is going to be for 5 marks. Then you have to provide a bit of explanation about advantages and disadvantages also. So as simple thing, advantage, simple and inexpensive structure, specialization of labors can be identified, efficiency will be very high. So like this we have some disadvantages also. In a narrow perspective the business have to be operated. So that is about the first one. That's about the first one, functional structure. Next one is divisional structure. Let's say your business have got good momentum. Now you are thinking of expanding your business into other places because you are getting good orders from the other states also. You have decided to expand your business into the other places. Then you will go for divisional structure. That is where we call this as M-form structure also. It can otherwise be called as M-form structure also, multi-divisional structure. The moment you go for divisional structure, your hierarchy need to be changed because you have changed your strategy. Previously you are operating only in one place. Now you have decided to establish different divisions, which means you have changed your strategy. Just before in the introduction I have said, whenever there is a change in the strategy, organizations have to change their structures. There is no other option. So that is where we can say in the divisional structure, the moment they have changed their strategy, organization structure have to change. Here 3 levels will come: corporate level, business level and functional level. Corporate level, as the head you will be sitting at the top level. Business level, you are going to have divisional heads because your business is operating in multiple divisions. So you will have divisional heads. Under each and every division, again functional managers will be working. So we have full-fledged 3 levels here: corporate level, business level and functional level. Let's have a look at this M-form structure. We can call it as a multi-divisional structure where each consists of operating divisions. Each division represents a separate business. Then you will appoint a divisional manager for each and every division who will be taking care of day-to-day operations of that particular division. Here we have 3 levels. First, let me take you through the 3 levels here. So first we are going to have top management roles. In that, strategic control will be in the hands of top management. At the same time, financial controls will also be in the hands of top management. But technically, we'll have three levels: corporate level, business level, and functional level. If you check with the diagram, you can understand. This will be corporate level, this will be business level, and this is going to be functional level. Corporate level, business level, and functional level. And when divisions have been made, divisions can be followed depending upon three requirements. Geographical area also you can have divisions. As I have said, your business geographically you have expanded. Next, division by product or service. Let's say different products you are offering in different places. That is also division. Divisional structure by customer. Depending upon the customer need, you are having divisions. And finally, division by process. Let's say different products have been followed with different types of processes. Even depending upon the process also, you can have divisional structure. So division can be geography, division can be product or service, division can be depending upon customer need, and division can happen with the help of process also. That is about functional and divisional. Next we have SBU structure. Let's say your business have become so successful. Now you have entered into diversified industries, which are nothing but SBUs. Then you will go for SBU structure, where at the top level you will be sitting. Under you will have SBU heads. Under SBU heads, divisional heads. Under that, functional heads. Which means the structure have become more complicated. For functional structure, I have said it's a very simple structure, less cost, quicker decision making, and faster communication. But the moment you have reached to the SBU structure, what will happen? Structure have become complicated, where cost will be very high. It will take time for decision making also. Let's have a look at SBU structure. SBU structure is strategic business units will be there. Every strategic business unit is delegated with some responsibilities and authorities. Then you will have SBU heads. You can see here three levels: top level, second level, third level. So whom we are going to have at the top level? CEO. At the second level, SBU head. At the third level, divisional heads. So usually we can go with the hierarchy. Under division, again we are going to have functional level also. So that's about the SBU structure. This is how it goes on. This is going to be the top level, and at the second level, this is going to be the second level, and this is going to be the third level. Functional heads will come here. So with this, we are done with SBU structure. Then next one that we have is matrix structure. Generally in functional, divisional, and SBU, one subordinate will have one superior. But in matrix structure, one subordinate will have two superiors. The key term for matrix structure is one subordinate will have two superiors. Why? Vertical flow of authority and horizontal flow of authority. On one axis, you have to report to your functional manager. On the other axis, you need to report to your project manager. Let's say there are so many companies which operate in multiple projects. If any company which is operating in multiple projects, then they have to go for this kind of structure. How it will operate? Let's say you are working as an executive in the company finance unit. As a finance executive, you are working. Now you will have two superiors, vertical flow of authority and horizontal flow of authority. So vertically, you need to report to your functional head, and horizontally, you need to report to your project head. Hence, one subordinate will have two superiors, product manager and functional manager, which means project manager and functional manager. Here, one subordinate need to report to two superiors. That is what this matrix structure. Let's say it happens with every executive. The guy who is working under sales unit 2, he also need to report to two superiors. He need to report to his functional head. At the same time, he need to report to his project head. So that is how the point says. As you can see here, it represents vertical functional authority, vertically and horizontally. Let's have a look at the explanation. Thus, here employees are assigned to one or more projects or project units. They are temporary. Due to the tenure of that particular project, the employee in the project will be reporting to the project manager. Thus, employee have two superiors, functional manager at vertical flow, product or project manager at horizontal flow. Hence, one subordinate will have two superiors. So, this is going to be matrix structure. When we draw all the employees and their designations, the entire matrix is formed. After this matrix structure key term, one subordinate will have two superiors. Next, network structure. Network structure is a more radical and more new form of structure. Moreover, the companies which follow network structure, we can call this particular structure as more radical, non-hierarchical structure, and these are called as virtual organizations also, because the large amount of the work here will be given for outsourcing. So that is what the major key term for network structure is: virtual elimination of in-house business practices. Virtual elimination of in-house business functions. Many of the activities will be given for outsourcing. That's why we call them as virtual organization. These organization structures will be non-hierarchical, cobweb-like networks. They will never have salaried employees. Rather, they will majorly depend on outsourcing. Many companies do like this. So the key term for this structure that you have to understand is large amount of the work will be given for outsourcing. Next, the last structure that we have is hourglass structure. In the organization hierarchy, we will discuss in this format: top level, middle level and lower level, depending upon the number of people. Then hourglass structure is discussed like this: top level, middle level and lower level. What happened here? Middle level has become narrow. In hourglass structure, we are going to have narrow middle management. As the point says, the role played by the middle management is diminishing as the tasks performed them has been replaced by technological tools. You can see here 3-layer constructed middle level. Then whatever the middle level jobs that have been replaced by technology. So information technology links, top and bottom level, many tasks that are performed by the middle level managers. Contrary to traditional middle level managers who are specialists, in this particular type of structure, middle level managers are called as journalists and they will perform wide variety of tasks. So the key term for hourglass structure would be narrow middle level management, and their work is replaced with technological tools and establishing direct connection between lower to top level. These are different types of organization structures that we have. From all these organization structures, what is the conclusion that we are making? Whenever there is a change in the organization structure, strategies have to be changed. That's why we are discussing organization structures as a part of a concept before implementing the strategies. So this is the first learning objective of this chapter, to know about different types of organization structures, under what conditions these structures have been maintained, and what are the different levels that we are going to have in each and every structure. So the point that we are proving with this concept is, whenever there is a change in the strategy, organization structures have to change. The first objective of the 7th chapter, where we have discussed about different organizational structures, where we have seen and where we have discussed that whenever organizations change their strategies, structures have to change. That's where we say strategy, like structures follow strategy. In that, we have discussed different types of organization structures. Like we have discussed about simple structure, functional structure, divisional, SBU, matrix, network and hourglass structure. and we have checked how the hierarchies in those structures are maintained, under what conditions those structures will be maintained, along with that some of the advantages and disadvantages. Like this, we have covered different aspects. And as you can see here, there are three concepts to focus on this particular chapter. One is to know about organization structures, the next one is to know about strategic leadership, and then corporate culture. In that, first one is over. The second objective we are going to focus on is strategic leadership. So let's understand what is this concept is all about and how it is related to the learning objective of this chapter. And why are we discussing all these three concepts in this chapter? Because all these three things will help the organization for an effective implementation of the strategies. Already we have checked with this: organization structures, strategic leadership, and corporate culture. All these things will help the organization for effective strategic implementation. Now, how leadership will promote better strategic execution? It's a question. So in the organization hierarchy, who are considered as leaders? It's a question. Whoever stays at the top management. The top management, the senior executives, CEOs, board of directors, managing directors, all these people who stays at the top, they are referred to as leaders for the organization. So strategic leaders will definitely contribute for effective strategic implementation. When there is no proper leadership, when leaders are not properly allocating the resources, then implementation of strategies will not be possible. That's why the second concept, leadership, we are going to discuss. In this concept, strategic leadership, what are all the things that we are going to cover? We will understand roles of a leader for effective strategic implementation, responsibilities of a leader for effective strategic implementation. We have two leadership approaches. These are the three concepts that we have to cover. Roles that a leader has to play for an effective strategic implementation, responsibilities, and then leadership approaches or styles of leadership styles or approaches to leadership styles. We have two leadership styles. We have transformational and transactional. So let's get into the concept and see what are all the things that we can discuss in this. As just now I have said, the first thing about strategic leader that we are going to understand is what are the leadership roles to be played by a strategic manager, or else roles of a leader, let's say, because leaders' contribution for effective execution of strategies will be very high, and leaders play a major role to ensure that strategies can be effectively implemented in the organizations. So before we understand the roles for effective strategic implementation, here some of the different general leadership roles have been given, not with respect to strategic implementation. So generally, what kind of roles that a leader is going to play in the organization? Have a look. Here we have bunch of roles have been given here. Leader should act as a visionary, because in the organizations, leaders are the one who defines a clear path for the organization, who will decide how the organization should work in the future. They will create a path for the future. So leaders are visionary. That is their role. Next, chief entrepreneur and strategist. Yes, many cases leaders are chief entrepreneurs, and they are the one who create major strategies for the organizations. And then chief administrator, leaders will act as administrators. It is their responsibility to administrate the things in the organization. Next, culture builder. Leaders are the one who create strong cultures for the organization. Now, what is culture? In this chapter, we have that as a last learning objective to discuss about corporate culture. So that's about culture builder. Next, resource acquirer and allocator. So they are the one who are acquiring the resources. So leaders are the one who will get the resources into the organization. Not only getting the resources, they are the one who will allocate these resources also. So leaders are resource acquirers and allocators. Next, capabilities builder. any capabilities that are needed for the organization to achieve success. Leaders will build those capabilities. Crisis solvers, when any problem comes, leader have to solve the crisis. They act as a spokesperson on behalf of the company. If is there anyone who will represent, then that would be leaders. Leaders are spokespersons of the organization. They act as a negotiator, motivator, arbitrator. So we know these three things. If any disputes happens in the organization, they will act as negotiators, motivators and arbitrators. And they are the one who will integrate the processes. And they act as head cheerleaders who will create energy among the employees. That's why we consider they act as a head cheerleader. They are good listeners. They are like coach. They create policies and they make sure the policies have been enforced effectively in the organization. All these are some of the roles that a leader has to play in the organization. But our concept is not to focus on these roles. So here our subject is focusing on the roles that have to be played by a strategic manager with respect to effective strategic implementation. So those roles are important for us even in the examination perspective also. Whatever the roles that I have said now, this is for the sake of our knowledge. But look at the next concept. What it says, 5 leadership roles that have to be played in pushing for good strategy execution. Just to ensure strategies have been executed in a proper way, 5 leadership roles that have to be played. So that's the concept, 5 leadership roles for effective strategic execution. Let's understand these 5 roles. Even if the question has been asked, explain the roles of strategic leader, you just have to mention these 5 roles. So we don't need to mention anything beyond that. Let's understand the 5 roles. First one, I will only highlight the key terms in these 5 roles. First role is staying on the top in the organization. A leader needs to monitor closely what is happening and checking with the progress of a company. If any issue comes, he needs to resolve. These are the things that a leader has to do, staying at the top. Read the point what it says. Staying at the top, what is happening, which means he needs to observe what is happening, closely monitoring the progress of the company, like resolving the issues that happens in the company and identifying and eliminating the obstacles that comes in the path of good strategic execution. Whatever is stopping you for a good strategic execution, identify and remove those obstacles. So these are the first roles that a leader has to play. Staying at the top, he needs to monitor what is happening, addressing the issues, eliminating the obstacles that comes in the path of good strategic execution. This is the first role. Second role, promoting a culture of aspid G-crops, team spirit. Leader needs to bring team spirit among the members of the organization. He should energize all the organizational members so that they can work in a competent manner. That is the point says that mobilizes and energizes organizational members to execute strategy in a competent manner and perform at a higher level. When he creates this team spirit, all the employees will work with a higher performance. Next, keep the firm responsive to changing conditions in the environment. It is the role of a leader that he should ensure the organization is changing according to the environmental changes. And we know that if any organization doesn't respond to the changes in the environment, then the organization cannot survive. That's why he should ensure that, or he should ensure that he is making the organization responsive to the changing conditions in the environment. That's what it says, keeping the firm responsive to changing conditions, alter for new opportunities, implementing innovative ideas and developing valuable competencies and capabilities ahead of rivals. So all these things have to be maintained by the leader. Next, exercising ethical leadership. It's very important for a leader to conduct all his operations in an ethical manner, like a model corporate citizen, without committing any kind of illegal activities. If a leader himself is unethical, then the future of the organization will definitely be in dark. N number of instances that has been proven that only because of the unethical activities of the leaders, the organizations have doomed. Prior to that, they have run very well. They have created some benchmarking performances, but only because of the unethical practices followed by the leaders, those organizations couldn't survive. That's why it is the role of a leader to practice ethical leadership practices and to act as a model corporate citizen. Next, fifth role, taking corrective actions to improve strategic execution and overall strategic performance. Whenever needed, leader have to take corrective strategic actions, which means if something happened wrong in the strategy, immediately he need to correct the strategies. These are 5 roles that a leader has to play for a better strategic execution. First, staying at the top, closely monitoring the progress, solving the issues, removing the obstacles that comes in the path of good strategic execution. Second, leader needs to promote a culture of aspect decrops, nothing but he should build up team spirit. Third, he should keep the firm responsive to the changing conditions in the environment. And fourth, he should always practice ethical leadership practices. And next one is he should always take corrective actions so that strategic performance can be improved over a period of time. So these are the 5 roles that a leader has to play. Not only roles, we have some responsibilities also that a leader has to play for an effective strategic implementation. Let's understand the responsibilities. First one, making strategic decision. Leader has to take decisions. It is the responsibility of a leader staying at the top to take strategic decisions. And formulating policies and action plan to implement decisions. Strategies have to be formed by the corporate level and they should prepare an action plan so that the strategies can be effectively implemented and strong strategic decisions can be taken. Next, ensuring effective communication in the organization, where it is responsibility of a leader to ensure proper communication. Lack of communication is also one of the reasons due to which efficiency lacks in the organization. If the work has to be done efficiently, then it's very important to ensure there should be proper communication. Next, managing human capital. Yes, it is the responsibility of a leader to manage human capital, because only when human capital is managed effectively, then organization will be achieving its goals. So managing human capital is also another major responsibility. Human capital is nothing but manpower, employees. Next, managing change in the organization. Leader has to, we have discussed this in the role also, keeping the firm responsive to the changing conditions in the environment. The same thing we are understanding as a responsibility also. It is the responsibility of a leader to manage the change in the organizations effectively. Further, creating and sustaining strong corporate culture. It is the responsibility of the organization to create strong corporate culture. What is corporate culture? That is going to be our next concept to discuss, corporate culture. Next, sustaining high performance over time. It is the responsibility of a leader to ensure the organization is sustaining high performance over a period of time. These are roles and responsibilities of a strategic leader. After this, we have 2 approaches to leadership styles. 2 approaches to leadership styles. Let's have a look. There are 2 approaches are there. One is transformational leadership style and transactional leadership style. So how these leadership styles have been developed depending upon the nature of work that leaders follow. So first one is transformational leadership styles. Usually these leaders are called as charismatic leaders. They have high amount of enthusiasm. They will always support their followers with strong goals. They encourage their followers to have strong visions and goals. Such kind of leaders we call them as the charismatic leaders. Organization needs charismatic leaders under 2 conditions. When the organization is at the beginning days of their life cycle, or when the organizations are operating at the end of their life cycle, which means the organization is new, they lack experience. Under that condition, organization need transformational leaders. Let's say if the organization is trouble, they're dealing up with the bad things. Under that condition also, organization need transformational leaders. So these are the major key terms. Charismatic leaders, they have high enthusiasm in the organization. They create strong visions to their followers, highly energetic and motivated. Moreover, this kind of style is aptly suitable when the organization is in the beginning days or at the end of their life cycle. Look at the key term. This style of leadership uses charisma and enthusiasm to inspire people for the good of the organization. When this style is aptly suitable, appropriate in the turbulent environment, where the organization is in the beginning days of their industries or at the end of their life cycle. In these two conditions, this kind of leadership style is aptly suitable. Either the organization is in the beginning days or they are at the end of their life cycle. And moreover, poorly performing organizations, end of the life cycle means poorly performing organizations where there should be a rapid change, where the rapid change is needed in the organization. Next, they offer excitement, vision, intellectual stimulation and personal satisfaction. There will be a good amount of personal satisfaction if anyone works with this kind of leaders. And next one, they inspire involvement in mission, giving their followers a strong dream of a higher calling, elicit to bring dramatic changes in the organization's performance, which means to their followers, they set some strong goals. They create some strong dream and vision to their followers. And moreover, such leadership will always motivate the followers. They will motivate the followers to do more dramatic changes in the organization's performance. So this is about transformational leadership style. Let's understand transactional. These are authoritative leaders. They focus more on following the things and designing the things. This kind of leadership style is aptly suitable in the growth and matured stage of any business, which means they are doing well. Beginning and ending is transformational, when growth and maturity is transactional. Look at this leadership style focuses more on designing systems and controlling the organization's activities. And this is appropriate in a settled environment where the industries are growing or matured. This style is better suited in persuading the people to work efficiently and run the operations smoothly. And these leaders are try to build the existing culture and enhance the current practices. And they use authority in its office to exchange rewards. And they have just only formalized approach to motivation. They will motivate, but only a formalized approach to motivation. It's not that extensively they provide motivation to their followers. Only they will go with the formalized approach of motivation. So these are leadership approaches. So we are done with the second learning objective of this chapter, which talks about strategic leadership. Here we have discussed roles of a leader, responsibilities of a leader, and approaches to leadership styles. Now, the last learning objective of this chapter is to understand about corporate culture, again, which is promoting for better strategic execution. Here, we need to understand what is culture is all about, where does culture comes from, what happens if the culture is not good, is it promoting for better strategic execution or not, and changing a problem culture. Like this, there are three concepts to cover in this particular chapter, in this particular concept, corporate culture. First, to begin with, what is corporate culture is all about. So let me take you through the definition of corporate culture. As we can see here, corporate culture refers to, look at the very first point, it gives you the definition. Corporate culture refers to a company's values, beliefs, business philosophy and principles, traditions, work climate, ways of operating, and internal work environment. If you put all these things together, we call it as a corporate culture. Values, beliefs, traditions, work climate, ways of operating, internal work environment, all these things put together, we call it as corporate culture. Every organization will have their own embodied pattern of how to do the things. That can also be referred to as corporate culture. Look at the point. An organization has its own embodied pattern of how to do things. It has its own beliefs, behavior and thought pattern. Hence, put together it is defined as corporate culture. In an organization, actually, from where the concept of corporate culture has come. To understand this, where does the corporate culture comes from? Look at the points. The first one says what management speaks and what management practices. What management is saying and what management is doing is called as corporate culture. Because whatever is management is saying, are they exactly doing that or not? That can be defined as corporate culture. Next, it talks about ethical standards and official policies. Whatever the official policies followed by the organization, whatever the ethical standards adopted by the organization can be referred to as corporate culture. And how a company deal with all their stakeholders, that also defines corporate culture ultimately. Like how the company deal with unions, employees, stakeholders, vendors, communities. Nothing but how the organization is dealing up with all the stakeholders. That also defines what is corporate culture. And moreover, traditions the organization maintains and the supervisory practices that the organization is going on. Employee attitude and behavior is also one of the things that defines how the corporate culture is. Finally, what kind of togetherness that exists in the organization and what kind of motivated environment that the employees are having, all these things will define where does the corporate culture has coming from in the organization. So that's a definition of corporate culture and where does corporate culture comes from. Now corporate culture, is it an ally or obstacle for better strategic execution? Which means, is it supporting for better strategic execution or it is obstructing the better strategic execution? Here the answer we say, corporate culture is neither a contributor nor an obstacle. It depends on what kind of perfect match that has been maintained between strategy and culture. When there is a perfect fit between strategy and culture, then the culture will act as an ally for better strategic execution. When there is a negligible fit between strategy and culture, then the same culture will act as an obstacle for a better strategic execution. It is the responsibility of the management to ensure there should be proper fit between strategy and culture. Then the culture will act as an ally for better strategic execution. Look what the point says, either an important contributor or an obstacle. What has to be maintained? Perfect fit. So the point says, strategy may be compatible with its culture or may not. If there is a compatibility, then culture becomes a valuable ally in better strategic implementation. If there is a conflict, then the same will become as a hurdle in successful implementation and execution of strategy. That's how we need to understand the point, whether strategy is an ally or obstacle for better strategic execution. It's either an important contributor or an obstacle for successful strategic implementation. It depends on what kind of fit that has been maintained between these two. And next, there is one small concept called changing a problem culture. You can see here, changing a problem culture. What is changing problem culture stands for? To replace an unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. What does this mean now? Any culture which is not supporting for better strategic execution, remove that culture. In that place, replace a new culture which is promoting better strategic execution. And then to root out certain unwanted cultural obstacles and introduce new ones that are more strategy supportive. Remove all the cultural obstacles that are there in the organization and try to introduce the new ones which are more strategy supportive. So this is what changing a problem culture stands for. If is there any culture which is not supporting, remove it. In that place, come up with a new culture which is more supportive. There is a culture which is creating problem. Changing a problem culture. And changing a problem culture is not an overnight process. So it can be done by following different steps. First one, diagnose which areas of the present culture are strategy supportive and which are not. Look at the steps in the process of changing a problem culture. First, diagnose which areas are supportive, which areas are not supportive. Once you identify any area which is not supportive, talk to that particular department openly and forthrightly, and then follow up with some aggressive actions, check whether they are changing or not. If needed, revise your policies and procedures. Make changes in your incentive systems. Look, when you change in your incentive systems, people may quickly adapt to new cultures, and visibly praise and recognize people who shows new cultural traits. Whoever is adopting the culture whoever is quickly adopting the culture, you praise them. What will happen with this? This will motivate the others also to quickly adapt to the new culture. If any employee who is strongly associated with the old culture, remove him. In his place, replace the new employee who shows the new cultural traits, and communicate the need of change to all the employees and its benefits. If you couldn't do that, get the support from the first line supervisors and union leaders, then they will help you to do the work effectively. This is about corporate culture, where we have understood what is corporate culture, and then we have discussed about where this culture comes from, and then whether culture is an ally or obstacle for better strategic execution, and then changing a problem culture. Unhealthy cultures need to be replaced with healthy cultures. These are the three major concepts of this chapter that we can discuss. With this, we have completed our 7th chapter, which is organization organization structures and corporate culture. In today's session, we are going to start with our last chapter, and we will try to discuss the concepts of this last chapter. So the previous chapter that we have completed, we have discussed about three concepts like organization structures, leadership, and corporate culture. These three concepts have helped the organization to effective implementation of strategies. Now the last chapter deals with strategic implementation and control. Now the journey that we have seen, all the chapters that we have discussed, where the initial chapters we have discussed about the meaning of strategy and the strategic management process we have discussed. And then second chapter dealt with analysis, and then 4th, 5th, 6th chapters deals with creating strategies at different levels, and then 7th chapter talks about the elements that contribute for better strategic execution, and finally the last chapter is all about strategic implementation and control. So let's understand the elements, the concepts that we are going to discuss in this, like how we have checked the learning objective for each and every chapter. Even for this also, we are going to first check what are all the concepts that we are going to cover in this particular chapter. So the chapter is titled as Strategic Implementation and Control. So this is the title of the chapter, Strategic Implementation and Control. So let's understand the learning objective of this chapter and what are all the concepts that we are going to discuss in this particular chapter. First, we are going to discuss about what kind of relationship exists between strategy formation and implementation. Strategic formation and implementation. So what kind of relationship exists between strategic formation and implementation? This is the first thing that we have to understand. Next, organizational controls. Organizational controls, and then strategic change. We'll discuss about how the change takes place in the organization. Then we have a concept called BPR, business process re-engineering, BPR. and then we have benchmarking. These are the concepts that we are going to cover in this particular chapter. So first, to know what kind of relationship exists between formation and implementation, then to discuss about different types of controls, and then how change takes place in the organizations, strategic change. After that, BPR and benchmarking. Last two are going to be some of the techniques and methods that can be adopted by the company to achieve different outcomes. So let's start with the first objective of our chapter, to know about strategic formation and implementation. This particular concept is going to educate us how formation and implementation both are connected to one another and dependent on one another. So for that, I will provide you 4 situations. Understand these 4 situations very carefully. Then you could easily come to know what kind of relationship exists between formation and implementation in the organization, which proves how strategic formation and implementation are connected to one another, interdependent on one another. Situation 1. Let's say any organization which has created a strong strategy, strategic formation is good, but whereas strategic implementation is not good. In these conditions, can the company reach the goal? Then the answer is no. So formation is good, implementation is not good. So under this condition, an organization cannot reach its goals. Then what they have to do? They should identify the reasons for ineffective implementation of strategies. Why strategies are not effectively implemented. And there are some reasons which have already been stated for the ineffective implementation of strategies. Lack of support from the top management, lack of availability of resources, lack of experience, lack of coordination among employees. All these are the reasons due to which strategies cannot be effectively implemented. Let's say if the organization is facing situation 1 where formation is good and implementation is not good, immediately they have to identify the reasons for ineffective implementation, and they have to rectify those errors and keep the strategy into the track. That's about situation 1. Now second situation, opposite to the first situation. Strategic formation is not good, but implementation is good. Even in this condition also, companies will not reach the objectives, because an ineffective strategy employees are effectively implementing. Will it be of any use? No, because the strategy is of useless. Even though employees are very effectively implementing it, objective will not be achieved. Here what has to be done? Change the strategy, because problem is not with the implementation. Here problem is with the strategy. Then what is the right option? Change the strategy itself. Third situation, both are good. Formation is good, implementation is good. Now this is the perfect ideal situation where company will be achieving what they want to achieve. And every company should always prefer to be in this particular condition where formation and implementation both are good. Now what is the last position that is left? Where both are not good. Formation and implementation both are not good. What has to be done here? This is the worst position that any company can be in, and every company should try to avoid this condition. First condition where both are good is the condition where every firm would like to be in. Last condition when they both are not good, this is the condition that every company would prefer to avoid. So that's how these 4 conditions are trying to convey one point. Formation and implementation are both connected to one another. There is an interrelationship between formation and implementation. At the same time, we can understand the differences also. So once again, let me take you through all the 4 situations that I have said. Situation 1, formation good, implementation is not good. Here, identify the reasons for ineffective implementation and put back the strategy into the track. Second condition, formation is not good, implementation is good. Even an ineffective strategy, employees are showing excellent implementation skills. Restructure the strategy. Both are not good, both are good. Both are good is the ideal situation that every company would prefer to be in. Both are not good is the situation that every company would prefer to avoid. So that's about the first concept that we have. Have a look at this matrix. Interrelationship between strategic formation and implementation. The four situations that I have said just now will come here. On one axis, formation of strategy. On the other axis, implementation. Four situations. First, square B. What is happening in square B? Strategic formation is sound, but whereas strategic implementation is flawed. That's what it says there, right? So look at the explanation. Sorry, square B both are good. Sorry, so I have said in the wrong way. Where square B talks about strategic formation is sound, and whereas strategic implementation is also excellent. Sorry, excellent. That's what square B says. That's why we are saying it's an ideal situation for every company where formation and implementation both are good. Next, square A. This is a situation where what is happening in square A? Strategic formation is sound, but whereas strategic implementation is weak. Here what has to be done? Company needs to identify the reasons for ineffective implementation. The reasons have already been given here, such as lack of experience, lack of resources, missing leadership. All these are some of the reasons why implementation cannot be effective. If they identify the reasons of ineffective implementation, they can easily move from square A to B, because in B both are good. If the organization is in a situation to identify the reasons, then easily they could able to convert from square A to B. So this is about the second situation that we have. Next, square D. Look at the matrix. What is happening in square D? Strategic formation is flawed, but strategic implementation is excellent. A useless strategy, employees are very effectively implementing. This is a situation where strategic formation is flawed, but the company is showing excellent implementation skills. Whereas strategic formation is not good, but employees are showing excellent implementation skills. And this is also one of the reasons why organizations may not be able to achieve what they wish to achieve. That's about square D. Next, square C. So what is happening in square C? Strategic formation is flawed, but implementation is also weak. Both are not good. Under this condition, what should happen? A company hasn't succeeded in coping up with a sound strategy. Look, coping up with a sound strategy. At the same time, in addition to it, it has bad at implementing also. Both are not good. So that is where we can say the company has moved to square C. Here the company's survival will become very tough. So these four situations are proving that there is an interrelationship between formation and implementation. Then we can understand the differences. Like sometimes a question might be asked, strategic formation versus strategic implementation, they both are connected to one another. Some simple differences have been given here. First one, strategic formation focuses on efficiency, effectiveness, and implementation focuses on efficiency. What is effectiveness and efficiency? Very next concept we will try to understand. Formation is purely an intellectual process where you have to think when you form the strategies, but implementation is an operational process where you are implementing the things. Formation requires good amount of analytical skills, whereas implementation requires good amount of leadership skills. Formation, it's enough to have coordination among few employees because top level people will form. There few employees are there, and it requires coordination among middle and lower level. If the strategies have to be effectively formed, it is enough to have coordination among the top level people. If the implementation has to be done effectively, then coordination is needed between middle and lower level people. So that's how the differences can be understood between formation and implementation. So this is the first objective. Formation and implementation, simultaneously we have a concept called efficiency and effectiveness. Look at this relationship between efficiency and effectiveness. Concept remains the same, efficiency and effectiveness. Whatever I have explained you now in the formation implementation, the same concept will come here. Have a look at the diagram. What it says. Effective is nothing but, effectiveness deals with strategic management, efficiency deals with implementation, which is nothing but, this is formation, this is implementation, same situation. So we have four situations that I have discussed. Let us understand the first situation, where strategic formation is effective, strategic implementation is efficient, both are good, then the company will thrive. This is the ideal situation that every company would like to be in. Square 2, strategic formation is ineffective, but strategic implementation is efficient. An ineffective strategy efficiently implemented, company cannot reach the goal, that the organization dies slowly. And then square 3, strategic formation is effective, implementation is inefficient, company can survive when they identify the reasons for ineffective implementation. Fourth one, both are ineffective, inefficient, die quickly. Same concept. There, formation and implementation, here efficiency and effectiveness. And the concept remains the same. Look at the explanation, what it says. If the organization is placed in cell 1, then it is placed well. It will flourish and it will achieve what it wants to achieve with effective and efficient input and output ratio. If the organization in cell 2 and 4, they will be ruined because 2 and 4 die slowly, die quickly. Then the organizations will ruin there. Next, cell 2 is the worst place than cell 3. Because cell 3 at least they can survive, but in cell 2 they have to die. And to be effective and to be efficient is very important for any organization to be in. And some differences have been given with respect to efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency means to do the things right, effectiveness means to do the right things. We know the difference between the both. Efficiency in the organization deals with inputs and outputs, whereas effectiveness deals with means and ends. Ends means goals, means ways to reach the goal. And as we are talking, efficiency deals with inputs and outputs. It is short run in nature, whereas effectiveness deals with means and ends. It is long range in nature. So it will have an introspective effect that is within the firm, and it will create linkage between external and internal factors. Efficiency is operational in nature, effectiveness is strategic in nature. And moreover, as we have discussed in formation and implementation, efficiency deals with implementation, effectiveness deals with formation. Concepts are same, but the way how they have been conveyed is different. That's why first we have discussed about formation and implementation, and then we have dealt with efficiency and effectiveness. Both the matrix are conveying the same content, where if an organization has to achieve the goals, then formation and implementation have to be good, and they should always avoid a situation where both formation and implementation are not good. So this is how we can understand the first concept, which established the interrelationship between formation and implementation. So with this, the first learning objective of the last chapter has completed. So we have completed the first concept of the last chapter, where we have discussed about the interrelationship between formation and implementation. At the same time, we have discussed about efficiency and effectiveness also. So in the learning objective of this chapter, if we check so far, we have covered the concept of formation and implementation. So the next concept that we are going to understand is with respect to strategic change. So strategic change would be the next concept that we have to understand. Again, a simple concept to understand. There are only few things from this that have to be focused upon. So to know the introduction, what is this strategic change is all about. So throughout the journey of a strategic management, the concepts that we have discussed, we have said that whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, the organizations have to adopt the changes. If any company which does not adapt to the changes, then it is very difficult for the company to survive. All these concepts throughout the journey of SM we have discussed. So how the change have to be bought? It's a question now. And moreover, if the change is not bought in a systematic way, then organizations cannot reap the needed benefits that they want to get. That's why the change has to be bring in systematic way. For that, we are going to understand two things in strategic change. The first thing that we are going to check is steps to initiate strategic change. What steps have to be followed to initiate strategic change? And the next one is Kurt-Lewin change process. The Kurt-Lewin have adopted a change process. We'll try to understand the Kurt-Lewin change process also. In this, the first thing that we have to check, what are the steps in order to initiate the change. So first we'll understand what is strategic change is all about, and then we'll come to know about what steps that can be adopted in order to initiate this strategic change. So these two things we are going to understand, and then we have another concept called Kurt-Lewin change process. So let's have a look at the points. When I was introducing this topic for you, I have said that whenever there is a change in the environmental factors, it is imperative for the businesses to adopt the change. The very first point says, changes in the environment forces often require business to make modifications in their existing strategies. So whenever there is change in environment, businesses have to modify as per those changes and their existing strategies so that they can bring out in the new strategies. And moreover, strategic change is not an easy process. Definitely it is treated as a complex process, because when the organization is big, it's very difficult to bring the organizational wide change without any resistance from the employees. That's why organizational wide change can be considered as a complex process. Strategic change is a complex process where companies have to focus on new markets and products and services, where they need to find out the new ways of doing business. That's about strategic change, meaning of strategic change. So whenever there is a change in the environment, this will often force the businesses to change. And moreover, change is a complex process. Next, let's understand the steps to initiate the strategic change. To make sure change is going to be effective and simple in the organizations have to follow certain steps. Let's understand steps to initiate strategic change. Step 1, recognize the need for change. When the business studies about the environmental factors, they could able to recognize whether is there any need to go for change or not. So the first step in the change process is to recognize the need for change. How the need can be recognized? When the business do the environmental scanning, when a business studies about internal and external environmental factors, it could able to identify the gaps. What environmental factors are demanding, and whether our business is in a state to meet that requirement or not, or what kind of steps that can be followed to fill the gap. So in order to bring the change, step 1 is recognize the need for change. How the need can be recognized? By means of studying the environmental factors. Once the need is recognized, next one is create a shared vision to manage the change. If the change has to be effective in the organization, first of all the members of the organization have to accept the change. So for that, shared vision need to be created among the employees, where employees are wholeheartedly accepting the change. For that, manager needs to constantly inform the employees about the need of a change. And when they communicate the need of a change, that will help them to overcome the resistance also. So that's the point. Objectives, senior managers need to constantly and consistently communicate the vision, not only to inform, but also to overcome resistance also. Strategic implementers have to convince that the change in the business culture is not superficial and cosmetic. Whoever is implementing these strategies, they have to continuously work on by convincing that this change is not just superficial and cosmetic. And finally, institutionalize the change. This is the action stage. This is the action stage where the required implementation of changed strategy takes place. All of a sudden, don't implement the change in the organization. When these steps are followed, then change becomes effective. So, three simple steps we have discussed. Whereas in the first step, we says that need have to be recognized. Once the need is recognized, shared vision need to be created. Once the shared vision is created, then bring the change that actually wants to bring. Institutionalize the change. And moreover, in order to implement this change, let's say if the organization is very big, it's not that overnight changes can be implemented. That's why the point says it take time for the changed culture to prevail. If the change have to be witnessed and seen in the organization, usually it will take time for the changed culture to prevail so that organizational members would adopt to the new changes. So this is about steps to initiate change. Need have to be recognized, shared vision have to be created, and institutionalizing the change. After this, to make the change an effective process, Kurt Lewin have stated a process. We call it as change process proposed by Kurt Lewin that can be useful while implementing the strategies. When the strategies have been implemented, Kurt Lewin can follow these steps. Kurt Lewin have stated certain steps to follow. And moreover, he also says that definitely change is a complex process. Change should not be a surprise to the members of the organization. Change might be a good one, but if the change has brought as a surprise to the members of organization, then resistance will come from the employees. So instead of making the change as a surprise to the members of the organization, in a systematic way, if the change has been conveyed to the employees, then maximum benefits can be gained. That's why Kurt Lewin have stated three-step process: unfreezing, change to new situation, refreezing. By following these three steps, easily the change process can be adopted. Unfreezing, change to new situation, and refreezing. Let's have a look at the first step, unfreezing the situation. Here look what Kurt Lewin says. Change should not come as a surprise to the members of the organization. If change is adopted as a surprise to the members of the organization, resistance will come. Managers have to pave the way by unfreezing the situation so that they could be conveying their employees about the need of the change initially, so that the members will be willing to accept the change. In unfreezing, what happens? In unfreezing the situation, company needs to first break down the old attitudes and behaviors. Whatever the old attitudes and behaviors that are followed by the employees, that need to be break down. Whatever the old customs and traditions that are followed, that has to be break down, so that the company can start with a clean slate. Which means whatever previously that has been followed, you remove everything that has been followed previously so that you can start with a clean slate. That is unfreezing. Once the unfreezing over, change to new situation, because in the previous step you have removed everything. Now in this step, whatever the new thing that you wish to implement, it has to be brought, change to new situation. In order to change to new situation, H.C. Kellman have proposed three methods by which to the new situation we can be adopted. So Kurt Lewin have stated a three-step process. First one is compliance, then identification, and internalization. By following this three-step process, to the new situation can be adopted. What is compliance? It is a strict enforcement of reward and punishment strategy for good or bad behavior. Strict enforcement. If employees are adopting to the change, they will be rewarded. If they are not adopting to the change, they will be punished. Strict enforcement of reward or punishment method by which employees can be asked to adopt to the new situation. Next one is identification. What happens here? Psychologically impressing the employees by giving them with some role models whose behavior they would like to adopt. You're psychologically impressing your employees and telling them that if you work in this changed environment, you may become like your role model. So like that, psychologically impressing the members of the organization by giving them with some role models whose behavior they would like to adopt is another way of changing to new situation. Internalization. What happens here? Giving freedom to learn and adopt to new behavior. So that you are leaving your employees to change his thought process and giving them some freedom so that they could able to learn and adopt to new behaviors. So step 1, unfreezing. Step 2, change to new situation by means of 3 ways: compliance, identification, and internalization. When the employees have changed to new situation, then go for refreezing. When you should do refreezing? When the new becomes a normal way of life, when all the employees have accepted to the new change, when the new has become the normal way of life, then refreezing should happen. Then the behavioral pattern need to be changed completely so that the permanent change to takes place. This is about Kurt-Lewin change process. So we are done with strategic change. So in strategic change, 2 concepts we have discussed: steps to initiate change. In that, first, recognizing the need for change, create a shared vision to manage the change, and institutionalize the change. And then Kurt-Lewin change process. 3 steps can be followed in Kurt-Lewin change process: unfreezing, and then change to new situation, and then refreezing. So with this, we are done with the second concept of this chapter, strategic change. The next concept that we are going to understand is with respect to organizational controls. When the strategic implementation is going on, it's important to assign certain controls, organizational controls or strategic controls. So organizational controls can be categorized into 3. So there are 3 types of organizational controls. As you can see here, there are 3 types of organizational controls. Even though the strategies have been implemented effectively, it is imperative to assign controls. If any organization thinks that anyways the strategy is being implemented effectively, there is no need of assigning controls. Good strategic execution, good strategic formation is there, then there is no need of controls. If any organization thinks that, then they cannot reach the goals. So what is needed? Even though strategic formation and implementation is effective, then it is needed for the organization to assign proper controls. Controls ensure that whatever has been implementing as we have planned, controls ensure that we are going to achieve our desired results. That's why the last step in any of the managerial process, every time we discuss about controls. In this, we have 3 types of controls we are going to understand. So here one is operational control, management control, strategic control. So what are these 3 types of controls? Are operational, management, and strategic. Operational control is any kind of control that has been assigned for day-to-day activities. Nothing but day-to-day operational of the organization. If you check with the examples, then you can understand why we are considering them as day-to-day operations. As you can see, stock control, production control, quality control, cost control, budgetary control. All these are operational activities. So any type of control that we are going to assign for operational activities, that is considered as operational control. If not, the second one is management control. This control is with respect to setting of enterprise, achieving enterprise goals that can be short range or long range, that in most effective and efficient manner. Operational controls are for the efficiency and effectiveness of operational activities, in fact. But whereas management control is all about setting up of goals, assigning controls while setting up of goals, short term or long term goals. So third one, strategic control. So strategic controls aims at 2 things. What is strategic control? Always focuses on the strategy is being implemented as planned, results produced by the strategy are those of intended. Strategic control always focuses on to check whether the strategy is being implemented as we have planned or not, and the results produced by the strategy are those of intended or not. To check with these two, strategic controls are needed. So this is about the introduction of this control. Organizational control, we have three types: operational control, management control, and strategic control. Now there are different types of strategic controls are there. There are four types of strategic controls are there: premise control, strategic survey line, special alert control, and implementation control. Let's understand what are these four types of strategic controls are all about. So keep the flow of the concept in your mind. The concept is organizational control. So there are three types of organizational control are there: operational, management, and strategic. Operational control is with respect to operational activities that happens in the organization. Management control is with respect to attainment of long and short term goals. Strategic controls deals with two things: whether strategies are being implemented as we have planned, and results produced by the strategy are those of intended or not. And there are different types of strategic controls are there. In that, the first one that we have is premise control. What is this premise control? Listen very carefully. Premise control stands for when the strategy has been prepared depending upon certain premises and assumptions. Many cases this will happen that whenever the organization prepares the strategies, they will purely depends upon certain premises and assumptions. When strategies have been prepared depending upon certain premises and assumptions, it is very important to validate the accuracy of those assumptions, because you need to check whether the assumption that has been made is going to happen or not. That is called as premise control. Once again, strategies have been created depending upon certain premises in the environment. That's why these premises over a period of time, they may change. So what a manager has to do, systematically analyze to check the validity of these assumptions, whether these assumptions are going to happen or not, depending upon which strategies are built. In order to validate the assumptions, what a manager have to do, analyze the environmental factors. When he studies about internal and external environmental factors, then he could be able to come to a conclusion. So that's about premise control. Next one that we have is strategic survey lines. So premise control is purely depending upon assumptions. Checking the validity of the assumptions is premise control. Next, strategic survey lines. Strategic survey lines is unfocused. Why we are calling this as unfocused? Because it includes the general monitoring of the environmental factors which will have influence over the functioning of the information. General monitoring of environment. Now what is this general monitoring of environment? As it says here, reading financial and other newspapers, business magazines, meetings, conferences, discussions at clubs or parties. All these are different ways that comes into strategic survey lines. So strategic survey lines is unfocused. By going through different general monitoring of environmental factors, the controls can be assigned. Third one, special alert control. Understand this with a simple key term. Special alert control stands for when any unexpected events or natural disasters takes place, organizations need to reconsider their strategies. Unexpected events or natural disasters. When these two situations happens, organizations need to reconsider their strategies. Then assigning controls at that time is referred to as special alert controls. So let's have a look. What are all the areas that comes into these special alert controls? Sudden changes in government, natural calamities, terror attacks, unexpected mergers and acquisitions by the competitors, industrial disasters. All these things are unexpected events. Whenever such unexpected events happens, organization have to immediately review their strategy, Now such kind of controls are called as special alert controls. That's why I'm calling this special alert controls are assigned for any unexpected events or natural disasters takes place in the organization. Next, fourth one is implementation control. What happens in implementation control? Converting plans into actions where proper implementation of strategies do takes place. So converting major plans into concrete and sequential actions through the incremental steps is called as implementation control. In implementation control, two things have to be kept in mind: monitoring strategic thirst and milestone review. What is monitoring strategic thirst? Already we have discussed in strategic control. Whatever the strategy that we are implementing, is it implementing in the way that we have designed or not? Look at the point. The same thing have said here. Whether the overall strategy is processing as desired or whether there is a need for readjustment. Whether the strategy has been moving as desired or is there any need of readjustments. That's monitoring strategic thirst. Milestone review. Usually when strategies need to be implemented effectively, then resource allocation is must. So all key activities necessary to implement strategies are segregated in terms of events, major resource allocation or not. Check whether the strategic implementation is happening through major resource allocation or not. That is milestone review. So this is about strategic control. So this entire concept of management control could be of three types: operational control, management control, strategic control. Controls that are need to assign with respect to day-to-day operations are operational control. Controls that need to be assigned for long-term and short-term goals is management control. Strategic control deals with two questions: whether strategies have been implemented as planned or not, whether the desired results produced are those of intended or not. Whereas strategic control will be of four types. One is premise control, second one is strategic surveillance, third special alert control, and then implementation control. In this special alert control, when any kind of natural disasters or unexpected events happens, then organization immediately need to reconsider their strategies. Now that will be coming into special alert control. So far we have completed formation and implementation, strategic change, and strategic controls. The same thing, along with the control, there is a concept called audit. So we can simultaneously understand this control and audit. So let's understand this concept, strategy audit. So we all know what is audit stands for. Generally, audit has been done with respect to verification, examination, and providing up certain outcomes or providing certain suggestions. But what is strategy audit stands for? Look at the meaning. What is strategy audit stands for? Examination and evaluation of areas affected by the operations of strategic management process within the organization. Evaluation and examination of areas that are affected by implementing strategic management in the organization is strategy audit. Strategy audit deals with certain important questions. When strategy audit has been done in the organization, it is going to deal with certain important questions. First one, how well the current strategy is working, that have to be checked, and how well the strategy is going to be working in the future, because it is not necessary that whatever the strategy that has worked now is helping you to work in the future also. So in strategy audit, that have to be checked: how well the current strategy is working, how well this strategy will be working for future, and how well you can evaluate that in present and future. Whatever the strategy that you are adopting now, how well you can connect this for present and future. Is there any urgent need to change the strategy? These are the four major things that strategy audit deals with: how the current strategy is working, how the strategy will be working in the future, how to evaluate this in present and future, and is there any urgent need with respect to the change that should happen in the strategy. This is the main intention of strategy audit. Now to do strategy audit, there is a criteria, Richard Rumlet's criteria for strategy audit. If this strategy audit has to be done effectively, Richard Rumlet has created a criteria. There is a 4-point criteria that Richard Rumlett has created for strategy audit. Let's understand. First one is consistency. In the organization, if there is a goal inconsistency, then it will be very difficult to do audit. That's why they have to be consistent goals in the organization to ensure the strategy audit happens effectively. Look at that. A strategy should not present inconsistent goals and policies in the organization. If goals and policies are inconsistent, then that will create a problem to implement the strategies. That's why consistency have to be maintained in the strategy just to ensure audit happens effectively as stated by Richard Rumlett. Next, consonance. What is consonance stands for? If your strategy is not in a way that is not adopting the changes in the environmental factors, then there is no use of having that strategy. Look at the point. A strategy must present an adaptive response to the external environment and to the critical changes occurring within it. If the organizational strategy is not responding to the critical changes that happens, then there is no use of having the strategy. So consonance has to be there. Next, feasibility. What is the feasibility? Resources. Whatever the strategy that we are implementing, strategy must either overtax available resources nor create unsolvable sub-problems. Are we implementing the strategy within the available resources of the enterprise or not? That have to be checked. Which means whatever the strategy that we are implementing, it has to be implemented in the available resources. Next one is advantage. Whether our strategy is helping us to gain competitive advantage or not. There is no use of the strategy if it is not helping us to gain competitive advantage, either in terms of resources, skills and position. This is Richard Rumlett criteria for strategy audit. Meaning of strategy audit, need of strategy audit, Richard Rumlett's criteria. In Richard Rumlett's criteria, he stated 4-point criteria. One, he says consistency, consonance, feasibility and advantage. When this 4-point criteria has been met, then audit will become effective in the organization. So this is about strategic control and strategy audit. The last two concepts that we have for this chapter to discuss are business process reengineering and benchmarking. In that, the first concept that we are going to understand is business process reengineering. In fact, we have so many elements are there in this concept to discuss, but as we are in the quick revision concept, I will take you through only the concept that are needed for you to prepare for your examination. So whatever the concepts that I am taking you through in BPR, it is enough for you to initially focus on those concepts. If still time permits, then you can go through with the other concepts also. So whatever the areas that I am covering with respect to BPR, it is enough for you to focus on those concepts. To begin with, first of all, what is to understand about business process reengineering? It's a question. What is business process reengineering all about? If you carefully observe, the concept title itself is giving us the meaning about that particular concept. There are so many business processes are there in the organization. That could be of production, that could be of purchases, sales, accounting and finance, marketing. Like this, a number of processes are there. Among all these processes, let's say any of the process have become outdated, or any of the process is not helping the company to achieve the desired results, and any of the process is not helping the organization to satisfy the customer needs, then it is necessary for the organizations to change those processes, remove those processes. In that place, try to bring up the new process. This is called as business process re-engineering. Whatever the processes that has been followed by the organization at present, if they are not helping to achieve the desired results, then re-engineering them is referred to as the concept of business process re-engineering. In that, this is the major purpose of this particular concept. So many businesses are doing that. If you can see, there are a lot of re-engineering has happened in the banking transactions if you observe over a period of time. Previously, how the deposits and withdrawal process used to happen is completely different. How deposits and withdrawals are happening now. Like this, in every area, we are witnessing process reengineering just to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in their operations. So, in this concept, we are going to cover certain aspects. What is BPR means? What is the need of this BPR? What steps can be followed by a business to implement this BPR? When the reengineering happens, does IT plays any role? Information technology. These areas we are going to cover in BPR. First, meaning of BPR. BPR stands for redesign of the workflows and processes. This is a major key term. Whatever the workflows and processes have been adopted in the company, they need to be redesigned. Radical redesign of workflows and processes. Whatever has been following now, it has become outdated, then it need to be re-engineered. The next thing, total deconstruction and rethinking of a business process. Total deconstruction. Whatever the process that has been followed now, remove that process to completely total deconstruction of the process. And whatever the new process that has been built, it has to be entirely unconstructed and new way. Like this, when processes have been improved, this will help the organization to save time, cost, quality, and responsiveness to customers. Time can be saved, cost can be saved, quality can be achieved, and customer responsiveness also will increase when the processes have been re-engineered effectively. That's about business process re-engineering is all about. See, in a simple way, what is BPR stands for? Giving up old practices and adopting the improved ones. As simple as that. Whatever the old practices that has been followed, you remove those old practices and better come up with the new practices. Then what is the major objective of BPR stands for? In BPR, the major objective of BPR is that whatever the processes have been there, they have to be re-engineered in an effective way. For that, first thing, eliminating all redundant and non-value adding steps. Redundant steps. Whatever the repetitive steps and non-value adding steps are there, remove them. Next, reduce the number of transfer points of work. When any work has been done, there shouldn't be many transfer points. Reduce them. Then work efficiency will be increased. Speed up the workflow using IT. You can use information technology to speed up your work. These are the three major objectives of BPR. Redundant, non-value adding steps have to be removed. Number of stages and transfer points have to be reduced. Speed up the work by using IT. This is a major intention of BPR. Next, let's understand a concept called rationale of BPR. Try to prepare in the same sequence that I am telling you. Meaning of BPR, objectives of BPR, now rationale of BPR. What is this rationale of BPR stands for? For what reasons companies prefer to go for re-engineering of the process? It's a question. There are three purposes. Why do companies go for re-engineering their processes? Let's understand the three purposes. Why do companies go for re-engineering the process? First one, availability of latest technology. It's quite an obvious thing. Whenever new technology is available in the market, due to which companies have to go for re-engineering. Because if they are following the old technologies, what will happen? They can't survive in the market for a longer period of time. Whenever new technology is available in the market, companies needs to quickly adapt to those new technologies. So availability of new technologies, one of the reason why do companies go for implementing business process re-engineering. Second, increased competition. When new player enters into the market, he comes up with new capabilities. When a new player enters into the market, his process might be advanced than our process. Then what has to be done? We have to change the existing process. So, increasing competition is also one of the reasons to go for BPR. Next, demanding customers. Customer is expecting improved services and products from your organization. For that, whatever the process that you are using now, they need to be revised and you have to come up with new processes. So these are 3 reasons why do companies have to go for BPR. Whenever new technology introduces, whenever new competitors enters into the market, whenever customer is expecting new products and services from you, then you have to go for BPR. These 3 reasons conceptually called as rationale of BPR. So let's go with the next concept. BPR is not an overnight process. Company have to follow a systematic process to go for BPR. For that, some steps need to be followed to implement this BPR effectively in the organization. The concept would be steps in the implementation of BPR. When these steps have been followed effectively, then the concept of BPR would reap more benefits in the organization. Let's understand what are the steps that have to be followed in the implementation of BPR. First one, determining objectives. Every company, when they wish to develop any new thing, first they have to keep for what they are implementing this. Keeping the end in the mind, they say. What company wants to achieve by implementing BPR, first that has to be kept in mind. What result company wants to achieve by implementing BPR, that has to be kept in mind. That's why what is the objective that company wish to achieve, that has to be determined as the first step. Next, identify customers and determine their needs. Obviously, for whom the process have been re-engineered? For customers. Know your customers, understand their utilities, understand their current problems, know their buying habits, and accordingly re-engineer your process. So while you are going for BPR, first you define objective. Why you wish to implement BPR, and then you have to study about your customers. Who are the customers, needs, utilities. After you study your customers, step 3 would be study the existing processes, because if you have to re-engineer a new process, it's very important to understand the existing process first. What and why of the existing process. When you study the existing process, you may identify that existing process is not helping to satisfy the customer needs. Then you may go for re-engineering of the process. That's why studying the existing process is also very important. When you carefully analyze the existing process, you can identify the gaps, what market is expecting and what you are delivering. Then you will make according changes. Next, formulate a redesign process plan. The major part of BPR is, the real crux of BPR is creating a re-engineered plan, which consists of to what extent you are re-engineering, in which areas you are re-engineering, what output you would like to achieve through re-engineering, and whatever the BPR process that you have re-engineered, finally going for implementation of the re-engineering. Whatever the re-engineering process that you have developed, you have to take it to implementation. These are some simple steps for process re-engineering. Need have to be recognized, customers need to be studied, existing process have to be studied, then developing a re-engineering, implementing the re-engineering. So next thing that we have to understand about BPR is role of information technology in BPR. Certainly, if any process have to be re-engineered, without IT it is next to impossible. Whatever the process re-engineering that we have witnessed so far, all of them have happened only because of information technology. As the information technology is helping the companies to re-engineer the process effectively. When I was talking about banking example, next to impossible for a bank to re-engineer the process without the help of technology, either by means of mobile banking, internet banking, ATM machines. All these are process re-engineering. Without technology, next to impossible. So how technology will help? You can look at this point. A re-engineered business process characterized by IT will help the organization to increase speed, accuracy, adaptability, integration of data, and meeting the customer needs and expectations quickly and adequately. Look, these many benefits are there. If the customer needs have to be met, if the customer expectations have to be met quickly, then information technology has to be there. So that's the point says IT is helping the organizations when they implement BPR, that is helping to improve speed, accuracy, adaptability and integration of data services. Now IT is creating benefit in three distinctive areas. When the company re-engineer their process with the help of IT, that will help them to improve efficiency, effectiveness and innovation. Efficiency by means of productivity, effectiveness by means of better management and innovation by means of new products and services. All these benefits organization would achieve when they implement IT in BPR. So these are the concepts that are needed to be kept in mind for BPR. Don't read everything that is given over there. At this point of time, as a rapid revision, it is enough for you to focus on the concepts that I have stated. So what are all the concepts that we have covered in BPR? Meaning of BPR, objectives of BPR, rationale of BPR, steps to implement BPR, role of IT in BPR. These concepts would be more than enough for you to understand with respect to BPR. So there is a one last concept left to wrap up with the last chapter, that is of benchmarking. Obviously, BPR and benchmarking are the tools that can be adopted by the company to increase efficiency and effectiveness. When the processes are re-engineered, companies could get more efficiency and effectiveness. Same as with benchmarking also, a very simple and small concept that we have, benchmarking, that could be adopted by the companies to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Generally, what is benchmarking stands for? Setting a standard or point of reference. Particularly, if a highest standard has been set, then we call it as a benchmarking. As the dictionary defines, benchmarking stands for point of reference against which things can be compared. If any company have set benchmarking in any one of the area, then other companies, it will help them to make a comparison. That's the point says against which things can be compared, measured and judged. So the key term that you have to understand here for benchmarking is it's a standard or point of reference against which things can be measured and compared and judged. So every company will be in the journey of setting this benchmarking so that they can set a highest standard. Others can compare the things with that particular company. And moreover, this can be done by identifying from the best industry practices. Whatever the best industry practices are there, you can develop this benchmarking in those best industry practices. Moreover, if any company tries to go for the process of benchmarking, that will help the company to gain competitive advantage because you are setting highest standard that no other company have set in the market. So you did something in a better way that other companies haven't did, then that will help you to achieve a competitive advantage. For this, what you have to do, first one company needs to compare their process with the other company, which means the other company is a competitor who have already set the benchmark. This is the first step. Compare different aspects with the competitor. When you compare, this will help you to identify the gaps. Once the gap is identified, then you come up with the new methods to fill the gap. So that will help to improve benchmarking process. So benchmarking is setting a higher standard in the best industry practices. Involve three things: compare your process with others, identify the gaps, then come up with the new methods to fill the gap. Now, like BPR, benchmarking is not a one-night process. A certain steps have to be followed just to ensure benchmarking is going to be an effective one in the organization. Step 1, identify the need for benchmarking. Like how we have identified the need in BPR, the first thing that the company have to do, is there any need to go for benchmarking or not for the organization? And even though there is a need, check whether realistic opportunities are there for improvement or not. You may set a highest standard, but for that you need to check realistic opportunities provided there or not to achieve that particular benchmarking. That has to be checked. Then clearly understanding existing business processes. So go to the site visits, conduct some interviews, filling some questionnaires, understand about your existing business process, that where you can go for benchmarking. So first identify the need for benchmarking, then understand the existing business processes. After that, among which identify the best process where you wish to implement benchmarking. So first, identify the need for benchmarking. understand the existing process, and among the process identify the best process, and then compare the process and performance with that of others. With whom? Competitor. Whatever the process and performance that you are using, this needs to be compared with the others. Others in the sense whoever is doing best. When you compare, you identify the gaps, then prepare a report and implement the necessary steps to fill the gap, and finally go for evaluation. So these are simple steps that can be followed for effective implementation of benchmarking. So need have to be identified, existing process need to be studied, best process among which need to be selected, compare the process with the others, fill the gap, and go for evaluation. In benchmarking, we have only two concepts: meaning of benchmarking and steps to implement benchmarking. So these are some of the concepts of the last chapter, strategic implementation and control. With this, we have covered all the concepts of strategic management that might be helpful for you to go for a quick revision, that might be helpful for you to go with your exams in a confident manner. So hope the series of sessions that we have been through are going to be helpful for you to go for a quick revision. Thank you.